The monster attacked with fury. The young huntress screamed furiously that it was over, and in the blink of an eye she dealt the monster a fatal blow. The monster fell to the ground with a crash. The huntress smiled, knowing that she would now have enough food for a whole week. Saina Rohil is a D-rank hunter of the Adventurers Guild. The man was surprised by the hunter. He looked at the monsters and said that she had not yet lost her grip and defeated the D-rank monsters in an instant. If you don't count the fact that she was demoted a few years ago, due to some incident, she was just an ordinary hunter. Walking along the path and carrying her prey, the huntress accidentally slipped. She fell to the ground with a thud and hit her head very hard. Saina woke up from some noise. A woman was calling the assistant manager. The woman told her that her lunch break was already over and she would be late for the meeting. The assistant asked when she had managed to fall asleep. The young lady was puzzled as she realized that she had fallen asleep while reading. She slowly stood up from her desk because she knew she had to go to a meeting. She wanted to finish reading the story after the meeting. Saina woke up from a long sleep. She was puzzled. She looked at everyone present and asked what happened. She didn't understand what memories were popping up in her head. The doctor asked her to calm down because she needed rest. The young lady realized that she had been transported into a character from a book. The doctor came closer to her and asked if she was okay. Saina was very strong, wary, as she could not remember the whole story except for the first episodes. The doctor looked at her and said with a smile that she had hit her head very hard, but miraculously was not hurt. The doctor said that such an injury was common among hunters. Saina realized that up until this moment, she had lived an ordinary life as a hunter. She wondered if hunters who were transported into such works did not become equal to God. She screamed furiously. The huntress wanted to see the status screen. A dead silence and an incomprehensible atmosphere reigned in the ward. The doctor looked at the patient closely and asked if she had just said status screen. The doctor shouted to the nurse to quickly register the patient, as she needed to have an operation immediately, as she had lost her mind. The young huntress was surprised and said that there was no need for that, as she was perfectly fine. The huntress was very puzzled, as she had to spend all her earnings on the hospital bill. She didn't know how she was going to pay for food this month, but she still couldn't believe that this was just a made-up universe. She didn't know what the point was that she had worked so hard in her past life. Saina didn't know what role she was supposed to play in this story. She knew that a character who couldn't bring up the status screen was unlikely to be the main character. She thought she would be lucky if she ended up being one of the minor characters. But she still knew that first she needed to remember if there was a hunter character in the book. She remembered the title of the book, but she wasn't sure about the plot. The man looked at the young lady and called her. Ellen looked at the man with a smile. Saina heard the name and realized that it was the name of the main character. The man looked at the young lady and said that he had come to her to confess his feelings. He smiled and said that he loved her. The huntress was surprised, as her neighbor's name was the same as the heroine's name. She was very surprised and began to put the facts together. She remembered her neighbor, the owner of a flower shop who confessed her love every day. The huntress realized that her neighbor was the main character of the book, The Secret in the Flower Shop. The huntress was surprised as she realized that all this time she had been living next door to the propagandist. The huntress was shocked and furious, as she did not know what role she was assigned. She did not understand why the status screen did not appear in front of her. She realized that she was probably just an ordinary neighbor, and she was an insignificant character. The man looked at the young lady and asked her to start dating him. Ellen was very surprised and asked him for forgiveness. She said that everything was very confusing. The huntress was furious. She thought that most likely someone was just making fun of her. It's been a month since the day she was reborn. At first, she was shocked when she found out that she was an insignificant character, but after a while, she came to terms with it. During this time, she remembered something about the original work. The story revolved around the search for the main male character. Every day, a new man came to the young heroine and confessed his love to her. She had a bunch of minor male characters coming to her, whom she was supposed to turn down. Every day, only one man confessed his feelings for the heroine. Saina thought that at this rate it would take forever to find the main character. She knew that in any case, the confession scene was over for today. But suddenly she saw a young man. She was very surprised, as he approached the heroine with lightning speed. The heroine was surprised. She looked at the young man and asked if he had come to buy flowers today. He looked at her and timidly said that he had come to her to tell her something. Looking at the main character with embarrassment, the young man said that he loved her. Ellen looked at him in surprise. Dion looked at her and asked if she would marry him. Sena was shocked because she did not expect such a turn of events, since she knew that the heroines had already confessed their love today. At that moment, the boring rule that she had been following for the entire month was broken. Sena was very surprised and amazed, because she realized that the man who broke the rules was not like an insignificant character. Sena was surprised and shocked. She did not expect such a turn of events. Dion looked at her and said that he promised to make her happy. Ellen timidly asked him for forgiveness. He looked at her and asked if it was because she thought he was unworthy. She said it wasn't that. Ellen looked away from the young man. She said that they had only known each other for a month. The young man was puzzled and said that it turned out that they had only spent 1 month together. Looking away from her, he said that his feelings were not limited to this time, however. The young huntress watched them closely. She thought it was just a banal scene. She hoped that everything would be different, because the rule was broken, but still the heroine refused him. Sena looked at them and said what happens next. The scene will unfold as usual. The main character will turn around and go to the flower shop, and the man in turn must fall to his knees. The huntress wasn't even surprised, and she wondered what she had expected. She knew she shouldn't have gotten her hopes up. Breaking the rule was also something new for her. She wanted to rate his confession at 80 points. Sena knew that now that the show was over, she had to go home. She looked intently at the young man, who was devastated. The huntress looked at him and said nothing. A moment later, she said that the boy seemed to be in the same condition as everyone else. Every man who confessed his feelings to Ellen in front of her house fell into the same despair. Unfortunately, this was also the case with today's second candidate. Sena was not surprised, but she still couldn't believe he was still crying. She knew that by now they usually pulled themselves together and left, but this young man behaved differently. She knew that a man who broke the rules of 1 man a day was definitely different from the rest. His face stood out from the others. Sena was surprised because he was crying and screaming the main character's name. Sena thought that the man was probably truly grief-stricken. Sena decided to give him more time than the others. She thought he would leave soon. The huntress was surprised because he sat there all this time and did not leave, even when it started to rain. The huntress knew that even if he broke the rule and the heroine refused him, she had to move on. She approached him and asked if he had any idea how long he had been sitting there and crying in front of her house. But Dion looked at her and asked for forgiveness. Sena looked at the young man in surprise, as he had silver hair and blue eyes. He was very handsome. A moment later, she realized who he was. The huntress looked at him and asked if his name was Dion Fravel. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she knew him. Sena asked him, puzzled, what such an important man like him was doing here. Sena looked at her acquaintances and asked who Dion Fravel was. Her friends were surprised that she really didn't know who he was. They said that he was the eldest son of the head of their guild. They were very much delighted with his beauty, for he had silver hair and blue eyes, which was very unusual in their empire. They said that the eldest son of the Fravel family makes people fall in love with him at first sight. Sena said that this simply couldn't be, since if such a guy was in their guild, then she would have probably heard of him. Her friend said that not everyone knows about him, since the leader did not allow him to join the guild, since he has a very bad character. They said he was very hot, but still had a nasty personality. Sena said with a smile that if he was really real, she would like to meet him someday. The huntress was surprised and confused as she realized that it was Dion Fravel in front of her. She understood that now in front of her was the infamous son of her boss, who moreover was sitting in front of her house. She understood that even if he was not the most respected guy, he was still her boss's son. She thought that if he was on her side, she would surely get her rank back. The young man looked at her intently and asked what she wanted to tell him. She asked him for forgiveness and said that she didn't want to keep such a long pause and make him wait. She looked at him and said with a smile that he was just sitting in front of her house. The young man looked at the young lady in surprise. A moment later, he turned his gaze to the door. He looked at her and asked for forgiveness. He said he had not planned to disturb her. She looked at him and said that everything was fine, and she also asked if he wanted to come over to her place for a while since it was raining. Dion looked at her in surprise. He looked away, embarrassed, and thanked her. Some time later, he was sitting on the sofa drying himself. Sena came closer to him and said that she had tolerated the warm tea. She looked at him in surprise as she saw that he was all wet and attractive. She looked at him for a moment, dumbfounded. She looked at him confusedly and wondered what she was doing. She came closer to him and pushed a cup of tea towards him. The young man thanked her with a smile. Sena smiled and said no thanks. She knew he thought it was just a shabby place. She was surprised because she realized that he was not like the guy from the rumors. She knew that he must be a scumbag with a nasty character, but still she was surprised because she had not seen him like this. But she was puzzled because she didn't remember seeing a boy with silver hair and blue eyes in the illustrations for the novel. A moment later, she realized that he was most likely a minor character. She understood that he was nothing more than one of many who would ultimately fail to win the heart of the main character. She thought that he would soon be just a tool to make the real male lead jealous. Sena thought that even the headmaster's son was powerless against the plot of the book. She thought that his breaking the rules was simply the author's mistake. The young man said that he was grateful to her for what she did, and he also asked if she saw everything that happened. The Huntress asked what he was talking about. The young man said that he knew that she was sitting on the bench when he confessed his feelings. She looked puzzled and said that it was true and she just didn't want to disturb them. But he didn't need to worry about it like that. It was just a part of life. Dion asked if she could listen to his story until the rain stopped. Sena said that she would listen to him and he could continue telling his story. The young man thanked her. Dion said that he has known Ellen since childhood, as they were friends and she was his first love. Sena was surprised. Sena was ready to swear that the heroine said that they had only known each other for a month. Dion said, puzzled, that was what she thought. There was silence for a while. Sometime later, he said that she erased his memories. Ellen Euclid, the main character of this world. Because she was the illegitimate child of Marquee Euclid, she was bullied while growing up. Eventually, she ran away from home. However, she could not forget her painful past, so she found a witch and erased all her memories. Sena remembered the entire backstory about the heroine. She was surprised and realized that she seemed to have a photographic memory. Dion said that when he was younger he went to a ball, but he was there all alone. He said Ellen was the only person who approached him. Ellen's warm hand guided him forward, but he was shocked that such a sweet girl was suffering. When he learned that she had erased her memories and escaped, he searched every corner of the capital to find her. And when he finally found her, he didn't care that she didn't remember him. He knew he could protect her no matter what. It was then that he thought that he could just start all over again. When he saw that many men were coming to her, he began to lose patience. He said that, by the way, he saw a suspicious man. Sena asked what he was talking about. Dion said that the man looked like an ordinary visitor, but his noble origins were obvious. Sena asked what exactly he was talking about, and she also asked if the young man by any chance thought that Ellen's family had sent him. Dion said that he was also very worried about this, because the people from the House of Euclid were also looking for her. Dion said that he was nobody to her now and could not help her. Now she understood why he wanted to marry her. The young man was silent for a while. He looked at his companion and said that it seemed the rain had stopped. He looked puzzled and said that he had taken up too much of her time and that it was time for him to go. She looked at him and asked if he would be too sad about it. Dion asked what she was talking about. Sena smiled and said she was sure there was still hope. Dion looked at her and smiled and thanked her for listening to his story. He left, and she sat down on the floor with lightning speed as she was very tired. She hoped that he was not offended by her. Sena decided to take a shower first and then go to bed. A moment later, she thought for a moment as he called her by name as he left. She was very surprised, as she had not told him her name. The next day, there was a rumble in the street. The Huntress was furious because she couldn't get enough sleep because of the noise outside. She threw the pillow down in anger, as she could not get enough sleep. She was golden, as if she had gone to bed very late the night before. She said, puzzled, that she had woken up earlier than usual. With lightning speed, she went to the door and opened it, as she wanted to see who was making the noise. While opening the door, she accidentally hit someone. Sena looked at the young man and asked if he was okay. The young man smiled and apologized for standing in front of her house, as he did not notice that he had caused her inconvenience. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked what the noise was and what was going on. The Huntress looked at the young man in surprise and turned her gaze to the knights. She asked him what the knights were doing here. She asked in surprise if they had come to arrest someone. The young man said that they were here because of the lady who owned the flower shop, as the commander wanted to make her his personal gardener. The young man said with a smile that the commander wanted it to be only her and no one else, and that was why they had come such a long way. Sena was surprised and did not understand why the man wanted to hire an ordinary flower shop owner from a small town. She wondered if this was the suspicious man Dion had spoken of yesterday. She sighed heavily and realized that it didn't really make any difference to her. Sena said that she understood everything and would probably go. She also wished them luck in winning her heart and asked them not to make noise. But suddenly someone unexpectedly held the door. The man looked at her and asked if she was the owner of this house. The Huntress was shocked. She looked at the man with anger and asked why he was breaking into her house. The Huntress looked at him and said that he had hurt himself at home, as the flower shop was nearby. The man looked at them and said that he had already finished his business here. The Huntress asked why he was breaking into her house then. The young man asked if the owner had managed to make a deal with the flower shop. The man looked at them and said that he had been refused. A moment later, he looked at the young Huntress and said that he would like to buy her house. The man looked intently at the young lady and told her to tell him the amount. Sena looked at him and asked if he really wanted to buy her house now. He looked at her and said his name was Rashid Karlman. Sena looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really that same duke. He looked at her and said he was a duke. A moment later, he asked how much he needed to pay for her house. The Huntress was surprised, but did not understand why he needed such a modest house. She said that he was an important person in the capital. A moment later, she realized what he was up to. His plan was to get closer to the main character. She couldn't let him leave after such a questionable act. The Duke looked at her and said that he would certainly pay a generous fee. The Huntress looked at him and firmly said that she refused, because this house was built by her grandfather. Sena said the house is filled with memories of her family, so she will never sell it. The man looked at the Huntress and asked how she dared to refuse the Duke. Sena said that she was not his subordinate. The man lunged at her with fury. The Huntress parried the blow and asked why he was using his hands. She said with a grin that he could try, if he could do it, of course. The Huntress angrily told him not to think that she would stand there like a pillar and not fight back. The Duke looked at them and told them to calm down. The Duke said that they needed to calm down and talk normally. The Huntress struck with lightning speed and the man flew away. A moment later, Dion walked in. He looked at the man and asked if he was okay. The Huntress looked at the young man's legs and was very surprised. She greeted him. The young man greeted her in return. She came closer to him and asked what he was doing here. The Duke looked at the young man with fury and asked what he was doing there. The Huntress was surprised. She looked at the young men and asked if they knew each other. Dion, puzzled, said that they knew each other. He also asked the Duke what brought him here. Rashid said he came to buy the house. The Huntress screamed furiously that she was not selling it. Dion looked at the Duke and asked what he was talking about, since he was going to buy this house. The Huntress was furious and didn't understand what they were talking about. The Duke looked at him and asked if he was challenging him. A few minutes later, the Duke began to offer sums of money. Dion in turn raised the stakes. They argued for some time. Sena got tired of their arguing and shouted angrily at them to calm down and stop. She looked at them furiously and asked if she hadn't made it clear that she was not selling her house. A moment later, the atmosphere in the room was not the best. The Huntress was puzzled because she had screamed too loudly and had a headache. The Duke said he didn't think they would be able to reach an agreement today. He said he would come next time. The Duke slowly left the house. Sena watched the Duke. She was surprised because he said he would come back again. The Huntress was angry and did not understand what was happening at all, and she also had a headache. Dion said he wanted to ask her something. Before he could finish, she fell. He picked her up. Dion was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. The Huntress said in a trembling voice that she had been over-nervous and now her head hurt very badly. Some time later, she was examined by a doctor. The doctor said that it was a common cold. The doctor looked at Dion and said that she needed rest and then she would feel better. The doctor looked at her and said that she needed to rest a little and that she would definitely feel better. The Huntress was surprised. She said she had never had a cold. The doctor looked at her closely and said that anyone could just get sick. The doctor looked at her and asked if she hadn't been in the hospital a few days ago. The doctor looked at the young man and told him to keep an eye on his wife, to make sure she got some rest. The young people were perplexed. The doctor looked at them and said that it was time for him to go, and he also asked them to take care of themselves. They thanked the doctor and said goodbye. The huntress looked at the young man with embarrassment, since the doctor called her the young man's wife. She understood that the doctor had misunderstood everything, but she still felt very sorry that Dion had been refused yesterday. She sighed heavily and thanked him for his help and for calling the doctor. Dion looked at her and said that there was nothing to thank him for, since he had come to see Ellen, but then he heard a noise. Sena was surprised, but said with a smile that he had arrived on time. Dion apologized for making her stand in the rain yesterday because of him. He said it was his fault that she got sick. The huntress was surprised, but at the same time very touched by his words. She was shocked because she couldn't be angry with him because he was standing in front of her with such a shining expression on his face. She looked at him and said with a smile that it was just a cold, and besides, the Duke had left thanks to him. The young man looked at her and said with a smile that he offered to buy her house simply because he thought she needed help. The huntress said with a smile that he had really surprised her. She thanked him for being able to save her home. He said he was glad to hear it, and he also said he would look after the house until she was fully recovered. He smiled and said that she could rest for now. Sena asked him in surprise what he was talking about, as she thought he was going to the neighboring house. He looked at her and said with a smile that everything was fine, and he would come there another time. He said that she looked very tired, so she needed to rest, and he would stay here until she got better. Sena looked at him and said that she wanted to ask him something. Dion said that she could ask. She looked at him and said that on the first day when he left, he called her by name. The huntress looked at him intently and asked if she had told him her name. The young man looked at her in surprise and said what she told him. The huntress was surprised and asked if she had said it correctly. The young man said that she had told him the day they first met. The huntress said, puzzled, that she didn't remember that. The young man looked at her in surprise and asked if she really didn't remember. The huntress was puzzled. She realized that he didn't seem to be lying, and she seemed to have simply forgotten. Sena didn't understand why he would lie about something like that. She looked at him and asked about the suspicious man he had mentioned earlier. The huntress looked at him and asked if it was really the Duke. The young man said it wasn't him. The huntress was surprised because she thought they would reveal the mysterious person. Dion said that the suspicious man had dark hair, but it was longer and it appeared to be a purple tint. The young huntress realized that it was probably not the Duke. The boy said he also thought it wasn't him. Sena frowned and said she wondered who it could be. The huntress said that it didn't matter now, and she was in no position to worry about her neighbor. She was puzzled by the fact that the Duke had previously said that he would definitely return. She said angrily that if he tried to buy her house again. The young man looked at her and asked what she was going to do in that case. For a few minutes she thought about what she could do. A moment later, Sena asked the boy if she should beat him. The boy was surprised and said that she shouldn't do that. She said that if she beat him, she could be arrested, and she needed to do it in such a way that there would be no witnesses. Dion looked at her in surprise and asked if she really wanted to beat him up when there were no witnesses. He laughed and said he thought it might work. The huntress looked at the young man and thanked him for his help. She wished him a good journey. He told her not to worry and said goodnight. As he walked out into the street, he glanced sideways at the flower shop. He whispered what she had said when they first met. He smiled and said that technically it wasn't a lie. The young lady slowly laid out the flowers. She wondered how the Duke had gotten home yesterday evening. Ellen looked at the Duke with fear and asked if he really wanted to make her his gardener. The Duke said that it was, and he needed someone with such excellent abilities as hers. Ellen was surprised because she realized that he needed her for her abilities, not for her looks. The Duke was the only man who had ever spoken to her like that, but Ellen still knew that working as a gardener on the Duke's estate was too much for her. Ellen thanked the Duke for his wonderful offer, but to his regret, she refused. Ellen looked at her guest and told him everything that had happened to her. Her guest asked her with a grin, what if that man was really in love with her? Ellen was surprised and confused. She said that this simply couldn't be true. At least that's what she thought. But she still had to admit that it did give her butterflies. Ellen wondered, confused, if he really was using the job offer as an excuse to get closer to her. Sena called out to her neighbor. Sena smiled and said that she would like to buy some white flowers. Ellen greeted her with a smile and asked if she lived next door. Sena said yes. The huntress looked at her and asked if something good had happened, as she noticed that Ellen looked genuinely happy. Ellen smiled and said that a man of high status had come to see her yesterday, and he had offered her a job as a gardener. Ellen looked at her neighbor and said she thought he came to confess like everyone else. She was pleased and said that for the first time, someone was interested in her skills and not her appearance. Ellen said that's why she's in a good mood today. Sana was shocked because she didn't expect such a reaction. Ellen said she turned him down because she wasn't sure she could handle the job. Ellen said quickly that it was enough to talk about it, as she wanted flowers. Sana, puzzled, said that she wanted white flowers. Ellen looked through the flowers. She didn't know which ones to choose. Sana knew that Ellen had refused the Duke this time, but she didn't know when he would return again to convince her to accept his offer. Sana knew that Dion wouldn't be able to be with Ellen if that happened. She wondered if his fears would come true. She knew she couldn't just let it go and she had to step in. Ellen asked who the flowers were for. Sana said that she was going to visit her grandfather's grave. Sana said, puzzled, that something happened yesterday and it worried her a little. Ellen looked at her neighbor and, puzzled, asked if she could ask what had happened to her. Sana said she wasn't sure if it was okay to share. Sana whispered that someone had broken into her house yesterday. Ellen was horrified by what she heard. She knew that the same thing had happened to her. Sana said that of all people, it was Duke Carmen. Ellen was surprised. She had him too. Sana said that he demanded that she sell him her house, and he was very aggressive about it, and threatening. Ellen was shocked. She asked if the Duke had been aggressive and threatening. Sana said she could take care of herself, but she was very worried about Ellen. Ellen asked, surprised, why she was worried about her. Sana said that the Duke apparently hunts for houses in this area, and this one likes to annoy those who have helped him. Ellen was shocked and didn't understand how he could do something like that. She wondered if he came to her just for the house. She knew something was wrong here. He offered her a room to stay for the night, along with a job. She didn't understand why he would do this for the gardener. And after the story, she realized that it was all for the sake of the house. Ellen looked at her neighbor and said that now everything was clear to her. Jonah now understood his grin. Ellen thought he was just an immoral person. Ellen said she had no idea he was that kind of person. Sana said that since she was a hunter, she was able to protect herself. But she said Ellen was much more vulnerable. Sana looked at her neighbor and told her to be careful and try not to get involved with him. Sana asked her neighbor to try to ignore him. Ellen was shaking with fear and said that she would do her best and also thanked her neighbor. Sana said with a smile that there was nothing to thank her for, since they were neighbors after all. The Huntress was very happy because she understood that the Duke would not come even one step closer to Ellen. The Huntress told Dion that Ellen thought the Duke was a terrible person, so he had nothing to worry about anymore. Dion said it seemed like she had made the Duke look bad in front of Ellen. Sana said angrily that she didn't do it on purpose. Sana said that Helen understood it that way because that was how she was brought up, and it was just a friendly conversation between neighbors. Sana said that everything she said earlier was based on irrefutable facts. Dion asked her what would happen if the Duke found out about this. Sana looked at Dion and said that Ellen had left the house and he needed to hurry to her. Sana said, puzzled, that she was now entering the house. Sana told him to hurry up and start a conversation with her next time. Dion looked at her and thanked her. He said that he would definitely do so. She noticed that her friend was depressed, but she still knew that being rejected had hurt his pride. Placing her hand on his shoulder, she told him not to count and to give it his all. Looking at him, she said with a smile that she would definitely help him. To Sana's surprise, Dion placed his hand on her head. He looked at her and told her to think about herself, as she still had a fever. He looked at her and told her not to do that next time. She was surprised and asked what she shouldn't do. Dion told her not to get in the way of the Duke, only to help him. He looked at her and said with a smile that he had now decided to let Ellen go. Sana was surprised and did not understand how he could leave after such words. She thought he was in great shock. But she was also puzzled since he had previously said that he was in love with her. She was very worried that he might, like last time, go cry alone. She remembered how he had burst into tears the last time. Sana felt like he was hiding somewhere and crying loudly. She was worried that he would wander the streets in tears. The men looked at him intently and asked if he would share his money with them. Sitting on the damp ground, he burst into tears, and the men came closer and closer to him. The Huntress was in shock. She couldn't allow this to happen. She knew he had to cross the square first to leave the city. She rushed towards him. The Huntress was shocked because she heard a scream. She thought it was her friend. She knew she couldn't leave him alone and rushed towards the scream with lightning speed. She knew it was a very dangerous area. She ran up and called him. A moment later, she saw a man who was on the ground. Dion looked at the man with a threatening and angry gaze. The Huntress was surprised as she saw the cold and gloomy look of her friend. She looked at him in shock and didn't understand what was going on. Dion stepped on one of the attackers. He looked at the man and said that he was having a bad day. Dion looked at the man and asked why he didn't calm down. Dion looked at someone and told him not to hide and to come out. Sana was scared because she thought he was saying this to her. He looked into the distance and asked if he really thought that this wall completely hid his boar carcass. Dion looked and said, "Turner, it's time to go out." Turner told the gentleman that he looked too scary. Sana was surprised because she didn't know who this man was. Turner asked if he had killed the man. Dion said he had not. Dion said that man will take care of himself. A moment later, they ran away screaming. He was surprised and didn't understand why they were running away so quickly if they were going to die anyway. Turner, that people from above contacted him and asked if he was really investigating. Dion asked him if he was going to gossip about his idleness. Dion said that it was good, and even if he was from that side, he wouldn't do that to him. The girl looked at him and said that they needed to leave already. Slowly, they began to leave the street. The Huntress was in shock, as she could not believe that she had just seen the true identity of her friend. She realized that he was a killer. Dion and her friends were walking down the street. The girl looked at him and asked what was wrong with him as he seemed out of his mind. She looked at him and said that they had tracked down Ellen, so he had nothing to worry about. Dion frowned and said that wasn't the problem. She looked at him and asked if it was because of Sana. She looked at him and asked if they had finally met. Sana was shocked by what she heard. There was a lot of chatter in the building. Sana was puzzled because her friend was completely different. He was different from the Doan she knew. She heard their conversation, and she was curious about what he was investigating. She wanted to know who these people were up there. She knew he was the son of the chief, and she thought he was acting as a secret agent of the association. The girl at the table shouted that the next one could come. The young Huntress ran up to her in a hurry. The girl greeted the Huntress with a smile and said that she was glad to see her. The Huntress smiled and said that she was also glad to see her. Anna looked and asked if she had really come as usual for an errand. Anna said that they hadn't received any good assignments lately. Sana said that she came to ask something. Sana asked if Anna knew who Dion Fravel was. Anna said he was the chief's son. Sana looked at her and asked if she knew anything else about him. Anna thought about it and said that she knows he is hot but crazy. She said that he was born from her first marriage, but apparently the head's brothers and sisters really caused trouble for this wife, because the woman was of low status, and after that she died quite quickly. Everyone gossiped that her death was due to the abuse of the head of the clan. She said that it seemed the young man believed in the same thing, and since then he began to take revenge on them. The chief's younger brother, Salon Fravel, broke off his engagement because Dion stole his bride. Also, Isabella Fravel's younger sister had her engagement broken off because of Dion. Anna said that he seduced her fiancé. Anna looked at her and asked if she now understood why they said he was hot and just crazy. Sana was shocked. She didn't understand if they were talking about the same person. Anna looked at her and said that, in other words, she didn't need to get involved with him at all. The Huntress was surprised and asked her interlocutor who else was contacting him. Anna said she assumed they had run into each other somewhere. Anna said about her companion that she should stay away from him because he is a very dangerous person. Sana said that she understood everything and thanked her, and also asked her to make sure that there would be some good assignments. A moment later they heard some noise. Anna saw someone come in. She said he was very handsome. The Huntress was surprised and asked who she was talking about. Turning to the side, she saw the Duke. Sana was surprised and didn't understand why he was here. She understood that it was better for her to leave before he noticed her. After saying goodbye, she ran away in a hurry. Sana knew that things would definitely go wrong if they met. Unexpectedly for herself, she collided with someone. In the confusion, she asked for forgiveness. The man smirked and told his friends to look at who was in front of them. He looked at her and said he thought she was already dead. The Huntress thanked him for his concern and said that she was fine. He looked at her and asked if she was going to be so formal. He said that they were both hunters. She knew she had to leave soon. She looked at him and said with a smile that since they had finished greeting her, she could leave. He looked at her and said he was impressed that the chief didn't kick her out. He asked if she was ashamed to appear before the association. Marcel said mockingly that, like father, like daughter, They all said that she was his exact copy. The man asked with a grin if this meant that she would meet the same miserable death as her father. She came closer to him and told him that he should watch his words, since her father was still alive. He looked at her and asked with a grin if she was still clinging to that stupid hope. She looked at him and said that they were not friends at all. She asked why every time they met, he started talking to her. She looked at him and said that it was presumptuous of him. Marcel ground his teeth nervously and angrily. She said she would like to give him one piece of advice. She told him to brush his teeth. She said with a smirk that now it was no wonder that every girl ran away from him. He looked at her in anger and asked how she dared to say such a thing to him. He looked at her and told her to shut her mouth. Sena told him to stop getting on her nerves and go away. She looked at him with a smirk and said that he couldn't even beat her in a fight. The man looked at her with fury and asked how she dared to talk to him like that. He wanted to hit her. The Huntress was very glad that he decided to start a fight first, since on her part it would be considered self-defense. But suddenly someone intercepted her hand. The Huntress was surprised and did not understand what was happening. The Duke looked at the man and asked how he dared to attack like that. He said it was a cowardly act on the part of the man. The Huntress was surprised, as she did not expect to see him. The Duke squeezed the man's hand with fury. The man looked at the Duke in a rage and asked who he was, and also told him to let go of his hand. The Duke looked at the man with fury and told him to stop playing the fool, as he could barely hold his hand. The Duke pushed the man and he somersaulted and fell to the ground. The man was furious. The man angrily asked the Duke if he thought he could get away with it. The Duke looked at the man with a grin and said that he was just a shrimp. The Duke looked at the Huntress and called her. The Huntress shuddered. The Duke came closer to her and asked if she was hurt. The Huntress was shocked. She did not understand why the Duke had intervened. Sena knew that talking about self-defense would not help, since he had struck first. She looked at him and said that everything was fine, and also thanked him for his concern. She was furious because her plan had failed. The Duke looked at her and asked if she was sure that nothing hurt anywhere. He looked at her closely and asked if she was by any chance the owner of that house. The Huntress said, puzzled, that it was her. Sena was shocked as she noticed that the man stood up and began to attack. The Huntress shouted at the Duke to be careful as a man was approaching from behind. The Duke turned to face the man with lightning speed. The Duke quickly struck the man, thereby parrying his blow. The Duke looked at the man with contempt and said that besides being weak, he was also very slow. The man was furious. He looked at the Duke and said that he was just a bastard. With lightning speed, the man pulled out a knife. Sena was shocked. She furiously told Marcel that he was just a coward. She knew she couldn't let Marcel act like that, and with the speed of lightning, the Huntress walked up to him and kicked the knife out of his hand. A moment later, the Duke struck the man, and he fell to the ground. Marcel fell to the ground with a crash, and all his supporters shouted at him. Marcel's supporters asked him if he was okay. The Huntress in turn was very pleased, as she understood that he finally got what he deserved. A moment later, guards flew up to them and angrily asked what they had done within the walls of the guild. The guard looked at them and said that they were under arrest. The Huntress was in shock, as she did not expect such a turn of events. The Huntress was furious, because she understood that this was just some kind of bad luck. The Huntress was very puzzled that the guards came running just when they had struck their only counterattack. She knew that if she had gotten into trouble once, they could have tried to negotiate. She looked at the Duke and couldn't understand why he was there without protection. She looked at him closely. The Duke was not in very good condition. She looked at him and asked if he was okay. The Duke looked puzzled and said that everything was fine and that he would be picked up soon. He said that his advisor would definitely come. Sena looked at him and said that it was very good. He looked at her and asked for forgiveness for that time. The Huntress was surprised and asked what he was talking about. The Duke looked at her and said he was talking about the time he broke into her house without her consent. He said he made sure Gerd was given the appropriate punishment for his actions. Sena asked who Gerd was. She looked at the Duke and asked if he meant the knight who had broken into her house with him. The Duke said he was just a lazy fool who had never bothered to get proper training. He said he only kept him around because his father had been a subject of his family for a long time. The Huntress looked at him and smiled and said that it was okay, and he didn't have to worry about it. She said that he hadn't hit her after all. She was surprised, as it was unexpected for her that he apologized. She knew that most nobles in a similar situation would have acted differently. She imagined that in another situation the Duke might yell at her and ask how she could have dragged him into her problems. Or he could yell at the guard and ask if he knew who he was. She wondered if he shouldn't be acting like that right now. Looking at Marcel, she knew his family was only noble because of the title, but he still acted like a privileged jerk. She was puzzled and did not understand why the Duke was so strange. 3 hours later, the Duke sighed heavily. The Huntress was surprised and did not understand why the advisor had not yet arrived here. Sena looked at the Duke and asked if he thought something had happened to his advisor. The Duke looked at her puzzled and asked what, for example, could have happened to him. The Huntress looked puzzled and said she wasn't sure, but she still wondered what might have happened to him. The Duke, in turn, was very irritated. The Huntress laughed. She was puzzled because she did not understand what he wanted to hear from her. She told him to let her think some more, since they were in the same boat now, after all. The Duke asked in surprise if she really thought they were in the same boat. Sena came closer to the guard and said that the thing is that her companion is actually a duke. She said with a smile that she thought it would be in their best interest to let them out quickly. The guard asked her with a grin what she was talking about, and he also asked why such a nobleman would allow himself to be brought here. He said that if he really was a duke, someone would have come for him long ago. A moment later, they heard footsteps. The Huntress was very happy and surprised. She knew that it was most likely the advisor coming for the Duke. The man greeted the guard and said that he had come here for Sena Rohil. The Duke and the Huntress looked at the man in surprise. The man looked at them and said that he was the butler of young Master Marcel. He said that he was here on his behalf and wanted to demand payment of 1,000,000 rupins. The Huntress was furious. She looked at the man and said that this was ridiculous. The man said that this amount took into account the damage that she had done to him today and all the other harm that she had done to him up to this point. The butler looked at her and said that after all it was her father who killed his master's mentor. The Huntress was furious. She looked at the butler and said that it was a lie. She said with fury that it was nothing more than an accident while on duty. Rashid came closer to her and asked what the man was talking about. Sena said that long ago, Alia Azel, Marcel's mentor, took on the task together with her father. The butler looked at her with disdain and told her that she had to accept the fact that Alia had taken on the request because of her father, and that was why she had been killed. Sena was furious. She said the woman had merely accepted a mission as a hunter. She said her father had done nothing wrong to her. The butler looked at her with disdain and said that in any case, she must make sure that she made amends for the damage by the end of the next day. He looked at her and said there was one condition. He looked at the Duke and told the Huntress that in order to seal the deal, her accomplice would have to be tied up and beaten by his young master. Then she wouldn't have to pay the amount. The butler looked at her with disdain and said that if the man knelt down now, he would probably escape a blow or two. The assistant ran to the master. In a hurry, he asked where the Duke was. The Huntress shouted to the butler that the Duke was locked in a wretched cell. His assistant was shocked. He looked at the Duke and asked how he could have ended up in such a place. Everyone present shuddered. They were shocked and very scared. They did not believe that he was really a Duke. The Huntress looked at the Duke's assistant and said that the man had said that he wanted to tie up the Duke and beat him. She looked at the assistant and asked if he could imagine such a thing. The butler was sweating with fear, and the guard in turn was quietly creeping towards the exit. The Duke's assistant's son turned around like lightning and looked at the butler. The butler was shocked. He looked at them and said that they had misunderstood everything. The young man looked at the butler with an angry look and asked who wanted to beat whom. Sometime later, they were already sitting at the table. The Duke called Aaron, who in turn shuddered. Everyone present was trembling with fear. The Duke looked at the assistant and asked what about what he asked him. Aaron looked at the master and said that he told him not to look for him or bother him if he was alone. The Duke, puzzled, said that he meant something completely different. The Duke said that he wanted to know if the one he asked him about, you, had finished last time. Aaron looked at the gentleman with a puzzled expression and said that he was almost finished. The assistant looked at those present and asked if they should not deal with them first. The men present winced. The butler bowed to the Duke and said that it was a great honor for him to be in the same room with him. Rashid looked at the butler and said that it would be better for him to meet him in person. The butler looked at the Duke with a puzzled expression and asked who he was talking about and who he wanted to meet. Rashid looked at the man and said that he had said earlier that his young master was not feeling well. The Duke said that he must certainly go and see for himself. The butler, puzzled, said that there was no need for that, as he knew that the Duke was very busy. The assistant looked at the butler intently and asked how he could resolve the conflict. The butler shook his head nervously and said that they didn't need to worry about it. Aaron glared at the man and asked what all this talk about beating up the Duke was about. The butler looked puzzled and said that he must have gone mad for days. He would even say such a thing. The butler looked at the Huntress and said that she was the only one who had to pay according to the contract. The Huntress asked, puzzled, if he seriously wanted her to pay such a large sum of money. He looked at her and asked if she really thought they would just let her go without paying her money. She said she didn't need to pay because there was no reason to. The Duke looked at them and said that he would pay on her behalf. Everyone froze, staring at the Duke. The Huntress was shocked. She did not understand what he wanted to do. The butler looked at the Duke and asked for forgiveness. He said it was the Huntress's duty. The Duke looked angrily at the man and asked if he really had any problems. The butler, looking at the Duke with puzzlement and nervousness, said that it would be an honor for them to return his money. Sena was furious. She asked the Duke why he had to pay her half. She was furious because she didn't want to be in his debt. She knew that he could force her to sell her own house if she did not pay him back. She looked at him and said that she would never borrow money from him, and in fact, there was no reason to pay such a ridiculous amount in the first place. She pointed at the butler and told him to show the way right now. She said furiously that she wanted to see what state Marcel was in. The butler was furious. He said that she was a very impudent person, and his master was not in a position to meet anyone at the moment. The Huntress was furious. She said that if he did not go with her immediately, she would certainly go alone. She looked at the butler and said that it was easy to find out where Marcel lived anyway. The butler was shocked. He said that she had better stop right now. Sena was in shock. She screamed at the butler to let her go. The butler screamed at her that he had already told her that his master was not well. The Duke looked at them and said he thought that as cellmates they should be in the same tray. The Duke looked at her and asked if she hadn't said that before. Sena looked at him in shock. She didn't expect him to act like that. His assistant was in shock. Aaron came closer to him and whispered to the gentleman if he was feeling unwell. The Duke sighed heavily and told his assistant to be quiet. Sena was furious, because instead of the required amount, they agreed to half. But the worst thing was that the Duke actually paid the entire amount. She knew that this meant that her house would be replaced. The Huntress turned around with lightning speed and told the Duke that she refused to sell her house. The Duke looked at her in bewilderment. She said furiously that she meant her house. She said that she would never, ever sell it. The Duke looked at her and said calmly that she should not do that. Sena looked at him in confusion and asked what he was talking about. He looked at her and said that she didn't have to sell him her house. He asked her if that was what she was so worried about. She looked at him in surprise and asked why he had paid the amount of money on her behalf then. He looked at her and said that it was done to make up for his actions last time. He smiled and said that moving forward he wouldn't pester her to sell her house. He smiled and said it would be nice if she could let him know if she ever changed her mind. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he really just gave her the money. Rashid looked at her and said that it was true. A moment later, he said goodbye to her and left. The Huntress was stunned and did not understand if he was really leaving now after coming all the way to her house. The Huntress wondered if he had just escorted her there for a reason. She looked after him in surprise and wondered what was wrong with him. The next morning, she woke up and heard some noise in the street. She still decided to see what was happening on the street, since the noise did not stop. She moved closer to the window because she wanted to know what was going on this time. She was surprised because she saw that a lot of people had gathered and there was also police. The Huntress felt a strange chill in her body because everyone was walking near her neighbor's house. She ran like lightning because she wanted to see what happened there. Sena was very worried about her neighbor and wondered if something could have happened to her. When she ran to the place, she saw a lot of people and their chatter did not stop. Out of breath, she looked at everyone in horror. They were shocked and couldn't believe that this had happened. Sena grabbed the woman's hand. She asked her what was going on and what had happened in the flower shop. The frightened woman looked at the Huntress and said that a thief had broken into this house. The Huntress was shocked. Those present whispered as they saw blood. The Huntress was very scared because she heard about the thief and saw blood. She looked in horror at the body being carried. Sena thought it was her neighbor's body. With lightning speed, she ran up to them. The man blocked her way and told her she couldn't come in. The Huntress was furious and said she had to check if it was Ellen. The man said angrily that she couldn't go there. The Huntress squeezed his shoulders. He was shocked because he didn't understand where she got her strength from. Sena pushed him angrily, and he fell. She grabbed the blanket. She hoped to see someone other than her neighbor. A moment later, she saw a frightened man. He looked at her with horror. He asked in a trembling voice who she was. The Huntress was in shock. She did not understand what was happening. The man asked again who she was. Ellen looked at her neighbor and laughed. She asked her if she was really that worried about her. Sena, looking away, said that she was told that there had been a burglary, and then she saw someone being carried out on a stretcher, and of course she became worried. She smiled and said that she was safe and sound and that everything was fine with her. Sena looked at her neighbor and asked who that poor fellow was lying on the stretcher. Ellen said it was one of the police officers who came to her when she filed the report. She said he just slipped on some water she accidentally spilled and hit it really hard. And his face was covered because he was too ashamed of the fall, which is what started all the confusion. The Huntress was shocked. She flinched because she thought that the officer was just a fool. She looked at her neighbor and asked if they had caught the thief. Ellen said that they hadn't caught him because the thief had escaped through the window before the police arrived. She said with a smile that she thought he left when he realized that she had nothing to profit from in the house. Sena said with a smile that she was glad Ellen was okay anyway. Ellen said she breathed a sigh of relief, as it would have been far more dangerous if he had mocked her while she was sleeping. Sena wondered if this situation with the thief was part of the plot. She thought that if the Duke had bought her house and started living there, everything would have been different. She imagined the moment when a thief broke into her neighbor's house. The man looked at her and told her furiously to give him everything she had. Ellen screamed with horror on her face and asked for help. A moment later, the Duke burst into her house and, looking intently at the man, angrily told him to let her go right now. The young lady looked at the Duke in surprise. The Duke in turn looked at the young lady and asked softly if she was hurt. The young lady looked at him with loving eyes. Sena knew that something like that could happen. She understood that her neighbor could be in danger because of her. Ellen looked at her neighbor and said that she was indeed fine. She smiled and said that she was well aware that their neighborhood was not the safest. Sena said, puzzled, that they were in a very questionable area. Looking at her neighbor, she knew that more incidents would happen in a dodgy neighborhood. In other words, it was the perfect place for the main character to get into trouble. Sena understood that this also meant that the heroine could face a real threat if she kept the protagonists from taking action against her. Sena didn't know if Dion could protect Ellen on her own. Ellen took her neighbor's hand and asked her to calm down. She said with a smile that she was very glad that she was next to her now. Sena looked at her neighbor in surprise. She didn't expect such pleasant words from her. Ellen smiled and said that a few days earlier, many neighbors had come to check on her. Ellen said with a smile that the fact that she is surrounded is the greatest blessing. Sena smiled as she looked at her neighbor. A moment later, she saw someone outside the window. Sena looked at her neighbor with a puzzled expression and said that it was time for her to go. Ellen was surprised by such a quick change in her neighbor. She looked at her intently and asked if it was really time for her to go. Sena said in a hurry that it was time for her to go, as she remembered an urgent matter. Sena smiled and told her neighbor not to forget to close the doors. Ellen said with a smile that she would certainly do everything, and said goodbye to her neighbor. A moment later, the young lady plopped down on the sofa. She was very glad to have such a kind and helpful neighbor. Sena ran like lightning after the man she saw outside the window. She knew that he was definitely following the protagonist, but she was still puzzled because she didn't know who it could be. She didn't understand why he needed to follow them. A moment later, she saw his silhouette. She looked at the man and shouted who he was. The man flinched as he did not expect to be chased. Sena switched on hunter mode and looked at the man with fury. With the speed of lightning, she rushed at him. A moment later, she had the man on the ground and asked him why he was there and why he was following Ellen. The man screamed in pain. He frantically asked her to get off and let him go. Sena was furious and shouted at him to answer her questions immediately. The man was spinning around and screaming that he had done nothing wrong. The Huntress was furious. She screamed and asked him who he was to follow Ellen. The young man shouted that he was Aaron. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and said that she was hearing that name for the first time. Aaron was shocked. He looked at her and asked if she was serious now, saying what they had just seen yesterday. The Huntress looked at him in surprise. A moment later, she remembered where she had seen him. A few minutes later, she realized that it was the Duke's advisor. She looked at him with horror, because she did not expect it to be him. The Huntress was a little puzzled, as she realized that the Duke had ended up buying a house next to the main character. Considering this, he must be filthy rich. The Duke's advisor looked at her and shouted furiously that he was neither a spy nor a thief. He looked at her and said that he did not even have the stamina to be one of them and could barely run for 10 seconds. She looked at him and said with a smile that if this was true, then he should get examined at the hospital. Aaron looked at her and said that she should definitely know that it was they who chased away that thief yesterday and then reported everything to the police. Sana was surprised and looking at him asked if they really were the ones who chased the thief away. She now understood why he ran away before the police arrived. Aaron said that it seemed the thief had not yet given them a chance to meet him, and so he ran away through the window. He smiled and said that they were very lucky that they noticed the incident immediately, and after that they became even more observant. He said that no one knew what might have happened if they had not intervened. The Huntress looked at him sharply and asked him to stop. She asked him if he had been a spy all along. She looked at him and asked if he had been following Ellen all this time, because she understood it from his words. She looked at him with a disdainful look and asked if the Duke was really a stalker. Aaron was shocked. He looked at the young lady and said that the Duke was not that kind of person. He said that she had not thought of it in the morning. He looked at her and said that Lady Ellen was simply a very important person to the Duke, and by doing so he was simply trying to protect her from those around her. Sana looked at him in surprise, wondering why he stuttered so much. She understood that such behavior of the young man made him even more suspicious. Aaron said that in any case he was very glad that Lady Ellen was okay, and everything else was not important, but he still felt a little sorry. After all, they really did not have the opportunity to have the lady's house completely under their supervision. He said that because of this, it took them a long time to realize that someone had broken into the house. Saina gave her companion a cold and angry look and said that she was not selling her house. She looked at him and said furiously that she would not sell your house under any circumstances. The young man said with a trembling voice that he understood her. A moment later, the Huntress looked at her companion and said that since they had cleared up all misunderstandings, she could leave. Aaron fully agreed with her and asked her to be careful. Sana was puzzled. She knew that something about this case was still very suspicious. She remembered the conversation with the advisor. Sana remembered that he stuttered too much, which made him very suspicious. She didn't know what that meant. She didn't know who they were to protect Ellen. Previously, she thought that the Duke simply fell in love with the main character, but now it seemed to her that the reason was deep, since he wanted to stay close to her. Sana walked to the window and stared at the house. She stared at the house that the Duke had bought earlier. She was shocked because she realized that the Duke had forced his men to stay up all night just to spy on the main character. She couldn't even imagine that they didn't have ulterior motives. She didn't understand what exactly the Duke was trying to do to the main character. A moment later, her thoughts disappeared as she heard a crash. She didn't understand what it was. She was surprised because she saw that the light in the house went out, and the noise only grew louder. She heard the Duke's voice. The Huntress was furious. She knew she couldn't just ignore her cellmate who paid for her stay here. With lightning speed, she took her sword and headed straight for the house. The Huntress crept up to the house unnoticed. She was a little puzzled because she had become too quiet. She didn't know if this was all because of her and she was just exaggerating. A moment later, she quietly opened the door. The Huntress was surprised and did not understand what had happened, that the Duke had not even closed his door. She smelled some strange odor. She was surprised because she smelled a sweet smell. What was alarming was that it was autumn. There could be such a strong smell of flowers. A moment later, the Huntress heard some strange creaking sound. She shuddered. She was puzzled because the sound did not stop and she did not know what it could mean. The Huntress reached into her pocket because she wanted to get something. She looked closely at her watch. She was surprised and did not understand why he appeared in this city. The Huntress was puzzled as she heard the noise and the Duke's voice. She turned towards the noise as she remembered him. A moment later she saw the Duke. She was confused, because she did not understand what had happened to him. The Duke was shaking with fear and asked for the noise to stop. The Huntress looked at the Duke and asked if he was all right. The Duke was muttering under his breath. He kept muttering. The Huntress came closer to him and, grabbing him by the clothes, told him to come to his senses. He looked at her with horror. She slapped him angrily on the back and told him to come to his senses. Sena gave the Duke a nasty look. The Duke looked at her in surprise. The Huntress looked at him and asked if everything was okay with him now. He looked at her and the task, but asked if she could have told him about it in advance. He said angrily that she should have warned him that there were ghosts in this house. The young lady was surprised because she did not expect there to be ghosts in the house. The Duke, puzzled, said that if he had known that there were ghosts in the house, he would never have stayed here alone. Sena was surprised because he was now seriously accusing her. She looked at him and said she thought this city was so dark that it attracted ghosts. She looked at him and asked if maybe they should find the source of the sound. The Duke looked at her with fear. The Huntress looked at him and said that she heard the sound coming from this direction and they could easily find the source by heading in that direction. The Duke looked at her with fear and said that she said they might meet a ghost. The Huntress looked at him sharply and said that it was just a joke. A moment later, she asked him to wait a little. She looked at him and asked with a grin if he was afraid of ghosts. The Duke shuddered. The Duke looked at her with anger and confusion and said that he was not afraid of ghosts at all. The Huntress mocked him as she saw that he was not afraid of ghosts at all. She looked at him and said that in that case, if he and she were not afraid of ghosts, then they should go and look for the source of the sound. The Duke was shaking with fear, but he said that it was a great idea and they could go. He asked her to show him the way. With lightning speed, the Huntress turned around and with a grin told him to follow her. A few minutes later, they were walking towards the source of the strange sound. The Huntress froze. The Duke asked in a trembling voice if this was really it. The Huntress looked at him and said that she would open the door now. When she entered the room, she saw nothing and there was silence in the room. The Duke was shaking with fear. He looked at his companion and asked her to give him some time to prepare. She asked him what he was saying. The Huntress asked if he really wanted her to open the other door right now. Opening another door, she said with a grin that the other room was also empty. The Duke looked at her with fear and imperceptibly pulled himself together. He timidly said that he was very sorry and also asked if they should go to the other room if there was nothing there. The Huntress smiled and said that she was coming only after him. Sena felt sorry for him, of course, but she still liked to tease him. She looked at the door and said that there was a sound coming from there and they needed to go there. The Duke looked at her with fear and asked if she really wanted to go down to the basement. The Huntress said that she could go down herself and he could stay upstairs. The Duke said angrily that he would not allow her to go down by herself. He said, puzzled, that perhaps there were no ghosts there at all. She looked at him in surprise and wondered how he was going to protect her if it wasn't a ghost. But she was still genuinely touched by his sudden gallantry. She looked at him and told him not to worry as she was a professional hunter and he should know that, and she was not easily hurt. The Duke, puzzled, said that in any case it would not be safe to go there alone. Sena looked at him sideways and said that if something really happened to her, there was something he needed to know. The Huntress said that if something bad happened to her, her house would become his private property. The Duke was shocked. He looked at her and asked what she was talking about. He was furious because he didn't expect her to say something like that. He looked at her and told her not to make him laugh and not to say something like that. A moment later, she laughed and asked him to relax as it was only a joke. The Duke was furious. He looked at her and asked how she could even joke at such moments. She looked at him and asked for forgiveness, saying that she had her reasons. The Duke said in a rage that whatever the reason, she should know the right time and place before making such a joke. She knew that very well, but she also knew that nothing conquers fear like blinding anger. They slowly descended into the basement. The young Huntress glanced sideways at the Duke and said that it would be better if he stayed here, since such things were really her specialty. The Duke looked at her in surprise and asked if she really wanted to go alone. Sena said that he did not need to worry and that she could manage on her own. She was puzzled because it was getting darker and it was difficult for her to see anything. A moment later, she took a monostone out of her pocket. The Huntress looked closely at the door and realized that the noise had stopped. The Duke looked at her and said that they could go back right now. Since the sound had stopped, it meant that everything was fine. But still, the Huntress knew that this was not right. She walked down slowly. The Duke looked at her with fear and asked if she was serious about going there. The Duke angrily told her to go back. The noise continued and they walked towards the door. The Duke trembled with fear and squeezed the Huntress's shoulders tightly. He looked at her and asked if she was sure of her actions, and also asked if she had changed her mind. The Duke looked at her and said that it was not too late to stop, but the Huntress was very angry. He pulled her close and asked if she was listening to him. She was furious and looked at him and told him to let her go. The Duke, in turn, looked at her with a pitiful look. The Huntress quickly turned around. She could barely contain her laughter. She was shocked and did not understand how it happened that he had the nickname of a cruel monster. She saw that he was not like that at all. The Duke appeared to her in a different light. Standing before the Huntress, he trembled with fear. She looked at him and told him to listen to her carefully. The Huntress looked at him closely and said that what was below was not a ghost at all. She said that it was most likely a demon. The Duke looked at her in surprise. Sena looked at him and showed him the stone. The Huntress said that this stone reacts to demons. Sena looked at him and asked if he had heard of it. She said that mages often use it too. She looked at him and said that the sweet smell that spread throughout the house was also proof. She was still puzzled, as she had no idea what this demon was doing here. The Duke looked at her with a puzzled expression and asked how the two demons had crossed the capital's barrier. Sena said that she didn't know either, but there was no need to worry about it now because she knew what type of demon they would encounter and how to get rid of it. She didn't have time to open the door before a strong stream of air knocked her off her feet. The Duke rushed towards her with a cry. With the speed of lightning, he caught her and pulled her towards him. Sena was surprised and confused. She did not understand why he pulled her so abruptly. The Duke looked at her angrily and asked if she was okay. She looked at him in surprise and a moment later became embarrassed. When she came to her senses, she rose up with lightning speed and asked him what he was doing. The Duke, looking at her, said that there had been a sudden gust of wind. He said that this was simply absurd, since there were no windows in the basement for the wind to enter the room. The Huntress looked at him, puzzled, and asked what was wrong with the little draft. She said that her back was hurting now. The Huntress looked at the ground in surprise, as she did not know where her stone had rolled. A moment later, she saw her stone. Sena was surprised and puzzled as she noticed a woman who looked like Ellen sitting in the corner. The Huntress looked at the doll in surprise and said with a smile that it looked like it was just a fake. The Duke, in turn, shuddered. The Duke was trembling. Sena smiled because she realized that he was scared again. A moment later, she looked at him with a smile. She had an idea. Perplexed, Sena asked him how she could pick up the stone. She said that her back hurts so much that she is afraid that she won't be able to do it. Sena looked at him and asked if he could lift the stone. He was very scared and asked if she really wanted him to go and lift the stone himself. Sena looked at him and said she couldn't move an inch because she had hit her back. She looked at him and told him to go and pick it up. The Duke knew it was his fault, and he had to do it. As he walked towards the stone, he was shaking very much with fear. The Huntress could barely contain her laughter. She couldn't believe that this was really the same man who had broken into her house a couple of days ago. The Duke looked at her and said with a smile that he had taken the stone. The Huntress looked at him intently and cursed. The Duke was frightened. He asked her what had happened. He turned around and saw an unpleasant and terrible sight. The Duke froze in place. He heard different voices. A moment later, a demon was flying towards him. The Huntress became frightened and called the Duke. She rushed towards him. Sena was furious because she knew she was right, and it was a demon. Sena ran up to him and asked if he was okay. The Duke was shaking and said in a trembling voice that it was Serena. The Huntress looked at him and asked him to pull himself together, but he was shaking with fear and kept saying it was a siren. A moment later, the demon appeared next to them again. The Huntress looked at the demon in surprise. She wondered if the demon had the same eye color as the Duke. The demon was advancing on them. The Huntress was scared because she knew that the ceiling could collapse at any moment. She grabbed the Duke with lightning speed and said that they had to leave immediately. They fell just before they left. They were in shock because as soon as they came out, the ceiling collapsed. The huntress looked at the Duke and asked if he was okay. The Duke looked into the distance, puzzled, and did not answer. A moment later, they heard a creak and saw a demon. They saw the sinister smile of the demon who laughed before them. The Duke was shaking with fear and screaming that he had not killed her at all. The huntress looked at him and told him to close his eyes. Sena looked at him intently and said that everything he saw now was unreal. The huntress said that it was just an illusion and there was nothing to be afraid of. She looked at him and with a smile told him to close his eyes and sit quietly. She calmly said that she would definitely come back for him. The Duke looked at her in surprise, but he still continued to tremble. A moment later he saw Serena. The Duke came closer to the young lady and said that he was very glad that she was okay. He looked at her and said that her uncle's father could not have made such an unwise decision. A moment later he saw a truly terrifying sight. The young lady turned around and asked him with a smirk on her face why he thought so. Sena looked at him and asked why he killed her. The Duke was breathing heavily and coughing. He was very scared. Sena looked at him and asked if he was feeling better. She smiled and said that it was all over now, so he didn't have to worry. She smiled and said that she had caught the demon. She came closer to him and said that it really was a demon, and everything he saw earlier was an illusion created by this demon, and that's why she told him earlier to close his eyes. Sena held out her hand, which held the little creature, and said that they were called avalakas. Lisa said that he had probably never heard of them, as they were very rare. The huntress said that they usually look like small bees, but they use their stingers to pierce their prey and peer into their nightmares. She said that they then project these nightmares into the real world as illusions, and while the victim is in confusion, they absorb their energy. And in some cases, demons can even eat the victim's body. She looked at him and asked if his fingers were okay. She said that these creatures like to eat fingers the most. Sena looked at him and asked if he remembered that sudden wind from earlier. Sena said that they did that too, and it was most likely magic, since there was a demon in front of them. He looked at her in surprise and asked how she had defeated him. She smiled and said that she was a hunter, and her specialty is just such demons that affect the mind, and she also has very good intuition. She smiled and said that she has a kind of sixth sense. The Duke was in shock. He could not believe that the nightmare that had haunted him for many years was being reproduced right before his eyes in real life. She looked at him and asked if he was okay, and also asked if he felt unwell. The Duke looked at her and said he was fine. He leaned over a little. A moment later he was already next to her. The Duke looked at her in surprise. The young huntress looked at the Duke in surprise. All this time the Duke thought that the huntress could only be aggressive, but it seemed he even noticed that she was pretty. The Duke looked at his young companion, puzzled and confused. He was in shock and did not understand what he was even thinking. He looked at her and said that they just needed to get out of here. The huntress looked at him and said that she agreed with him, and the sun would rise soon. She looked at him and extended her hand to him. She smiled and told him to grab her hand and she would help him up. He looked at her intently and smiled. A moment later he accepted her offer. After they went outside, all the neighbors came running to them. They were shocked and asked what happened because they heard a very loud noise. The huntress looked at them and said that it was nothing serious, just that the floor in the basement had collapsed because the house was old. She said that they shouldn't worry too much. They whispered to each other as if they were interested in whether everything was okay with their houses or not. Ellen ran to her neighbor and called her. Ellen looked at her neighbor and asked, "Is it true that the floor had caved in?" She also asked if she was okay. Ellen was shocked and said that Sena might have been hurt. The huntress looked at her neighbor and apologized. She said she didn't want her neighbor to worry. She looked at her and said the house was so worn out that the floor had suddenly caved in. Ellen looked at her neighbor and asked if she could ask her something. A moment later, Ellen asked what Sena was doing in the house with the Duke. Sena said, puzzled, that she was helping him move, and while they were moving some furniture, the floor collapsed. Ellen looked at her neighbor and said that she understood everything, and she was very glad that her neighbor was not hurt. The huntress was puzzled, as for a moment, looking at her friend, a chill ran down her spine. Ellen looked at the Duke. The Duke, in turn, glanced sideways at the young lady. Ellen looked at her neighbor and bowed, saying that it was time for her to go. The huntress, looking at her neighbor, smiled and said goodbye to her. Sena sighed heavily. She was glad that everything had finally calmed down. Aaron ran at full speed towards the Duke. He ran closer to him and shook him by the shoulders. He was very puzzled and asked how this could happen. Aaron at the gentleman and said that if he was going to get into trouble, he would like to be near him. The Duke looked at his subordinate and told him to calm down and just take it and study it. The young man looked at his master in surprise and asked for forgiveness. He asked what exactly he needed to study. The Duke called the young Huntress. She looked at him in surprise. The Duke looked at the Huntress and told her to give it to him. The Huntress slowly reached into her pocket. Sena took a small creature out of her pocket. The Duke looked at the creature with disgust. The young man looked at the demon in surprise and asked what he was doing here. Rashid looked at him and told him to come back immediately and examine it. Rashid also told Aaron to call the doctor. The Huntress looked at the Duke in surprise and asked why the doctor was needed. A moment later she looked at him, puzzled. The Duke slowly wiped her hand. He was treating her wound. She couldn't stand it anymore. She looked at him and said that she would handle it herself from now on. The Duke looked at her, puzzled and angry. Sena felt damn awkward. She knew that such burns were common when working with mana stones. Mana stone is a tool that helps use magic even for those who lack mana. However, sometimes there are those who are not able to use magic, so they cannot use stones. And Sena was one of them. When a person uses magic with a stone, once the mana in it runs out, the stone turns black. But the Huntress came up with her own way of using the stone. To fight monsters, she came up with different ways to use the stone. It causes the mana inside the stone to quickly seep out. And then she used the rock as an explosive. This method is very effective, and the explosion is very big. This way you can defeat the beast with ease. The Huntress, in turn, was very happy that she was able to win with ease. Sena was a little puzzled, as she was curious about what the demon was doing in the capital. She had heard before that demons had not been able to break through the barrier for hundreds of years. The Duke watched the Huntress closely. He looked at her and asked if this happened often. She looked at him and said that she was a hunter. She said that she thought that she didn't owe him anything anymore anyway. He looked at her and asked in surprise what she was talking about. Sena smiled and said that she was talking about him helping her get out of jail recently. She said that she wasn't sure if her help was worth the amount he paid for it. Rashid sighed heavily and said with a smile that it was worth that amount and even more, since, after all, it saved his life. He looked at her and said with a smile that if there was anything she needed, she could come to him. Sena looked at him in surprise and asked with a smile if it was true. She said that she wanted to know from him what he knew about that demon. The Duke looked at her and said he couldn't tell her anything. The Huntress was surprised. She looked at him and said that he himself had recently said that she could ask for anything. He looked at her and said that she could ask for anything except that. The Huntress was furious. She said that not only was she a huntress, but she also lived here. She said that a demon had appeared right next to her home, and therefore she had a right to know why. He looked at her and said he wouldn't talk. She was furious because she said that a demon had appeared in the capital. She looked at him and asked if no one would be worried that something like this could happen again. The Duke looked away and said that he would not tell her anyway. She was furious because he kept repeating the same thing. She did not understand why she was sitting with him if he was telling her the same thing. Aaron entered the house and asked for forgiveness. He said that he had brought the doctor. He noticed that the atmosphere between them was very tense. He stared at them as they continued to rage, and the atmosphere grew tense. The young man asked, puzzled, if everything was okay. The Huntress was furious. She looked at them and shouted that everything was fine. Sena was furious. The Huntress looked at the Duke and wondered if he thought she had no other places to get information. Sena wanted to tell him that she had her own methods, but she remained silent. The Huntress walked down the street and recalled what had happened. Sena was puzzled by the fact that she had seen a demon in the city. She understood that even though it was a lower-class demon, it was still there. She knew that if a demon appeared in the capital, there was something wrong with the barrier. She knew that if this became known, the entire empire would tremble. She thought that it was probably because of this that the Duke did not want to tell her anything, as he was worried that he might raise a ruckus. A moment later, she felt that there was someone behind her. She was confused and scared because she didn't know who was behind her. She didn't understand why she didn't notice them while she was walking down the street. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. She mentally scolded herself because, of course, she was lost in thought, but still she knew that this was no reason not to watch what was happening around her. The man looked at her and asked if it was injured. Sena was shocked because she heard a familiar voice. The young huntress looked at her friend intently and in surprise. She stared at him for a moment without answering his question. She was a little taken aback, because for some reason she felt like his gaze sent a chill down her spine. She felt uneasy, and wondered if it was because she hadn't expected to see him. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen him since that day. As her thoughts were occupied with the incident with Marcel and with the Duke, she was a little puzzled, as she had completely forgotten about her friend. Dion looked at her and called out. He wanted to hear the answer to his question. He looked at her and in a voice full of concern asked if she was hurt. The huntress was surprised because now he was completely different. Sena stared at him in surprise as she felt as if she saw two different people in front of her. Just a moment ago, he was completely different, and his gaze was cold and angry. Dion asked her in confusion what had happened to her. She looked at him and said with a smile that a small problem had switched with her, and nothing serious. The young man was surprised. He looked at her and asked what kind of problem it was that left her with a wounded hand. She looked at him puzzled, not knowing how to answer his question, but a moment later, she remembered that he was the son of the guild master. Sena thought that he might know something about the demon after all. She looked at him and asked with a smile if he had a free minute. Sometime later, they were sitting in a cafe and eating. The huntress enjoyed the delicious food. He looked at her and asked if she liked it. She smiled and said that she had not meant for him to treat her, as she had just wanted to talk a little. Dion looked at her and said with a smile that it was already time for lunch anyway, so one thing did not interfere with the other. Dion looked at his companion and asked if the demon had really appeared in the capital. He said that it seemed that the matter was more serious than he had assumed. She looked at him and said that if he managed to find out anything about it, she would be very grateful if he would tell her too. He looked at her and said with a smile that he would definitely tell her everything. The huntress was amazed, as she noticed that her companion was very elegant at the table. She realized that he looked like a well-bred young gentleman in everything, but she still wondered who she had seen Dion. Sena thought that he most likely had a split personality. He looked at her and told her not to help the Duke from now on. He said that their first meeting with him had not gone well. Dion asked her if she knew about the bad rumors that surrounded him. Dion said that she should stay away from him. The huntress looked at her companion and said that she was not sure about that, since first of all he was her neighbor, and besides, he had recently helped her out very much. She looked at him and said that she no longer held a grudge against the Duke and that he seemed like a good man to her. She said that his men had helped Ellen when thieves had broken into her house. Dion gave Sena a cold look and asked what thieves he was talking about. Sena looked at Dion in surprise and asked if she hadn't mentioned them. The huntress told her companion everything and said that he had nothing to worry about, as the young lady was fine. Dion looked at her silently. A moment later, he looked at her and asked, "What about her?" The huntress looked at him in surprise. She looked at him and said that she was okay, since the thief had not broken into her house, but into the neighboring one. She looked at him and asked if he wanted to visit Ellen. Dion looked away and said he was thinking about it. She could see that he was still worried about how he would meet Ellen. Sena knew that it didn't matter how real he was. Still, Sena thought his feelings for Ellen were false. She thought that if it all turned out to be a pretense, then he was probably a brilliant actor. Dion looked at her with a smile. He moved the plate of food closer to her and told her to eat another portion, as he had cut the meat especially for her, since she had hurt her hand. The huntress was surprised. Sena looked at him and asked if she could really eat it. A moment later, she was enjoying a delicious meal. She realized that she didn't have to pay attention to the fact that he had two personalities. She knew the main thing was that he was kind to her. Dion looked at her and asked what she was going to do after dinner. The huntress thought for a moment. She said that she wanted to go to the library and find some information about the demons that had appeared in the capital. He looked at her and asked if she wanted him to go with her. Sena looked at him and said that everything was fine, and he had already done a lot for her by treating her to delicious food. He looked at her and said that she couldn't even hold a knife because her hand was injured. He smiled and said that she might need his help. She looked at him puzzled and said that he seemed to be right. Sometime later, they came to the library. The Huntress was looking around the library. Sena was a little puzzled as this was not part of her original plan. What she really wanted to do was ask the guards if they had any leads on the demon case. She wanted to quietly and inconspicuously get some useful bits of information that would lead her to answers. But she still knew that she would be too conspicuous if she walked around the capital with her friend. She understood that in the future, with his help, she could meet with the guild's mages. The Huntress decided to push all thoughts aside and focus on the demon she saw that morning. She wanted to get more information about him. A library worker approached the young men and greeted them, then she asked for their identification. They slowly showed their documents. The young lady was shocked when she saw the young man's document, as it was very handsome. She even praised his beauty out loud. The library worker decided to pull herself together quickly and greeted the young man again, calling him Russell Dar. He looked at her and smiled. Sena was shocked. She looked at him sideways with suspicion and wondered who the hell was Russell Durr. The librarian looked at them and said with a smile that the book they were looking for was there. She smiled and wished them a pleasant time. They walked slowly in the direction the girl had indicated to them. The Huntress looked closely at her friend. She was surprised and did not understand why he was just walking and keeping silent. She stared at him. Sena wanted him to reveal his identity and tell her who Russell Durr was. She wondered if this guy was really the Dion she knew. She had previously heard that several hunters had had the chance to meet him in person. She thought that he was most likely a simple fake. She glanced sideways at him intently. A moment later, she asked him what was the matter. He looked at her and said that he needed to tell her something. The Huntress was surprised. She didn't think he would reveal his identity so quickly. Looking away from the Huntress, he said that the truth was that. Sena looked at him intently and impatiently. She wanted him to explain everything to her as soon as possible. The young man shouted angrily that he hated libraries with all his soul. The Huntress was surprised. She did not expect to hear such a thing. She looked at him with a smile and asked what this time. He looked at her and timidly said that he might just fall asleep while reading. He asked her not to leave without him. After his words, an incomprehensible atmosphere reigned between them. She looked at him and was puzzled, but said that she understood that he was hardly a book lover. Dion looked at her and said that he really hated books. Sena was furious because she didn't understand how he could say this seriously. Looking away from him, she said she was just curious to know who Russell Durr was. Dion looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. She looked at him in shock, as she did not expect him to say that. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she was asking him about the documents he had recently shown. Dion smiled and said that his father had ordered the documents to be made for him, and he himself did not know who that name belonged to. The Huntress looked at him and said with a smile that she understood everything, but a moment later she asked if it wouldn't be better to use her real name. He looked at her and timidly said that he was not actually registered as a hunter. Sena was surprised. She looked at him and asked why this happened. He said it was because many people were wary of him, since he was the chief's eldest son. That's why no one wanted him to become a hunter. He looked at her and said with a smile that, to tell the truth, he did not want to take over his father's business. The Huntress was surprised. She said that she had previously thought that the chief truly cared about him. She smiled and said that he even created fake documents for him. He looked at her and said he wasn't sure about that. Sena was very puzzled because whenever she mentioned his father, his mood immediately deteriorated. She thought that she should talk less about him. She tried to reach the book, but her hand hurt very badly. Dion came closer and asked if this was the book she wanted. She looked at him sideways in surprise. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she was glad that he went with her. She glanced at him sideways and thanked him for his concern. He saw the book and its title. It was a bestiary of telepathic demons, written by Elliot Raffman. Sena smiled and said that he had spent his entire life tracking and studying demons, and he was also the first to compile a bestiary of demons. She said that this book specifically described telepathic demons. She was very happy, because the thing was that the demon she had recently encountered in the basement was telepathic. Dion looked at the book and said that he understood everything. He looked at the book in surprise and read a passage. The author wrote that as soon as she cast her spell, he froze in his tracks. The author wrote that she touched his lips with her tongue and began to slowly run her red claws along his thigh. With lightning speed, the young Huntress slammed the book shut. She was shocked and didn't understand what was wrong with this book. She looked at the book and saw the subtitle, Studying the Irresistible Seduction Charms of Succubi. Sena was shocked. Dion called her. Sena looked at him, puzzled. The young man looked at his companion, smiling. The Huntress, in turn, looked at him, embarrassed. She was very embarrassed and didn't know what to answer him at all about such a book. The young man looked at her and said with a smile that it seemed the author was very dedicated to his work. She looked at him confusedly and said that it seemed so. She looked at him and said that he could go sit somewhere and she could handle it herself. With lightning speed, she ran away from him. Dion was in shock. He only had time to shout at her to settle down. He was very surprised because she left, and very quickly. The Huntress was very angry because she had counted on the book, but something went wrong. She had heard before that he had fought demons, risking his life in the name of science. She was very angry. Sena knew he didn't have to go so far as to end up describing his encounters with the succubi in such detail. Sena was shocked because she realized that her companion might think that she ran away with the book to read this vulgarity all alone. Sena was furious. A girl came up to her and asked her to be quiet in the library. She wondered, standing by the shelf of books, what was the point of worrying about everything now? She decided to read the book anyway. Leafing through the book, Sena thought that everything should be given credit to the author. She knew that, of course, given the general nature of the book, it was all vulgarity, but at least it was all organized. Sena was surprised because she came across information that was useful to her. She was very happy because she saw the demon she had caught last night. But she was still a little puzzled because there was not much information about him. She knew that this demon was not native to this area, and it was not strong enough to break through the capital's barrier. She was puzzled and did not know who had caught him and deliberately released him in the capital. Sena stretched after reading for a long time. She realized that it was time to go back. She was very surprised because, looking out the window, she realized that it was already sunset. Sena looked around and looked for her friend. She decided that he might have left because she was so late. She was puzzled because she did not know how she could find her friend in such a big place. A moment later, she saw a man. She was surprised because he looked suspicious. A moment later, Sena saw that he had purple hair. She was surprised and puzzled as she realized for a moment that this was most likely the suspicious man who had come to Ellen. She was very puzzled and decided to follow him. She was a little surprised because she didn't understand where he was rushing to in such a hurry. The Huntress started following him. She saw him enter the room where all the forbidden books were kept. She was puzzled because a suspicious guy was sneaking into the forbidden area. She was puzzled because she wanted to find out if he was following her friend, and if he could harm her. Sena knew she had to find out what he was up to. The Huntress watched him quietly. She was puzzled and wondered how much longer he would walk around the library. She knew that using magic in the library was forbidden, so if she had to fight him, then victory would definitely be hers. The man slowly turned the corner. She was surprised and looked at him intently. The Huntress was puzzled and did not understand why he was returning back. She knew she had to turn around too. A moment later, she heard some rustling. She raised that she would have big and serious problems if she was caught, since she was wandering in a restricted area. She knew she had no choice but to hide behind the shelves immediately, but, unexpectedly for her, someone grabbed her hand. In a hurry, someone pulled her. Sena was shocked. She did not expect such a thing. She screamed furiously to be let go. A moment later, she heard her friend telling her to be quiet because it was him. The Huntress was surprised and did not understand how he was able to find her. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing there. Dion looked at her and told her to be quiet, and he would explain everything to her later. A moment later, she heard the man approach another man and say that he had searched everywhere for him. The Huntress was surprised, as the man called his opponent, and at that, my lord. Sena was surprised. The man looked at his opponent and asked if he recognized anything. The man said he thought the Duke was starting to suspect something and they had to find this child first. The man said that they had to find Ellen. Sena looked at them puzzled. She knew that the Marquee was looking for Ellen. She roughly remembered the beginning of the mystery in the flower shop, and there was a mention of Marquee Euclise. During her stay with the Marquee's family, the young protagonist was subjected to many sufferings. She called them all bad people, except for the Marquee himself. When it came to him, she could not decide which word to use for him, good or bad. It was rather ambiguous. The members of the Marquise's house did not treat her humanely because she was an illegitimate child. At every opportunity they beat, mocked, and insulted her. But despite the fact that everyone hated her, there was one person who provided her with a room, clothes, food, and maids, and that was the Marquee. But nevertheless, he never came to visit her. Unlike other members of the Marquee's family, it was as if he did not want to acknowledge her existence. Even at shared meals, they didn't notice her. Every time they ate, they made fun of her. The younger members of the family asked her with a grin why she didn't eat the food that was on her head. The older members of the family paid no attention to the abuse. No matter how much his children and wife mocked the main character, the Marquee never tried to stop them. But at the same time, he never tried to make the young lady's situation worse. It was as if the young lady didn't exist for him at all. The Huntress was puzzled. She wondered if the Marquee had always been like this. Why was he trying to find her now? The Huntress was sure that the purple-haired man who came to her store was definitely right in front of her now. The Marquee looked at the man and asked what about the girl from the flower shop who looked exactly like Ellen. The man looked at him and said that he checked her out. Sana and Dion froze in place. The man said she was not Ellen, and she was a completely different person. The Marquee was shocked. He looked at his opponent and asked if they were mistaken. Sana looked at Dion and asked what they were talking about. Dion told her to be quiet. The man said that when they first came to her store, she was very kind and nice to them, just like before. But the second time she attacked his subordinate with a broom and drove him away. The Marquee looked at him and said he hoped that was not the reason he had claimed the girl was not Ellen. The man looked at the Marquee and said that of course it was not that, for he had made sure for the third time that she was not Ellen. The Marquee looked at him puzzled and asked what she did the third time. The young lady was very angry and cursed them with fury. She shouted that he should live a better life than this. The young lady was very angry at the man. She screamed that he was just a crazy pervert. The Marquee looked at his opponent with bewilderment and told him to stop this pointless conversation. The Marquee said he had heard enough. Sana and Dion were in shock. They did not expect that their sweet and kind Ellen said all this. Sana looked at her neighbor and asked if Ellen understood everything she had told her earlier. The Huntress looked at her intently and said that if she wanted to survive in this dangerous world, she needed to know a few bad words. The Huntress told her neighbor that if she thought she was approached by one of the Duke's men, she should tell them exactly what she had just told her. Sana looked at the young lady and asked if she understood her. Ellen said that she understood. Sana looked at her and said that it was very good and now they needed to practice a little. Ellen screamed with fury all the curse words that her neighbor had said to her earlier. Sana was shocked because she realized that her neighbor repeated everything that she had taught her back then. The Huntress was a little puzzled, as she had never told her some of the words that were being said at that moment. She understood that her neighbor's creativity was simply off the charts. Dion looked at Sana and laughed. She thickened with lightning speed, covered her friend's mouth with her hand, and told him to be quiet, because if they were caught, they would be in big trouble. The Marquee looked at the man and said that the young lady was definitely not the type to speak like that. The man looked at the Marquee and said that he still wanted to check her again to make sure it wasn't her. The Marquee, puzzled, said that the girl had seen what he looked like, and if she recognized him, she would try to run away. The man told the Marquee not to worry about it because he would disguise himself. The Marquee looked at him and said that he understood everything. He also asked the man if he had any information that he wanted to report to him. The man looked at the Marquee and said that this was all the information he had for today. Sana was surprised as she noticed that they were finally about to leave. The Marquee looked at the man and said that it was time for them to leave now. Dion, still laughing, looked at Sana and asked how she came up with the idea of teaching Ellen swear words. Sana looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew it was her. Dion smiled and said that it was written all over her face. The Huntress was puzzled, saying that she had taught her neighbor the words so that she could use them against the Duke and his men. She said she thought it had some effect, albeit in a slightly different way. Dion laughed and said that in the end it worked, and besides, it was really quite effective. The Huntress said she felt like he should pay her since he enjoyed it so much. He looked at her and said with a smile that it was a great idea. He smiled and said he couldn't even remember when he laughed so hard, and it was all thanks to her. The Huntress was puzzled and said she was just joking. He looked at her and asked her with a smile if it was true. She realized that she really should think about what she was saying to her boss's son. He looked at her and said with a smile that he was actually joking too. The Huntress looked at her friend, surprised and puzzled. A moment later, she looked at him and asked if he wasn't worried. The young man looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. The Huntress said that the Marquee was looking for her neighbor and perhaps he would try to bring her back. The young man did not really answer her question. She was surprised because he didn't react to everything that was happening. She knew that her neighbor could be taken to a horrible place and abused again. She wondered if he was being too careless. The Huntress understood that her neighbor's safety was very important, and it would cause her a lot of trouble if dangerous people continued to hang around her. She knew that if they started fighting each other and as a result they could damage her house, she was furious at the thought and swore that she would kill them all. The young man looked intently at his companion. She looked at him in surprise as she noticed his intent gaze. She looked at him and saw a beautiful and soft smile on his face. Sena looked at him and asked why he was looking at her so intently. Dion, confused and embarrassed, apologized to her for making her feel awkward. He said he was just curious because when he was around her, time flew by. He said he also had a lot of fun with her. She was surprised because he said he was having fun with her. She looked at him and asked what he was going to do after all this. Dion said he wasn't sure because he hadn't thought about it at all. She looked away from him and said that it was all true, since she knew that he had not yet thought about it. A moment later, she looked at him furiously and asked how he could not think about it. She asked what about Ellen. He looked at her in surprise but said nothing. The Huntress was furious because he had no reaction. She wondered if he was not supposed to be in love with the main character. She didn't understand why he was acting like this. She was furious and couldn't understand how he could react like that when he was told that his loved one could be in danger. He looked at her and said that her friend was safe thanks to her. He asked her if she was going back home now. Dion smiled and said that he could take her now. The Huntress was in shock. She didn't understand what was wrong with him. She didn't understand how she was supposed to understand this. Anna looked at the Huntress and said that, perhaps in reality, this could only mean that he no longer loved her. The Huntress was shocked. She said that this simply couldn't be, since he had previously said that she was his first love and that he had been in love with her for a long time. Anna said that she understood everything, and in that case he tries not to think about it anymore and move on. The Huntress was a little surprised, as she did not expect him to change his mind so quickly. She quietly said that it was because this was the plot line and was meant to be like that from the beginning. Anna looked at her in surprise and asked what she said. The Huntress looked at her and said with a smile that she hadn't said anything and that she didn't need to bother her head. The Huntress was a little confused, as she had driven the Duke away to help the young man get closer to her neighbor. She didn't know what to do next. Sena didn't know who would protect her now. Anna looked at the young Huntress and asked who they were talking about. Anna smiled and told her that Sena should just not say that they were talking about her. Sena smiled and said that it was not about her, but about her friend. Anna looked at the Huntress with a smile. Osana said that they needed to stop this conversation, and she came to her to ask something. Anna looked at her in surprise and said that she thought she just came to ask for dating advice. Sena said in surprise that she said it wasn't about her. Anna looked at her and asked what she wanted to ask her. The Huntress asked if there was anyone from the Operational Investigation Department in the association now. Anna looked at the Huntress and told her to wait a little and she would find out. Anna was surprised because she saw information that today everyone had left on business. The Huntress looked at her in surprise and asked if the entire department had gone somewhere. Anna said that it was very strange, since this usually did not happen. The Huntress thought about it. Sena thought that maybe the Duke was deliberately preventing outsiders from contacting the departments in order to hide the demon case. She looked at her and said that maybe there was something wrong with the recording, and they were already back. She looked at the Huntress and asked if she could go up and wait for them. Sena looked at her in surprise and asked if she could do that. Anna said that she could, and the department was on the 3rd floor. The Huntress was a little surprised since the door was closed. She thought that she should just rush in, but still she knew that it was too much. The Huntress thought they probably wanted to let everyone know that she was interested in talking. She knew they would be unlikely to answer her questions if she met them. She was surprised because the door was unlocked. She couldn't believe it and wondered if the author had given her the power to open doors. The young man looked at her and said that she had come earlier than he thought. The Huntress was in shock and couldn't believe what she was seeing. She looked at him and was puzzled but asked what he was doing there. Dion looked closely at the documents. A moment later, he looked at her with a smile and said that he had been waiting for her. Sena was very surprised. She asked Dion in confusion if he was really waiting for her. Dion looked at her and said with a smile that it was exactly like that. He asked her if she didn't remember what she had told him yesterday on the way home. He looked at her and said that she herself said that she would go to the operational investigation department today. Sena was shocked, because she remembered that she said such a thing. But still, she was angry, because she did not mean that she wanted to meet him today under such circumstances. Sena looked at the door in confusion and asked Dion how he managed to open the door. A moment later, she asked him if the door was not locked. Dion looked at her with a smile and said that he opened it. He showed her the key and said that he had opened the door with this very peg. On the key was written the name of a man, Andy Roswell. Sena was shocked. She looked at him and said in a puzzled tone that he should not say that he stole it. Looking at his companion, he said with an innocent smile that he had stolen the key from a magician from the operational investigation department. Dion gave her the key, and with a smile said that it was a gift. Sena was in complete shock. She didn't expect this from her friend. She thought he wasn't capable of this. Looking at him, she realized that it looked like he was going to act like a crazy bastard today. They hurriedly went through document after document, searching for the necessary information. While going through the documents, Sena asked Dion when he had arrived, since there were no mages from the department here. Without looking up from the documents, Dion said that he had arrived and there was no one there. The office was empty. Sena looked at him and asked what he thought would happen to the key's owner when the key was discovered missing. Dion calmly said he didn't know, but he would probably get a scolding from his boss. She looked at him puzzled and asked what would happen if strangers were able to get into the office using the key. He looked at her and said that then he would surely get an even bigger scolding from his boss. The Huntress was shocked. She didn't want the human, who was innocent, to get scolded. In her mind, she asked him for forgiveness. She hoped that he would survive. He looked at her sideways and said that that was why they needed to search everything quickly and leave as soon as possible. The Huntress, puzzled, said that she understood everything. The Huntress looked at the documents and saw that there was nothing there. She did not see the report about the demon that was found in the Duke's house. She was puzzled since they had already searched everywhere. He looked at all the documents and said that it was impossible for the department to miss such a case. Sena said that they were most likely hiding it and would probably not tell them anything if they asked. The young man looked at her and said that she was absolutely right. A moment later, he said that it meant that they had to try another way. He looked at her and said with a smile that they needed to clean up and then go. Sena looked at him and asked him, puzzled, if she could ask him something. He looked at her and asked her with a smile what she wanted to know. She looked at him and timidly asked if he had really given up on his feelings for Ellen. Turning away, he said that it was so, and he decided to let her go. Sena was surprised because she realized that her friend Anna was right. He looked at her and said with a smile that he thought the young lady would be better off with the Duke. The Huntress was surprised and wondered if the secondary character really wasn't destined to end up with the main character. She came closer to him and put her hand on his shoulder. The Huntress said tenderly with a smile that he was beautiful, just the way he was. She told him not to think so badly of himself. The young man was surprised. He looked at her and asked if she was serious. Sena smiled and said that attack is it. She said that he will definitely please someone and will become the best husband. She smiled and told him not to be upset, as she is sure that he will meet a wonderful person one day. She knew his split personality thing was a wake-up call of sorts. He looked at her and asked with a soft smile if she would make him feel better. The Huntress was surprised, as she did not expect to hear something like that from him. He looked at her intently and with a soft smile as he was waiting for an answer. She looked at him and timidly said that she doubted that she could make him laugh as much as she had yesterday. Dion looked at her in surprise, holding her hand near his heart. He laughed and asked if she really thought he was asking for something like that. She was surprised. Sena looked at him and asked if that was not so. She looked at him in surprise and confusion and asked what she could do to make him feel better. Still laughing, he said that she just needed to stay close to her. Sena looked at him with confusion and asked what he was talking about today. Dion looked at her and said that today would be great. Dion asked her if she didn't think it would take him more than one day to feel better. She realized that he wanted her to spend time with him whenever he was in a bad mood. She understood that this was a natural desire for someone who had just had their heart broken. She knew that he just needed a friend to help him forget the pain. He looked at her and said that since they had already brought it up, how about we go out and get something to eat together? Sena was a little puzzled, as she was indeed very busy today. After all, she urgently needed to find a new job. She looked at him and asked if maybe they could meet another day. The young man was a little confused and upset. She looked at him and said with a smile that they needed to leave quickly. She said that they needed to clean up quickly before anyone came. She was a little surprised because she didn't understand why I felt guilty towards him now. She told herself that it wasn't her who left him. After they had cleaned up, the Huntress said with a smile that now everything looked as if they had not been there. Dion looked at the room and said that they had cleaned everything perfectly. He looked at her and said that it was time for them to go. The Huntress was surprised and shocked as she heard someone coming. The Huntress took her companion by the hand and said that they needed to leave quickly as they had illegally entered the room. The Huntress looked warily in the direction from which the sound came. The young man was surprised as she pressed him against the wall, but at the same time he was very embarrassed by such closeness. He looked at her in surprise and called out. Sena didn't answer and continued to watch. A moment later, she said that they had already left. She looked at him and asked him angrily what he was even thinking trying to leave like that. She asked him what if someone saw them. Dion thought for a moment and said that they could tell them that they had urgent business to attend to. She was furious and didn't know who would believe it. Sena knew that if they were any closer to each other, she would have punched him in the face 100 times. She decided to calm down a little because she knew that it was about her boss's son. She looked at him and told him to listen to her carefully. She looked at him and asked if he knew how attractive he was. The boy was puzzled. He looked at her and asked if he was attractive. Sena looked at him and asked if he was serious about not understanding. Looking at him, Sena said that he had shiny silver hair, bright blue eyes, and a damn cute face. She said, puzzled, that everyone would be looking at him wherever they went. Sena said that even that librarian from yesterday probably sang songs about him all day. The young man, looking at her, laughed. She was furious. Looking at him with a fierce look, she asked what he was laughing at. He looked at her and apologized. He smiled and said that he just didn't think she thought he was handsome. Dion smiled and said that she was very serious about it. Dion came closer to her and said that in any case he understood everything, and from now on he would be more careful. He said that she still had to keep her promise. The Huntress was surprised and asked what promise he was talking about. Dion looked at her and said with a smile that she had said earlier that she would make him feel better. He asked if she remembered that. The task hunter but looked away and said that she remembered. She looked at him and said that she would make sure to keep her promise. Sometime later, the Huntress got tired and looked at the young man who was knocking on her door. Dion looked at her and asked if they could go out for a bite to eat. He smiled and said he wanted to feel better. She looked at him in surprise and said that it was only 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Sena was shocked because she didn't know that their parties would start the very next day. He looked at her and asked if it wasn't time for lunch. She looked at him in surprise and asked what of it. The young man looked at her with a smile. A moment later, he took her hand and pulled her. He said that it was time for them to eat. The Huntress was shocked and screamed at him to stop. The next day, Dion also came to her. He looked at her and said sheepishly that he came today at 1 o'clock because she had said yesterday that 12 was too early. He sheepishly said that he promised her that this time he would not drag her out by force. The day after that, he also came and asked with a smile if she wanted to check out the new dessert cafe. And the next day he came to her and asked her if she liked Western food. He said with a smile that he was in the mood to try it today. Sena looked at him puzzled and asked why he didn't come in first. She said she had to clean the house today. He looked at her and thanked her for the invitation. A moment later, he walked into her. She was shocked because she noticed that he was not even embarrassed to go inside. She was shocked and furious because she didn't know that her promise meant hanging out with him every day. She was shocked because she hadn't even started her investigation into the demon and the Marquee. And she hadn't found a job yet. Sometime later, they heard a knock on the door. The huntress looked at her friend, puzzled, and said that she had not expected anyone today. The young man looked at her and said that he would open her place. The huntress thanked him for this. Opening the door, he saw the Duke. The Duke, in turn, thought that the huntress had opened the door for him, and he asked her if she had a minute. Dion closed the door with lightning speed. Sena was surprised and called Dion. A moment later, they were all sitting in the room. She looked at them and offered them tea. Dion and Rashid thanked her for the tea. The huntress stared at them, realizing that this was how workers felt when they served inconvenient guests. The atmosphere between them was oppressive. Sena knew she had to pull herself together because she shouldn't feel like this, because this was her home. The Duke looked at her and said he had come to make a deal with her. Dion, for his part, was very angry. He looked at the Duke and said there would be no deal. The Duke looked at him and said he wasn't asking him. Dion looked at him and said it didn't matter because she would tell him no anyway. The Duke looked at the boy and asked if anyone had ever told him that he was a real pain in the ass. The boy looked at him and said that he had just said so. Dion Senu and asked why she invited the Duke here. The Duke, furious, asked why she invited this runt into her house. The huntress was furious. She looked at them and shouted that this was her house. She said that she could do whatever she wanted because it belonged to her. She looked at them and said furiously that she could throw them both out of here if she wanted. A moment later, silence fell between them. The huntress knew that this was right, as she was the queen of her house. The huntress looked at the Duke and asked what proposal he had to make her. The Duke hesitated for a moment. A moment later, he said that, as she already knew, the basement of his new house was in some disrepair. Consequently, he planned to fix it up, but, as he was told, the basement was not the only problem. She looked at him and nodded. The huntress said it was an old house. He said that was why he decided to renovate all the rooms while he was at it. It would probably take a month or two. Dion was angry. The huntress looked at them and said that it sounded reasonable, since there would be a lot of work. The huntress was puzzled, as she knew that this meant that no one would protect the main character anymore. The Duke looked at her and said that this was his offer. Looking at the huntress, he said that he would like to rent this house while construction was underway. Dion was furious. He looked at the Duke and said that he would never allow this to happen. The Duke looked at them and said he didn't mean the whole house, he just wanted one room. He said he would definitely pay her, so they could even sign a contract. Dion said furiously that the answer was the same. The Duke looked at the huntress and asked why they didn't renew the contract monthly. He said that he would definitely pay the rent once a month. He showed her the contract. Dion was furious. He looked at the sycophant and told her not to say that she was actually thinking of renting the room to the Duke. The Duke in turn looked at her and said that he could pay more if necessary. The huntress was shocked as she looked at the promised amount that the Duke wanted to offer her for rent. The Duke looked at her and said with a smile that everything was right and he would pay the promised amount. He said with a smile that it was a very good deal for her. A moment later, she came up to him and took his hand. She said with a smile that she welcomed him to this house. At the same time, she called him a precious guest. Dion was shocked. He looked at the huntress and asked if she was serious. The Duke looked at her and said with a smile that it was just great and he was very glad that she accepted his offer. The huntress knew that the promised sum was much more than she earned in a year. Sena knew that if she helped him, the Duke would stay here, and he would certainly rush to help the main character if she was in trouble. Dion looked at the huntress and said angrily that he would not accept it and asked her not to do it. The huntress looked at him puzzled and said that it was a very good deal for her. She smiled and said that it was just a great deal. He looked at her and said that he could give her the amount that was written in the contract. The huntress looked at him in surprise and asked why he would do that. The Duke looked at them and said that he was also curious why he wanted to give her such a sum. The Duke looked at the young people closely and asked what kind of relationship they had. Sena looked at the Duke in bewilderment and asked if they were really being asked about their relationship. She looked at the Duke and asked what kind of question that was. Dion, in turn, shuddered at the question. A moment later, the huntress said that they were just friends. Dion was shocked, as he did not expect her to say something like that. Dion looked at her in shock and asked if they were just friends. Rashid looked at her and said that he understood everything and they were just friends. The huntress looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong. The Duke looked at her and said with a smile that if she said so, he would not argue. He said that he would leave the contract here, so she should think about it carefully. The Huntress was surprised, looked at him and asked if he was leaving already. The Duke said he was leaving as he wished to give her enough time to think things over. He smiled and said she could add her own terms if she wished. He said with a smile that he took his leave. Sena was shocked and surprised, because compared to how he acted when they first met, he had become much kinder. She was surprised because she didn't know if he was really the Duke who had forced her to sell her house. She wondered if he had just suddenly changed. Dion stared at the Huntress, not looking away. Still, Sena decided to look at the contract. She understood that although at first it seemed that he had not missed anything, there were still no conditions. The Huntress reread the contract and added her own terms. Dion was shocked. She looked at him and asked him with a smile what he thought about it. She smiled and asked if that was enough. She showed him the contract. He looked away, puzzled, and asked why she was asking him about it now. He said he was just her friend. The Huntress was shocked. She realized that it seemed like he was upset because she said that they were just friends. He looked at her and asked if she was going to sign this contract. She looked at the contract and said that she needed money. Dion looked at her in surprise and asked why last time. Sena looked at him in surprise and asked if he was talking about the time she didn't want to sell him her house. He looked at her and said that she had refused him without hesitation then. She agreed with his statement and said that the Duke had also offered a huge sum then. A moment later, she said that this time the circumstances were different. She said that the Duke had not asked her to sell the place outright. He had only wanted to rent it for a while. She looked at him and said that he didn't even demand it, unlike last time. Dion looked at her and said that she was right, but he still said that he could give her that kind of money. She looked at him and said that it was not only about money because she wanted a Duke. He was shocked. Dion looked at her with fury and shouted at her, what should she understand? She looked at him and said that he understood everything perfectly well. She looked at him and said that when the thief broke into her neighbor's house, the Duke was nearby. But if he had not been nearby, her neighbor could have been in serious danger. She looked at him and said that, besides that, from what they heard from the Marquee, the guy with the purple hair was going to visit her neighbor again. Sena looked at him and said that if the Duke stayed here, her neighbor would at least avoid the worst outcome. Sena looked at Dion and asked if that was what he meant when he said that Ellen would be better off with the Duke. The young man was shocked, as he remembered his own words about how she would be better off with the Duke. He looked at her and said with a smile, in other words, she decided to accept the Duke's proposal solely because of his words. Dion suddenly went limp. The Huntress was shocked as she did not understand what was happening to him. Sena didn't understand why he was suddenly so upset. A few days later, the Duke began to slowly settle into his new home. His servants moved all his belongings. She was very happy. She looked intently out the window. She was glad because it had a great view of her neighbor's house. She hoped that nothing would happen to her. Although she did not understand why she cared so much about her neighbor, Sena knew that the girl was only related to her neighbor and nothing more. She wondered if it was because the young girl was the heroine of the original novel, or if she felt sorry for her because she had to run away from her horrible family, or if she was just too sensitive. A moment later, she saw the Duke arrive. The Duke entered and the Huntress greeted him. The Duke looked at the Huntress and greeted her in turn. He said that it seemed that all the things had already been moved. She looked at him and asked him with a smile if he had forgotten their terms. The Duke looked at her and said that he had not forgotten, as she had already reminded him of them at least 1,000,000 times. Sena looked at him with a smile and said that it was very good, and she also said that she would like to check how well he remembered them. He frowned in confusion and said that she certainly liked it. He looked at her and said that, first of all, he should never go up to the second floor. Secondly, he should not touch closed doors. Thirdly, any broken or damaged property should be compensated. Fourthly, no pets should be brought in. Fifthly, it is preferable to use the back entrance. She looked at him and asked with a smile what next. He looked at her and said that only his 3 people were allowed into the house at a time, and finally, all weapons and people entering the house had to be checked by the landlady. He bowed his head in confusion and said that if any of the conditions were violated, the contract would be cancelled. She looked at him and said with a smile that she was very proud of him. The Huntress said with a smile that it was very good and simply perfect. A moment later, she welcomed him into her home. Aaron looked at her and asked with a smile if he could come in too. The Huntress smiled and said that of course he could, and she was very glad he was there. Aaron looked at her and said he had one question. A moment later he pointed at Dion and asked who he was. The Duke looked at the young man with a grin and said that he was her friend. The Duke smiled and said again that he was just her friend. Dion was shocked and furious because he was defeated by such words. He looked at the Duke and said angrily that he hoped he would enjoy his time in the house. Shaking Dion's hand, the Duke said with a grin that he hoped so too. Aaron called Sena. Sena was shocked as she did not understand what had come over the two of them. Aaron looked at Sena and said that he was a duke. He only planned to stay here once or twice a week, and his nights would come the other days, since the Duke was a very busy man after all. Aaron looked at her and said with a smile that that was all he wanted to say, and it was time for him to go. He said that he would leave the rest to her. The Huntress said goodbye to him. She didn't understand why she felt like he had dumped all his work on her. Dion looked at the Duke and said that he must have had a lot of free time these days, judging by the way he had solved the problems on his own, despite being a damn Duke. The Duke looked at him and said that it was hard to find a decent man these days. The Duke looked at him and said that many people follow his orders, but only a few people can he trust with everything, and it is still a very important matter for him. The Huntress was surprised. She looked at them and said that they had enough of arguing. Dion looked at the Duke and said that was a very interesting excuse, but it still meant that he was short of subordinates. The Duke looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really looking for a fight. The Huntress was furious. She shouted and pushed the young men apart. She told them to stop quarreling. The Huntress looked at the young man and said that it was getting dark, so he should go home. The young man was surprised. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted him to leave. He looked at her and asked if she was sure about it. The Huntress said that she was absolutely sure, and it was time for him to go to bed. She said he could come back tomorrow or the next day. The Huntress wanted to open the door, but for some reason she couldn't. She was locked in, looked at the door and said that she didn't understand something. She was shocked because she didn't understand why her door wouldn't open. The Duke looked at her and asked what was wrong. Dion looked at the Huntress and the door and asked if it was broken. He asked with a grin what they should do now. He said with a cheerful smile that it looked like he wouldn't be returning home today because the door was stuck. Sometime later, they were all sitting in one room. The Huntress was surprised and puzzled. She did not understand why the door, which was not locked, did not open. The Duke looked at her and said that not only the door wouldn't open, but the windows wouldn't open either. He said it was as if they were locked inside a barrier. Dion looked at them and said with a smile that it wasn't that bad. He said that then he would probably sleep here tonight too. They sat in a depressing atmosphere. The Duke looked at the young Huntress and asked her what she thought it might be. The Huntress said she was just about to check it out. The Huntress took a watch out of her pocket. Sena looked at it and said that it looked like they were dealing with a demon. Dion was shocked. Rashid bowed his head silently. He was raising what they would have to go through. The Huntress looked at her watch and said that this was indeed the work of a demon, but she still didn't understand how long he had been hiding in her house. She knew that meant they had to look for him, but first they had to figure out what kind of monster it was. Dion looked at her and asked if she was okay. He said she didn't look very well. She was shocked because she couldn't believe that there was a demon in her house. She rose from the table in a rage. She was determined to protect her home. The Duke looked at her and asked if she had found out that it was indeed a demon. The Huntress slammed her fist into the window in anger. The young men were shocked. They said angrily that it was dangerous and also asked what she intended to do. The Huntress looked at them sideways and asked if it wasn't strange. She said that she had hit the window very hard, but there was still not a single scratch on it. She looked at them and said that the demon had locked them in the house. She said that, after all, it was easier to capture live prey that was in captivity. The Duke, in turn, was breathing heavily as it was very hot. Dion said, puzzled, that he felt as if he was going to die. The Huntress did not pray fervently for someone to help her. They were in shock and did not understand what the demon was doing. The Huntress said that this demon seemed to like its prey cooked. She said that it was a very rare type of demon. The young man looked at her in surprise and asked how she knew about it if it was so rare. The Huntress looked away, puzzled. But later she said that she read about him in a book. The Duke looked at her in surprise and asked if the book mentioned a similar incident. The Huntress said that the book described a similar incident, and it spoke of a demon who liked to steam his victim before eating it. Besides, on the next page there was talk of the devil they had seen earlier in his new home. The Duke shuddered at her words. The Huntress looked at the Duke and said that if they knew more about this creature, it would help them now. The young man came closer to them and said with a smile that they needed to calm down and drink some water, as it would cool them down. He also asked them to move away from each other. The Huntress was shocked as she saw the young man offer her cold water. She looked at the glass of water in surprise and asked him where he got it. Dion said with a smile that he actually had a few tricks up his sleeve. Using magic, he smiled and said that this was his trump card. Sena was very surprised and amazed. She, of course, had no idea how he did it, but it was very good at the moment. Dion drank the water greedily. Because his shirt was wet, the Huntress noticed a tattoo on his right arm. Dion smiled and said that this was what he needed right now. He looked at the Huntress and said that she should also drink the water before it became warm. The Huntress smiled and said that she would definitely do it, and she also thanked him. Sena was drinking water, while Dion was looking at her with a smile on his face. After she drank the water, she said with a smile that it was very refreshing, and she felt much better now. He looked at her and said with a smile that it was very good that he could use magic. The Duke looked at him in surprise and asked if he had a better way, since it would take them forever to cool down at that rate. The young man looked at the Duke and said that he had a fireball ready for him. Dion looked at the Duke and said that if he wanted another glass of water, all he had to do was ask for it sincerely. The Duke was furious. He looked at the young man and asked what he was talking about. The Huntress looked at them and asked them to stop this unnecessary argument. She said that they should focus on finding the demon in this house. She smiled and asked them to save their sarcasm for later. She looked at them and said that from what she read in the book, the demon would hide until they died from the heat. She said, puzzled, that since she had only seen it once in the book, she was not quite sure where he could be hiding. The Duke looked at the Huntress with embarrassment. The Huntress was surprised, as she did not understand why he blushed. Sena looked at Dion and asked if he knew anything about this demon. The young man hesitated, not knowing what to answer. A moment later, he said that he didn't know much about demons, since he had never fought them before. The Huntress was surprised, since she heard that he had never fought demons, since she understood that all the other children of her boss were high-ranking. She thought about it, because she knew he was truly strange. The only rumors she had heard about him were that he was a crazy bastard, but she hadn't heard of him being active in high society either. She looked intently at the young people and could not understand how they knew each other. A moment later, looking at them, the Huntress asked how they knew each other. Dion looked at her and said with a smile that they first met in her house. Smiling, he asked if she remembered it. The Duke in turn said that the young man passed by him one day, and also his friend told about him. Dion looked at the Duke and asked what his friend had told him about him. The Duke looked sideways at the young man and said that an acquaintance had told him that he should stay away from Dion. Dion looked at the Duke with a grin and said that he understood everything. Sena was shocked because she saw a sinister grin. Sena knew that such an expression made him look like a complete idiot. After some time, they were breathing heavily as they climbed the stairs. Sena looked at her watch and said that this thing was reacting to the demon more and more strongly. Sena said that he was definitely on the second floor. She felt dizzy. A moment later, she fell. Dion was in shock. He screamed at her. Dion caught her and furiously asked if she was okay and screamed for her to wake up. The Duke just looked at her and said that she would not wake up because the heat stroke had successfully gotten to her. Dion looked at her and asked if he should throw ice water on her. The Huntress was delirious and said that she didn't want to clean it up later. Dion looked at her and said he would take that as a no. The young man looked at the Duke and asked what they should do now. The Duke said they would have to look around for themselves. He looked puzzled and said that catching the demon quickly was the best way to help her. Rashid only said that Sena had told them not to enter the room without her permission, but he was sure that in this case she would understand them. A moment later they entered the room. Dion loudly told the Huntress that they had only entered for a second. The Duke looked at the room and said he would start from this side. The young man said he would check the entire area next to the closet. The young man found some kind of bundle between the shelves. He looked at the sheet in surprise and noticed that it was a map. He was surprised and did not understand why the Huntress had marked this area. The young man looked at the Duke and asked if he could see it from outside the room. The Duke looked sideways at the young man, puzzled, and asked what he was talking about. A moment later, the Duke saw what the young man was talking about and was stunned. A moment later, they saw the young Huntress being lifted into the air by something. She was floating, not settling down. They were in shock, not understanding what was happening. The Duke shouted in rage that the demon had swallowed the Huntress. The Huntress in turn hovered. The demon enjoyed what was happening. She was floating in the air and flying somewhere. The Duke and Dion were running after her. The Duke was shocked, and in his rage he drew his dagger with lightning speed. The demon had consumed the young Huntress. The demon wasn't going to let her go so easily. The Duke assumed that if the demon had swallowed her and she was in the stomach, then the head was definitely in one place. He mutilated the demon with lightning speed. The demon looked at the young men with disdain. The Duke was shocked as he saw that the demon's tongue had grown again. Dion used his magic to shout at the demon to get out. Moments later, he attacked the demon with his magic. Dion wanted the demon to get at least one hit. The Duke said angrily that the demon had come down and they should follow him. The young men ran after the demon in a hurry. Dion looked at the Duke and told him to pull himself together. The young man said that if they delayed even a little, the Huntress risked being digested. The Duke, puzzled, said that he knew about it. Dion said that it made no sense. He said that the Huntress had said earlier that the demon cooked its prey before eating it. The Duke looked at the boy and asked if that was true. He said that the demon was insanely hungry. The young man looked at the Duke and asked what he would say to his plan then. Dion told the Duke that he would act as the new victim, and the moment the demon opened his mouth to eat him, he would use his magic. The Duke looked at him angrily and said that he thought he was the only one here who needed to pull himself together. Dion plopped down on the bench, puzzled, and said he had no more ideas. He said he had reached his limit, too. He said that at the moment, all he could think about was blowing up the whole house. A moment later, they stared at each other. They both wondered what the Huntress would say to their words. Dion said that she would definitely scold them for a long time. The Duke in turn agreed with him and said that they would be better off just finding this demon. Dion asked, puzzled, where he could hide. He accidentally threw the bag of salt on the ground. The salt scattered and landed on the remains of the demon. The Duke saw that a reaction had occurred. The Duke cried out. The young man looked at him in surprise and asked what he wanted to say. The Duke looked at the young man and said with a smile that salt was the demon's weak point. Dion looked at the Duke in surprise and asked what they were talking about. The Duke pointed out to the youth the saliva that was with the salt. He said that this saliva turned black when it came into contact with the salt. The Duke said that if they covered his body with salt, the demon would certainly become visible to them. Dion looked at the Duke with a puzzled expression and asked if he really meant to say, in other words, that they would have to run around the whole house and spill salt. The young man looked at the Duke and said with a smile that he had an idea. Sometime later, the Duke was lying on the ground covered in salt. He was in shock and at the same time furious. He was furious and didn't understand how this had happened. The Duke stared at the boy, having only recently realized what his plan was. His plan was bait. Sometime later, they saw a demon heading towards the Duke. The demon hissed and growled. A moment later, they saw him in full form. Dion attacked the demon with fury. The young man pissed and struck him with lightning speed. He fell to the ground and hissed. The demon writhed and made strange sounds. The Duke, in turn, took out a dagger as he wanted to attack the demon. A moment later, the Duke struck him. The demon, in turn, did not tremble violently, and a moment later fell to the ground with a crash. Dion looked at the demon and said that they had done it. The Duke, in turn, breathing heavily, said that it was all over now. They looked at the demon with confusion and wondered where the Huntress was, since nothing happened after they defeated the demon. Dion looked at the demon in shock and asked what happened to the Huntress. He hoped that Sena was okay. A moment later, they noticed that the demon had moved. The Duke was shocked. He looked at the demon with a puzzled expression and asked if his tongue had moved. Dion said that he understood what had happened to the Huntress. He said that it seemed that this creature could regenerate. The Duke was shocked. He looked at the young man and said that this simply could not be. The Duke looked at him and asked if he couldn't be killed. The young man said that he couldn't be killed because demons have a core, or in other words, a crystal that feeds them. Dion said that they could kill him either by destroying the crystal or by taking it out. Dion struck the demon with his magic. The young man looked at the demon and told the Duke that he would hold its mouth open with magic. He said that everything would be fine until she disappeared. The young man smiled, looking at the Duke, and asked what he was waiting for. He said that the Duke needed to go inside and free Sena. The Duke looked at the young man in shock and asked if he was really telling him to do this. He was in shock because he needed to get inside the demon right now. The young man looked at the Duke and said that he needed to hurry immediately. He said that if the Duke did not go inside, the demon would certainly eat her. The young man said that the demon could then grow and become bigger. The Duke, puzzled, said that he understood everything and asked the young man to be silent. A moment later, the Duke heard the cracking of ice. He looked at the demon, puzzled and surprised. A moment later, the demon devoured the Duke. The young man looked at the demon in surprise. A moment later, he told the Duke with a grin that that was why he had to hurry. The young man looked at the demon with a grin and said that it seemed like he wanted to break free. He used fire magic. The demon, in turn, was all ablaze and writhing. The young man looked at the demon and told him not to break the house. He looked at the demon with fury and said that the Huntress would certainly be angry if he destroyed the house. The demon ran in fear. A moment later, he froze. Dion looked at the demon in surprise and realized that since he froze, it meant that the Duke had found Sena. Suddenly, the demon roared with a furious roar. He was throwing up the contents of his stomach. A moment later, the Duke and the Huntress found themselves outside. The demon growled and writhed for a while, and then in an instant he fell to the ground with a crash. Dion was approaching the young men. The Duke was breathing heavily, holding the Huntress in his arms. Dion looked at the Duke and said with a grin that he was a little late. The Duke shuddered and asked him angrily why he had not climbed up to them himself. The Duke showed the boy the crystal and asked if it was his. The Duke asked what would happen if he took out the stone. The young man glanced sideways at the Duke and said that he could see for himself what would happen next. A moment later, they turned around and saw an incomprehensible sight. They saw the demon disintegrate. A moment later, it was gone. Rashid sighed heavily and said that they got off easy this time. Dion looked at the Huntress and asked the Duke if she was okay now. The Duke said he wasn't sure since she hadn't changed. The Duke looked at the Huntress and asked her, puzzled, if she could hear him. The Huntress in turn hugged the Duke tightly and muttered something indistinctly. The Duke was shocked by the young lady's behavior. The young man came closer to them and told the Huntress that she must wake up immediately. The Huntress, in turn, hugged the Duke tightly and asked him not to wake her, since today was already Saturday, and she wanted to sleep longer. The young men looked at each other intently and angrily. They called her, but she did not answer. Dion looked at the Huntress and said that she didn't need to go looking for some pervert. He looked at her and said that she should hug him. The Duke looked at the young man with puzzlement. The Huntress, in turn, muttered something, lying on Dion's shoulder. Sometime later, the Huntress woke up in her bed. The girl came closer to Sena and said with a smile that she had finally woken up. The girl said that they were very worried about her, as she had been sleeping for quite a long time. The Huntress looked at the girl in surprise and asked for forgiveness. Sena did not understand what was happening. The young maid smiled and said that the Huntress seemed to be interrupting in complete confusion. She said that the Huntress was currently in the Duke's palace as the Duke had brought her here. She picked up everything that was happening and realized that she had passed out due to a fever. The maid looked at the young lady and said that the Duke had brought her here because she had fainted. The maid said that they had a doctor, so it was easier to wash her. Sena was in shock and didn't understand what the maid was talking about. The maid looked at her and said that the Duke had warned her that she would not like it if they washed her while she was unconscious, so they had simply dried her with a towel. The maid smiled and said that she could now prepare her bath. Sometime later, Sena took a bath. She was very happy because she felt much better. Dion looked at her and asked her sheepishly how she was feeling. The young men looked at the young Huntress in surprise. She came closer to them and said that she felt fine. She was puzzled and said that she did not remember anything at all after she fainted. Dion looked at her in surprise and asked if she really didn't remember anything at all. She looked at them and said with a smile that she didn't remember anything except a salty taste, although she didn't feel any difference before and after. Dion looked at her and asked if she remembered how she hugged the Duke. The Huntress was perplexed. She looked at the young people and asked what they were talking about. The young man looked at her and said with a smile that she hugged him very tightly. He smiled and said that she hugged him very, very tightly. The Duke looked at her with embarrassment. The Huntress, in turn, was in shock. She froze as she was uncomfortable with what she had done. The Huntress was shocked as she remembered hugging the pillow. A moment later, she realized that she was hugging the Duke. The young man looked at her and said that she was mumbling and hugging him tightly. The young lady was shocked by everything she heard. She came closer to the Duke and asked for his forgiveness. She said, puzzled, that she had no idea what she was doing and that she was very sorry. The Duke looked at her and smiled and said that everything was fine and that she didn't need to worry. She was shocked and said that she couldn't believe that she had done something so terrible. She said that she was out of her mind. Sena looked at Dion and said that he should have stopped her. The second she did, Dion smiled and said that he did. The Huntress smiled and said that she was very glad he was there. She also thanked him. The Duke looked at her in surprise and said, puzzled, that he would not call it completely terrible. The Huntress noticed that the Duke looked very angry. She thought that he must really find it disgusting. On the other hand, she understood that it was a sign of respect to always keep some distance between oneself and a nobleman. She came closer to him and said that this would definitely not happen again, and she was very sorry. She said that from now on she would not even come close to him. The Duke was shocked. He looked at her and said that she could come near him. The young man looked at the Duke and said with a smile that now that he knew she had not done it on purpose, he was sure that his lordship would forgive her. The Duke looked at her and asked why she didn't stay for at least dinner. The Huntress came closer to the Duke and grabbed him by the clothes. Sena looked at him and said that it was her fault because she had literally just said that she would not go near him. The Duke looked at her and asked if she needed anything. She looked at him and said that she would like to discuss something with him. The Duke looked at her in surprise and asked what she wanted to discuss. She looked at him and said that she wanted to discuss what happened last time and this time. He looked at her in surprise. She looked at him and asked if he thought it was time to reveal the truth. She looked at him and asked him to tell her the reasons why all these demons appeared in the house. He looked at her and said he couldn't tell her. The Huntress was shocked. She looked at him and asked why he couldn't tell her. The Duke said it was because he was still trying to figure it out himself. He said he knew something was going to happen, but he didn't think it would be a demon. He said he needed more time to figure it out. He looked at her and said that he would certainly tell her everything as soon as they knew all the details. She looked at him and was puzzled, but said that it was good if it was so. The Duke looked at the young man and said that he would certainly let him know about everything. The young man was surprised, as he did not expect to hear such a thing. A moment later, the young man yawned and said that he could tell. The Duke was very annoyed by his behavior. Aaron entered their room and asked for forgiveness if he was not on time. The Duke looked at the assistant and said that everything was fine, since he was just about to leave. A moment later, the Duke and his subordinate were walking down the corridor. The young man looked at the gentleman and called him. The Duke looked at the young man and asked what had happened, and he also asked if he had any information. The young man looked at the gentleman and asked what was going on between him and his landlady. Aaron, looking at the Duke, said that all the maids of the estate were delighted. They insisted that they had never seen the master look at someone with such care before. The young man looked at the gentleman and asked what was going on between them. The Duke looked away, embarrassed, because he did not know what to answer. Sena and Dion were left alone. Sena glanced sideways at the young man and asked him what he thought of it. Dion said he assumed the food would be quite tasty, since this was the Duke's house after all. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and said that she was just asking him about his thoughts on demons. The young man smiled and said that he was just kidding. She was surprised and did not understand how something like this could happen in the capital, and even more so, why there was a demon in her house. She was puzzled and did not understand what was going on at all. She knew that the capital was the safest place in the empire. After all, the most talented magicians, hunters, and scientists united to build a barrier protecting the capital. But she still understood that the demons had somehow found a way to get inside. Dion looked at his companion and said that he thought the Duke had not told them anything. Looking at the Huntress, he said he was sure it wasn't that he didn't trust them. He said it was probably due to various other issues. For example, about secrets that are simply too dangerous to know. Sena was furious. She said that even if that was the reason, she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She said furiously that this was her home, and she had to do everything in her power to protect it. The young man sighed heavily as he understood that only she could say such a thing. She said that demons are the hunter's sworn enemies, so she couldn't leave it at that. Sena said that if another demon appeared, she was going to find out the truth and then destroy it that second. The young man looked at her and said with a smile that he understood everything. A moment later, he stood up and said he was about to go back. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he wasn't staying for dinner. He said that he didn't have much of an appetite and also asked if she wanted to stay. Sena looked at him and said that she wanted to stay as she wanted to try the food, and also she had one more thing she wanted to ask the Duke. Dion looked at her and said that he understood, but he had to go now. The Huntress was puzzled, as she did not understand the sudden change in mood. Sena wondered if it was because they were talking about demons. She knew he had never seen one before, and it seemed that he found them disgusting because of that, and that was why he suddenly lost his appetite. But still, Sena was upset as she had hoped that he would at least tell her something like, take care of herself before he left. As she watched him go, she wondered what would happen if he never came to her house again. She thought that this was the last time they met. The young man turned around and said, puzzled, that he had almost forgotten to tell her something. He looked at her and asked if he had told her that her house had been damaged. The Huntress was surprised. She looked at him and asked if her house had been damaged. Dion looked at her and said, puzzled, that the house was damaged, and quite badly. She was shocked and froze for a moment. Sena asked him angrily if he was really that badly damaged. Sometime later, the Duke was sitting in his office. The young man came closer to his master and asked with a smile what was going on between the Duke and the mistress of the house. The Duke sighed heavily. He did not know what to answer to such a question. He wanted his subordinates to finally shut up. A moment later, a maid entered the Duke's office. She said that the guests were about to leave. The Duke sighed heavily. He was puzzled because he thought that the Huntress would stay longer. He looked at the maid and said that she could go. The maid bowed and said that she understood everything. The young maids whispered to each other as they thought that this was the first quarrel of the young couple. The Duke was puzzled and did not know whether he should follow her. The Duke sighed heavily. He wondered in his mind what he had just thought of, because he couldn't just go after the Huntress. He remembered her apologizing to him, for hugging him. He knew all she had done was spend some time in his arms, but it had been disgusting to her. She had said she would never come near him again. The Duke understood that the Huntress was not averse to being constantly near Dion. Still, he wondered if he felt disgusted hugging her. He muttered quietly that he knew he needed to make a better impression of himself. The subordinate came closer to him and asked what the Duke was thinking. The Duke looked at the man and said that he was not thinking about anything. A moment later, the Duke looked at the man and asked what kind of gifts girls like. The man was surprised by this question. The man looked at the Duke and asked if he really wanted to give a gift to the girl he was looking for. The Duke said timidly that it was true. The Duke froze in shock. He was puzzled as he had completely forgotten about Ellen. He thought about her and felt uneasy. The man looked at the gentleman and asked if it was for some other lady. The Duke timidly said that it was for her. The Duke was shocked. He stood up from his chair. He couldn't believe that he had forgotten about her. He thought that he had probably just been too distracted. The man looked at the gentleman and asked where he was going. The Duke said that he wanted to visit the girl's house. The man looked at the gentleman puzzled and asked for forgiveness. He said that today was not his day. The man said that according to his assistant, he had quite a lot of work to do. The Duke looked at the man angrily and asked if he could go after he finished his work. The man looked at the gentleman timidly and said that of course he could go, as it was up to him. The Duke hoped that he would be able to finish all the work before evening, and then go to Sena. He did not know why he should go to her. He went through all the papers with rage and haste. He knew he had a reason because he had to keep an eye on Ellen. Dion opened the door and asked if he was serious. Dion looked at the Duke and asked why he had come again. The young man looked at the Duke and said with a smile that he could go inside. The Duke looked sideways at the young man and said that he was talking as if this was his home. The Duke asked if Sena was there. The Huntress looked at the Duke and said with a smile that he seemed to have come to them. The Duke smiled and asked how her house was. Sena sighed heavily and said with a smile that it was a complete mess, as the whole house was covered in demon saliva, and she didn't just wash it off, and she was still trying to clean it all up. The Duke slowly began to look around the room and asked the Huntress if anything was broken. The Huntress smiled and said that, fortunately, only one drawer, and some of the floorboards were also slightly damaged, but she had already replaced everything. The Duke thought about it and said that it must have cost a lot of money. The Huntress smiled and told him that he should not worry. She said with a smile that she sold the mana stone extracted from the demon, and she got a good sum for it before her release. Sena looked at her friend and said with a smile that he had helped her with the sale. She looked at the Duke and asked if he wanted his share too. The Duke looked at her and, puzzled, said that he did not want to, and also thanked her for the offer. The Huntress looked at her friend and asked if he had felt any discomfort while sleeping. He smiled and said that everything was fine and he liked it. The Duke was shocked by such a conversation between the young people. He froze in bewilderment. The Huntress looked at the Duke and said that Dion was a little tired from helping her clean the house, so she gave him a room to sleep in. The Duke looked at her and said that he understood. Dion looked at the Duke and asked with a grin what he thought she was talking about. The Duke looked at the young man with a gray expression and told him to be quiet. The Huntress looked at them closely. She was glad that they were similar. They began to get closer. The young man looked sideways at the Huntress and said that she had nothing to worry about as he had slept well. And that was what he had missed so much in the Duke's house. The Huntress was surprised. She looked at him and asked if it was true. The Duke watched them closely. He was furious. He knew that the young man was lying to the Huntress. After all, he spent every second at her bedside. Back then, he looked like he was ready to destroy any demon that stood in his way. He didn't know if it was really the same person, because now he was smiling brightly at her. The Huntress looked at him and said timidly that she was worried because the room she had given him had been empty for 10 years. But she was glad he had slept well. The young man was surprised and asked if this was true, as the room was surprisingly clean. Sena smiled shyly and said that her grandfather lived in that room. She said that she cleaned it every day, so it was in good condition. Dion looked at her in surprise and asked for forgiveness. He said that he had not wanted to cause her any trouble at all. Sena looked at him and said timidly that it was nothing like that. Sena asked what he was even talking about. She said that she was sure that Grandpa wouldn't mind, considering that he had helped her with many things. They chatted amiably with each other. The Duke looked at them puzzled and asked what work still needed to be done. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. She asked if he meant himself. The Duke looked at her and said that he was also to blame for the damage to her home. He asked her if he shouldn't work hard too. She smiled and said that he had caught the demon after all. The young man looked at the Duke and said with a smile that he could cook dinner. The Huntress looked at her friend and said that they couldn't ask the Duke to do it. The young man smiled and said that it was because nobles couldn't cook. The Huntress agreed with him. She said that they shouldn't expect the Duke himself to be able to cook anything. The Duke looked at them and said that he would do it immediately. They looked at the Duke in amazement. The Duke looked at them and said angrily that he would prepare the dinner himself. Sometime later, the Duke was completely armed and ready to cook dinner. The Duke was slowly preparing the food. He was a little surprised because he was not doing well. The young man looked at the Duke and asked Sena if he would be okay. The Huntress looked at him, puzzled. She sighed heavily, for she knew that the Duke would never have cooked before. She knew that he probably only ever ate what the servants cooked for him. She came closer to him and asked why they didn't take it upon themselves. The Duke looked at her and said that it was all right and he would do it. She looked at him and said that he was here as a guest, and she couldn't make a guest work. The Duke looked at her with embarrassment, because she took the knife from him. The Huntress smiled and asked him to leave everything to her. The Duke looked at her and said that they could cook together then. The Huntress smiled and said that of course they could do it together, and she would chop the vegetables immediately. The Duke said that in that case he would take care of the other ingredients. Dion glared at them. The Huntress threw the ingredients into the pot. She was a little surprised because she was supposed to add butter first, but unfortunately, she forgot to do it. A moment later, Sena threw in the butter and said it made no difference what order. She smiled and said that adding a little wine might do the trick. The Duke looked warily at what she was preparing. He was scared because he did not understand what kind of dish it was. She looked and asked with a smile if it wasn't obvious what she was cooking. The Huntress said with a smile on her face that she was making beef stew. The Duke was surprised and stunned. He timidly said that this dish is prepared slowly and gradually. She looked at him and said with a smile that it was, but since they were all hungry, she had to boil it on high heat to cook it faster. He looked at her in surprise and said that she hadn't even added beef. The huntress looked at the dish and said that it was so, and she would immediately add everything. The Duke shuddered. He looked at her in surprise and asked her, dumbfounded, to wait. A moment later, he asked if she had a cookbook at home. The young lady frowned and said that perhaps the book was somewhere on the shelf in the drawing room. She said that they did not need it anyway. The Duke looked at her and said that he just wanted to look at it, that was all. The Duke asked her to bring the book. Sena began to grumble. She said she was almost certain that the book would tell her to do exactly what she was doing. A moment later, she sighed heavily and walked into the living room. The Duke looked at the prepared food with fear. He did not understand what she had prepared at all, and whether it was edible. Dion looked at her and asked if she had finished cooking. The young lady looked at him and was puzzled, and said that she had not finished anything, as the Duke wanted to see her cookbook, and so she had to go and find it. The Duke looked at her with a sweet smile, as he had previously thought that she was not so petty when it came to her, the things that interested her. Some time later, the Duke prepared a wonderful dish. Everyone was shocked by what the Duke had prepared. They were stunned. Dion looked at the prepared food and said with a smile that it looked pretty good. The huntress smiled and said that it was much better than hers. She looked at the Duke with a smile and said that he was an excellent cook. The Duke looked at her and said with a smile that he was simply following the instructions in the book. She looked at him and said that his cutting had improved too. The Duke smiled and said that maybe it was because he knew how to use a sword, and he had gotten used to the kitchen knife very quickly. The Duke smiled and said that they should sit down to eat before it got cold. Dion smiled and said he never thought he would live to see this day. He said he never thought he would be eating stew cooked by the Duke himself. A moment later, he saw another dish being prepared. Dion looked at the dish in surprise and asked what it was. The huntress smiled and said it was a stew she had made herself. She smiled and told him to try both and then tell him which was better. She smiled and said she was confident in her cooking skills too. Dion looked at the prepared dish with puzzlement and fear. He said that it looked delicious. She looked at him and asked him with a smile what he thought. She said it looked very tasty. The young man, puzzled, said that the dish was simply amazing. The huntress smiled and said that first they would try what the Duke had prepared today. She looked at them and wished them bon appetit. The huntress enjoyed the delicious food. After Dion tasted the prepared food, he blossomed before our eyes. He was amazed because the dish was wonderful. The young lady looked at the Duke and said with a smile that he seemed to have a natural talent for cooking. Dion looked at the Duke and asked if he could have more. The Duke smiled an embarrassed smile and said that of course it was possible, since they still had a whole ton left, so they had to eat it. The Duke knew it had been an eternity since he had shared food with others. He knew that in the end, he had no family or friends with whom he could share food. The huntress looked at him and said that she thought he was a Duke for a reason. The Duke looked at her in surprise. She smiled and said that he seemed good at everything. He looked at her sheepishly and said that he was just following the recipe. The huntress was puzzled. She wondered if maybe she should have gone alone. Dion looked at the huntress and asked what it was. The Duke looked at the young man and said that there was quite a lot of interesting stuff here. She looked at them and told them to be careful because it was very easy to get lost here. The Duke looked at her warily and said that they were little children. Dion smiled and told the Duke not to worry so much. At the store where she had just been, they said that the carpet would not be delivered until tomorrow morning. She went over in her mind what else she needed to buy. She saw the lamp and remembered that the demon had broken her lamp at home. She was puzzled because she had a lot of things to buy. She approached the merchant and asked how much the lamp cost. Dion saw some kind of statuette and asked the merchant what it was. The merchant said it was a dragon. He smiled and said that this thing was called a dragon that protects the mana stone. Dion was amazed and said with a smile that it was simply incredible. The huntress was surprised because she thought the statue was very ugly. She looked at her companion and asked if he really thought so. The merchant smiled and said that he had made it himself and that he had very good taste. The merchant looked at the young man and said that he must be very fond of dragons. Dragons are mythical creatures, so no one has ever seen them in real life, but you can still see a dragon on the product detail. The merchant smiled and said that they could exist after all, and somewhere out there the legend that they could use magic could also be true. The young man looked at the merchant in surprise and asked if magic wasn't about demons. The merchant looked at the young man and asked who could know. He said it was just a theory, but demons could actually be dragons. The merchant looked at the young man and said that they humans do not like demons. He looked at the young man and asked if it was not strange that they were using magic that belonged to demons. In order for humans to be able to use magic, it was necessary to create a connection between the two races. The merchant looked at them and said that he was sure that one of the races was dragons. He told the boys to just think about it because in fairy tales about dragons, dragons are always friendly with people. The merchant said that it could be that the demons were divided in their opinions, and as a result they decided to remain in demonic form due to their hostility towards humanity, while others made a contract with humans, reincarnating as dragons. He smiled and said that he doubted that all demons were evil and brought misfortune. Dion looked away, puzzled, and said that this thought would definitely enrage the temple. The Huntress was furious, as she didn't care about such reasoning. In her entire life, she had never seen a single dragon. She didn't understand why they should bother her so much. She knew that such talk was quite dangerous, since it caused public outrage, and they were in the Sacred Empire after all. But it still sounded plausible. The Huntress glanced sideways at the young man. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he said. The merchant smiled and said that he was pleased to see a young man who was interested in the stories of the past. He smiled and said that such a dragon lamp was perfect for people like him. Dion smiled and told the merchant that it was because he was telling the story with great interest. The merchant smiled and said that it was because the story had been stuck in his head for quite some time. The young man thought for a moment. The Huntress was furious. She looked at him intently. A moment later, she sighed heavily. The Huntress looked at the merchant and said that she would buy the statue. The man looked at her in surprise and said with a smile that it was a very good choice and that he would immediately pack it. The young man looked at the Huntress with surprise and great joy. He smiled and said that it looked like she had bought it for him. The Huntress sighed heavily. It seemed to her that this situation looked like a mother buying a toy for her spoiled son. A moment later, there was a very loud bustle around them. The Huntress was surprised as there were many more people. The merchant looked at them and said that he thought they were there to see a show not far from here. He looked at them and asked with a smile why they didn't come and see the show too. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked what performance he was talking about. The young lady looked at the man and said that she had just married him, and he had taken on her family's debts of his own free will. She said that she wanted to remain happy with him, since today was their first wedding night after exchanging rings. She, frightened, came closer to him and asked what happened. Having removed the blanket, she noticed something strange and black near him. He was sighing heavily. She was shocked and, looking at him, screamed very loudly. She came closer to him and asked how it happened and who did it to him. The young man, breathing heavily, said that he could not see his face. He looked at her and asked her to find the one who killed him. A moment later, someone entered the room. The young lady was surprised and puzzled. She did not know what to do because if someone saw her right now, they would think that she had killed him. The young man looked at his sisters and asked why they had come here. The lovely ladies looked at their brother and asked if they really needed an excuse to visit their brother. They said they just wanted to make sure he was okay. He was glad that his disguise was working. A moment later, a man burst into the room shouting that the marriage must be annulled. The man said angrily that the truth was that Ulysses was Ilia's long-lost younger brother. The boy was shocked. The Huntress smiled because she thought that this story only seemed terrible to her in the novel, but its film adaptation looked even worse. But two young people were very invested in this soap opera. She called them here without any more hope for them, but she couldn't even imagine that they would like it so much. She knew they would be very upset if they just went home. She thought about it because it had been more than 10 years since she had last gone to the opera. That time she had gone to the opera with her grandparents. Grandpa looked at her and said that next time they would buy her a toy, and he also asked if she wanted to see a funny opera today. She was upset and thought that she should have smiled more that day. She didn't even understand why she behaved like that when her grandmother hadn't even done anything wrong. A moment later, a loud laughter erupted in the hall. Dion looked at his companion in surprise. He noticed that she was not laughing, and she had a very sad expression on her face. Dion looked at her and asked what was wrong. He asked her, puzzled, if she didn't like the performance. The Huntress smiled and said that the opera was very good. He looked at her and said it sounded like she was lying. She looked at him and asked if he was really so curious to know who killed Ulysses. He looked at her and said, surprised, that of course he was curious. She looked at him as she wanted to tell him who was the culprit. Dion, son of lightning speed, began to calm her down and told her not to speak. Sena smiled and told him to listen to her because she wanted to tell him who killed him. He looked away from her and covered his ears. He said that he didn't want to hear it at all. She looked at him and said with a smile that she was just joking. Sena smiled because she realized that having fun at night was not so bad after all. The man watched them sideways. Sena looked at the young men with fury and told them to put away the books. As they were sitting at the table, they looked at her and said that they were at the most interesting part. They said that they would like to read a little more. She looked at them with fury and told them to put the books away at once. The young men closed the books with lightning speed and put them away. A moment later, they began to discuss who had read what. The Huntress was furious and did not understand why the novel they had attended the opera yesterday was in her house. Dion looked at the Duke and said he would finish in a few minutes. The Duke said he would finish faster and be the first. Dion said that 3 minutes would be enough for him. The Duke looked at him and said that then 1 minute would be enough for him to read. The Huntress looked at them and told them to stop arguing and start eating already. Sena said that she needed to go to the guild. They looked at her and asked if she really wanted to go now. Dion looked at her and told her to warn him if she came back late. The Duke looked at her and said that it would probably be chilly today, so she should wear something warmer. The Huntress was surprised, because she had the same feeling now as before. Grandfather told her not to go away for too long, and Grandmother told her to dress warmer. Sena smiled and agreed with them. She said that she would return immediately soon. She felt as if they were family. Anna looked at the Huntress and said with annoyance in her voice that she was very bored. She looked at the Huntress and said that they had no work at all lately. The Huntress was surprised as she had asked her to come see her first thing in the morning to discuss an important matter. But in reality, she realized that she simply needed someone to talk to. Anna looked at the pleaser with bewilderment and said that at this rate the company would soon close and she would be left without a job. Sena looked at Anna in surprise and asked if there hadn't been plenty of work on her last visit. She said that was true. But unfortunately, it's much less than the number of orders that were last year, and people have swept up all the remaining orders, so they have practically nothing. Anna said that something told her that this winter would be incredibly boring. The Huntress looked at her and said that things always went much slower in winter. She looked at her with annoyance and said that it was all true, and that was why she had no work for a Huntress at all. The Huntress looked at her intently, as she realized that this was what the young lady wanted to talk about. She remarked that she was very sorry for not having a job. The Huntress looked at the young lady and said with a smile on her face that she shouldn't worry, since, frankly speaking, she had recently made a good profit. Anna looked at her in surprise and asked if she was serious. Anna activated the information-gathering mode. She looked at the hunter in surprise and asked what kind of job it was and how she got it. The Huntress looked at her and said that the thing is that she lives next door to the main character of this fictional world. One day, a candidate for the male lead role appeared from somewhere and asked her to rent him a room, since his job is to protect that girl, so she agreed. The Huntress said that he had offered a good sum per month, and while they were talking here, he was reading romance novels at her house. Anna looked at the Huntress, puzzled, and asked what she was even talking about. She asked her if she was crazy. Sena thought that Anna would probably tell her that. She knew that she couldn't tell her about it under any circumstances. Now she thought for a moment that the Duke himself was living in her house in order to protect her neighbor. She remembered about the suspicious man who has purple hair. She was worried because she knew that he was very suspicious and he could harm her neighbor. She remembered how he had said earlier that he would definitely come back to check on her neighbor. She was in shock. She didn't understand what was wrong with her at all. Sena didn't understand how she could just forget about it. Sena should have warned her neighbor to be careful. But she was still very glad that the Duke was now at her house and knew that he would sort everything out. but she was still shocked that the main male character was sitting at her house reading a romance novel. Anna looked at her and asked her, puzzled, if everything was okay with her. Anna looked at the Huntress and asked if she had taken out a loan, since she suddenly had a huge amount of money. Anna looked at her and asked if she suddenly found out that she had a rich family. The Huntress looked at the girl with a smile and thought that most likely she had read too many romance novels. The Huntress smiled and said that she had not taken out any loans and did not have a rich family, so the young lady did not need to worry about her. The young lady smiled and said that she was just joking. Anna looked at her and asked if it meant that she wouldn't be taking orders for now. The Huntress looked at her and said that it probably was, since she had been very busy lately. She looked at her and asked if it was because of Dion. The Huntress was shocked by such a question. Anna looked at the Huntress and said that it seemed she was right. She also said that in fact you have been hearing a lot of rumors about them lately. The Huntress looked at the young lady and asked her to wait. She said that it was not necessary to tell about it. Anna said she just thought it needed to be heard directly. She said it made sense. The Huntress knew that this was just gossip, and she didn't know if she should listen to it since it was just a waste of time. A moment later, someone called the young Huntress. She looked in surprise towards where the man was. Sina saw Robin. He looked at her and said with a smile that he recognized her, and it really was her. He came closer to her and said with a smile that he was very glad to meet them. Robin said with a smile that he had wonderful news for her. The Huntress was surprised. She looked at him puzzled as he was smiling very brightly, but still she felt somehow uneasy because of his smile. He pulled the piece of paper towards her with lightning speed. He looked at her and said with a smile that they had received the order and now they had work. Anna looked at him and said with a smile that this was very good news. Robin smiled and said that this was just good news and even very good that the task was not very dangerous. The Huntress was in shock. She did not understand why the job appeared only when she did not need it at all. The little boy cried very loudly. The man looked at the Huntress and said with a smile that he could see that she still enjoyed helping others. He looked at her and said with a smile that she was very similar to her grandfather. She thought about it, because she knew that she didn't really like all this. Either way, she knew she had to help. She was surprised, looked at everyone in the room, and asked what was going on. Sena was surprised and did not understand since when the police station turned into a shelter for lost children. The young man looked at her and asked her not to stand there, but to do something. The Huntress looked at him, sighing heavily. She said she would figure it out herself. She said the baby was crying because he was holding it incorrectly. She tenderly took the child, holding it in her arms. She tenderly patted him on the back. The Huntress said with a smile that one must be patient with children. All the men present were in shock, as they did not expect the boy to calm down so quickly in the arms of the Huntress. The man smiled and said that he knew she knew how to look after children properly. She looked at him and asked with a smile why hunters do such work. A moment later, the sweet children were asleep. Robin looked at her and asked her whose children she thought they might be. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he was making fun of her. The Huntress said she couldn't tell by their faces alone. He looked at her and said that she knew a lot about different people. He asked her if she still kept in touch with her grandfather's friends. The smart girl sat down next to her friend and said that she communicated with them because they helped her a lot, but she had never heard of them having another child. She didn't understand where children came from. Robin said he found one baby crying on the street. He decided to bring it to the station, and by that time there were already 4. Robin said that the problem was that none of the knights knew how to take care of children. That's why he immediately ran to the association for help, where, fortunately, he came across her. The Huntress was shocked. She looked at Robin and asked if none of the parents had come forward to look for the missing children. Robin said no one came. He said he doubted those kids would have stayed on the streets if they had been tried to find them. The Huntress was puzzled and did not understand how 5 children could get lost at once. She stared at the children and wondered if this was just a coincidence. The Huntress walked slowly back home. She thought about everything that had happened. At the police station, they thanked her for her help, but the young Huntress was still puzzled and didn't know if they would be able to properly take care of the children. She thought that she should have stayed with them for another day, but she pushed the thoughts away because she knew everything would be okay and she had done enough. The Huntress understood that she needed to hurry home, as her friends were waiting for her at home. She slowly opened the door and said with a smile that she was already home. Dion looked at her and said that she was late. She said with a smile that it was her fault, because everything was taking so long. She looked at him in surprise, as she did not understand why the sound was coming from below. She looked at him and asked what was wrong. Dion looked at her and asked if she had any problems. The Duke was furious because he had given the wrong book. He turned to Dion and said that he was doing it on purpose. The Duke looked at the young man in surprise and asked what had happened. Dion said he wanted to ask about that too. The Huntress was shocked. She looked at the young man and laughed furiously. The Duke looked at her and asked if she could stop laughing. Dion smiled and said that he was very glad that at least she was having fun. She smiled and said that it seemed that they had been so caught up in that romance that they hadn't even noticed how much younger they had become. Dion smiled and said that was true. The Huntress came closer to him and said that he was very cute and very handsome. She looked at him and asked him to take part in the contest with a smile. Sena said that he could take part in a children's beauty contest. She begged him with a smile on her face to agree. Dion, gritting his teeth, said that he would never do that. Sena looked at him and asked with a smile if she could poke him in the cheek just once. He looked puzzled and said that he didn't want to. Rashid looked at her and told her to stop teasing him. The Duke looked at her and asked if she had any idea what had happened. She frowned for a moment and thought. A moment later, she said there were now 5 babies in the arms of the police. The Duke looked at them in surprise and asked if there was a rejuvenation spell. He said he was sure that was it, but if it were magic, he would know about it. The Duke thought about everything for a moment. The Huntress looked at him and said that the demon was to blame for everything. Dion looked at her in surprise and asked if there really was a demon that could do something like that. She looked at him and said that it did exist, but she had previously thought that it was just a legend, because such demons are as rare as dragons. She was very wary, as this was the 3rd time demons had appeared near her house. She was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. Dion looked at her and asked if by any chance this demon had appeared in the book they had read before. She said that she had seen something similar and would go to the library the following morning because she needed to reread the book. The Huntress looked at them intently. A moment later, she asked them if they would like to just stay with her for a while. The young people dressed slowly. She came closer to the young man and asked for forgiveness. She said that she should have paid more attention to the size before buying anything. She looked at them closely, for she realized that Dion must be about 7 years old and the Duke about 12. She looked at him and asked with a smile if he wanted her to roll up his pants. The young man slowly bent down and said that he would do it himself. The Huntress suddenly heard a noise outside the door. The Duke sighed heavily as he heard a familiar voice. Aaron burst into the Huntress's house and asked if she had seen the Duke. He said he hadn't been able to find him anywhere since the night before. Sena said she wasn't sure she saw him and thought he was investigating something the last time she saw him. The man was puzzled. He said he just hoped he hadn't gone off somewhere alone and gotten arrested again. Sena said she thought he wouldn't fall into the same trap again. Sena wanted the young man to quickly go away and leave her. He looked at her and said with a smile, "Vacation." Smiling, he said that this was a real vacation. The Huntress looked at him in surprise as she did not understand what he was talking about. He looked at her and said that he finally had some free time. He ran away like lightning. The Huntress was surprised because earlier he said that he would not run for even 10 seconds, and then he left her like lightning. The Duke was shocked. He looked at the Huntress and asked if his subordinate had really just taken and gone on vacation. The Huntress looked at the Duke and asked why he did not tell his subordinate the truth. The Duke said that he would never tell, as it might hurt his pride. The Duke said that his subordinate would certainly say that he looked very nice when he saw him. Dion laughed from around the corner. Dion looked at the Duke and asked if he thought he was cute, with a smile on his face, and he said that the Duke was very arrogant. The Duke looked at the young man with fury and asked what he had just said. The Huntress was shocked because due to the fact that they were very young, their arguments also sounded very immature. She came closer to them and told them to stop arguing. She looked at them with a smile and said that they needed to get ready to go. She asked if they remembered that they needed to go to the library. Sometime later, they were all sitting in the library reading a book because they found information about a demon who likes to spread a curse just for fun. Those he cursed begin to grow younger, both physically and mentally. But as time goes by, they become younger and younger. Unfortunately, they are not able to remove the curse. The Huntress read that this could lead to death. Dion looked at the Huntress and asked her to calm down. He said that everything would be fine with them. The Huntress looked at them, puzzled. He looked at the information in the book and said that the curse at the beginning of its action wastes the demon's mana, and therefore it does not work on the clergy. Also, mages and other oromagical creatures receive only minor changes. Those who use the aura stop getting younger in their teens, but if during this period the poppy stops using the aura, he will quickly become a small child. Dion looked at her and said he thought that was why he and the Duke were getting younger and younger. The Huntress looked at him and said it looked like it. They also read that this demon was once the pet of a little devil. That's why he likes to plot against people. Anyone who pets the demon is immediately cursed. The situation is made worse by the fact that it is too difficult to pass by a demon in the guise of a cute animal. The Huntress was surprised to hear that someone could pet a demon. She said that even if the demon looks so cute, it is still a demon. She did not understand what kind of idiot decided to pet it. They glanced sideways at each other, and both said that it turned out that this demon was the cat they had seen before. The young people remembered the cat, who looked very cute. The Huntress was holding the cat. Sena looked at it with a puzzled expression and said that it didn't seem like it would work. The Duke looked at her in surprise and asked if she thought that would attract the demon. She looked at the Duke and said she wasn't sure, but none of the little ones at the police station had a scratch. She said that demons often try to eat people, which is why their victims' bodies are left with wounds. This demon turned its victims into helpless children. It did nothing to them, and most likely the demon did it only for fun. The Duke looked at her and said that, of course, that was also unpleasant. Dion brought her a big cat and asked what he thought about this cat. She looked closely at the cat and frowned, saying that he didn't seem to be suitable. He said, puzzled, that they had already looked through the cats on this street, up and down. He looked at her and asked if they should go to another street. She glanced sideways at the Duke and asked if maybe they should ask the other hunters to help them. The Duke said he wanted to hide from prying eyes. She looked at him and said she remembered that he had decided to keep the appearance of demons in the capital a secret, but at the same time they needed to worry about the safety of ordinary citizens. She looked at them and said that since Robin already knew about this whole situation, they could ask him for help. Dion was shocked. He looked at the Huntress and asked who Robin was and why he knew about everything. The Huntress shuddered. Sena smiled as she wanted to tell them everything, but suddenly she heard someone's voice. Ellen looked at her neighbor and asked if those boys next to her were her little cousins. She smiled and said they were very cute. A moment later, they all saw that she was holding a cute cat in her arms. They all stared at the cat. The room was dark. Ellen looked at them and asked if something bad had happened. The cat jumped down and slowly walked around the room. Everyone looked at the cat intently. The Huntress looked at her neighbor and said with a smile that everything was just great for them. Dion rushed towards the cat with lightning speed, but unfortunately he missed and the Duke came closer to him and said with a grin that he was very slow. The Duke said he would now show how it was done and put an end to all the problems. But unfortunately he also suffered a defeat. Dion came closer to him and said with a grin that he himself was slow. He laughed at the Duke for several minutes. Ellen looked at the boys and smiled and told her neighbor that her cousins were very energetic. The Huntress smiled and said that she had them like that. The Huntress was surprised and did not understand why her neighbor did not fall under the curse, because she knew that she had spent a very long time with the demon. She thought that soon her neighbor would possess an insane amount of sacred energy. Sena realized that, after all, she was the main character, and she simply had to have abilities of such power. The young men jumped and caught the cat in a hurry. The Huntress looked at them intently and did not understand how they were going to catch the demon. Dion and Duke lay on the floor and the cat stared at them. The Huntress was puzzled, looked at them and told them both to stop. She was furious and screaming at them. She screamed that they were behaving like little children now. The young people were shocked and stood frozen in bewilderment. Dion looked at her intently, tears already welling up in his eyes. She came closer to them and in a hurry said that she did not mean to, and she was very sorry. In a trembling voice, the monk said that she did not mean to raise her voice at them over and over again. The Duke looked at his friend in shock. Dion was shaking and his eyes were full of tears. She came closer to him and told him not to cry and also asked for forgiveness. She pointed her hand at the Duke and told him to look at him because he was not crying at all, At the same time, she called him Sasha. The Duke looked at her in surprise and asked why he had suddenly become Sasha. The Huntress said that it was because her neighbor knew that he was her cousin, and they should change his name slightly so as not to arouse curiosity. The Duke said, puzzled, that he understood everything and that she was right. The cat, in turn, looked at them and smiled. The Huntress was furious because she had so many problems on her head. Sena was in shock and did not understand what she could do in such a situation. Ellen looked at the Huntress with a smile and said that she was right. It was very hard to look after children. The Huntress winced as she looked at her neighbor. She said that mothers must have a very difficult time. Ellen said with a smile to the Huntress that her cousins were very cute and they looked like her. Sena looked at her neighbor in surprise and asked if she was serious, and she also asked in what way they were similar. Ellen said that they looked alike. Sena looked at her in surprise and didn't know if she really thought so. Ellen looked at the cat in surprise and said that she was able to open the door herself. She looked at her in surprise and said that it looked like she wanted to go out and play. The Huntress was shocked. A moment later, she remembered the information they had read earlier. She read information about a demon that looks like a cat. Sena was puzzled, because if this was really the case, then they would have to check all the cats in this city. The Duke looked at her in surprise and bewilderment. He asked, what if the demon changed its appearance? She looked at him and said that there was no need to worry about that, since she was a hunter, and when a demon was in front of her, she could sense it immediately, so she could easily find it. Dion looked at her and told her to read more information about the way to catch a demon, because it was unique. But in turn, it is also very simple. The only thing you need for this is to play with it as long as possible. Sena looked at them and said that it was easier than she thought, so they just needed to play with him. Dune looked at them and said that, however, they needed to continue playing with him until he calmed down on his own. They were shocked by what they heard. The author wrote that since he had never encountered them, readers should find out the time required for this from their own experience. The author wished them luck. They were shocked by this because they did not expect it. They expected more information and some hints. The Huntress was furious because the author had given no clues at all and the book was of absolutely no use. Dion looked at the Duke and called him. He called him Sasha. The Duke was furious and shouted at his friend not to call him that. Sena was breathing heavily. She couldn't catch up with the boys. She was shocked because their stamina had increased due to them becoming children. They ran for hours and didn't care, and she, in turn, was out of breath. She looked at them and yelled at them to stop and stop chasing him. She said they needed to corner him, but still the young people did not stop running. The Huntress stopped and cursed them. She screamed furiously, asking if they were even listening to her. She stopped and listened. Looking around, she realized she was in an abandoned area. She knew that some crazy Mac had experimented here by exposing the entire place to mana. She thought that most likely a demon had brought them here, as he had sensed similar demonic energy here. She froze in shock as she heard someone laugh. She was surprised and confused as she heard a child's laughter, but she still knew that it was clearly not Dion. A moment later, she saw something. She was shocked because she didn't know where the sound was coming from. She saw that the demon was moving too fast to tell that it was just trying to make her run in circles. The demon was heading straight for her. He was telling her to play with him. He was calling her by name. The Huntress was surprised and puzzled. She looked at him with a frightened look and asked how he knew her name. The demon, in turn, looked intently at the Huntress. With lightning speed, he jumped away from her. She was in shock. The Huntress shouted at him to wait. She decided not to panic ahead of time, as she thought that most likely the demon heard her name when she was sitting in Ellen's house. But she still knew that if the demon knew her name, it would be very scary. The demon screamed at her, because he wanted to play with her. The Huntress was furious. She looked at him and said that she would immediately show him what it meant to play. She ran after him. The demon ran away from her and with a grin told her to hurry up. He told her that if she ran so slowly, he would definitely eat them both. The Huntress froze in shock. She looked into the distance in surprise and saw the Duke, who was hovering in the sky. The demon looked at her and said with a grin that this was why he told her to hurry up. The demon looked at the boy and told the Huntress that he wanted to bet her that the boy would get badly hurt if he fell from such a height. The Huntress was in shock and screamed at the Duke to wake up. The Duke heard her voice. He was shocked and did not understand what was happening. He looked at her with fury and asked what was happening to him. A moment later, the demon used his magic and the boy began to fall. The huntress made a dash with lightning speed and ran towards him. She was furious because she didn't want another person to die right in front of her. The huntress heard a very loud sound. She was shaking. The huntress was in shock. She looked at the place where the pillar of dust was. She did not believe that he was hurt. The huntress screamed at the Duke, but he did not answer. She froze in shock, looking towards the Duke. She couldn't believe that something had happened to him. She was in shock because she realized that another person had died right before her eyes. She didn't understand why she had to go through this again. Dion came closer to her and asked why she was sitting still. He said that the Duke was nearby. She looked at him in surprise. A moment later, she saw that he was hovering in the air. The Duke was furious and shouted that he had asked him not to call him Sasha and he would kill him. Dion grinned and told the Duke that it was very rude of him to thank him like that. Dion said that he had actually come running here to save him. Dion looked at him and said that since he saved him, he would now get his powers back. The Duke was shocked. He asked the young man to wait a little. A moment later, the Duke fell to the ground. The demon looked at the huntress and with a grin said that she seemed very surprised, and she had a very funny expression on her face. The huntress bared her teeth. She was furious. The demon said with a smile that he hadn't had this much fun in a long time. He said that they could play longer next time. He said with a grin that it was time for him to leave. The huntress was furious. She stood up with lightning speed and started running after him, screaming that he wouldn't dare leave her so easily. She clutched the stone in her hand. The huntress shouted that they were no longer playing tag. The demon rushed forward. He looked at her and said that he was sorry that they were not playing anymore. The huntress threw a stone at the demon in anger. A moment later, there was a deafening explosion. The cat lay motionless on the ground. The huntress slowly approached the demon. She was surprised because she could just lift it. She knew it was a high-ranking demon. The demon laughed as he looked at the huntress. The huntress was shocked as she realized that he was just pretending to be caught. The demon looked at her and said with a grin that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The demon looked at her and said that she just shouldn't tell him that she was still looking for that thing. The huntress was surprised. She looked at the demon and asked what she was looking for, but a moment later, she asked how he knew her. The demon looked at her and said with a smirk that, of course, he knew her. He said that in any case, she could say what she wanted. He said that she deserved to have one wish granted since she had defeated him. The huntress was shocked. She looked at the demon and said that she still had questions. Sena asked the demon how he knew her, and she also asked if they had met before. The demon smirked and said that it seemed like her wish was the answer to the questions. The huntress looked at him and said that she had a wish. Sena told the demon to return everything back to how it was. The demon looked at her and with a smirk said that he would immediately grant her wish. Dion looked at the huntress and asked if she was okay. The huntress was distracted in a way she hadn't expected to hear, and the demon ran away from her. They ran towards her as fast as they could. She was surprised and did not understand why they were still small. The huntress looked at the demon in surprise and said with rage that he was going to grant her wish. She looked at him and asked why they had not changed. The demon smirked and said that she had not said so just now. The huntress was furious. She screamed at the demon that he was a deceiver, and she also screamed furiously at him to bring them back quickly. The young men calmed the huntress down. The demon looked at her and with a smirk told her to calm down, as he always keeps his word. The demon looked at them and said that they would see each other again. The huntress was furious and couldn't understand how he could just leave. The Duke looked at her and asked what had happened. The huntress looked at the Duke and said that it was a long story, but it was all over now. Dion in turn was trembling. Sena looked at them and said that they would soon return to their original form. She noticed that Dai bowed. A moment later, Dion fell to the ground. She was shocked because she noticed that he was breathing heavily. Dion stood up slowly. She came closer to him and touched his head. The huntress gently asked if he was awake, and she also asked how he felt. Dion looked at her with surprise and confusion. Looking away from her, he said that it was probably just a normal temperature, something that happened when he used mana beyond his limit. He said that he only really felt like that when he lost control. But this time he thought his baby body just couldn't handle his usual level. She looked at him and said that's what the doctor had told them. Looking away from the huntress, he said that he would feel better after a little rest. She looked at him intently. Sena looked at him and asked if he wasn't interested himself. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. She was furious and said she was wondering why demons kept hanging around her house. She said it was the third time. Sena said that this time they were both in danger. She looked at him and said that he knew that mana that was out of control was difficult to suppress. He looked at her in surprise and asked with a smile if she was really worried about him. He was in seventh heaven. The Huntress was surprised, as she did not expect such a reaction from the young man. She looked at him and said that it was not something he should worry about. She was furious and said that he could die if the mana got out of his control again. He looked at her and said with a smile that he knew it. She looked at him intently, the same way she had felt when they had talked about Ellen. Sena was furious because she realized that he had no instinct for self-preservation at all. She looked at him in surprise. Dion was fidgeting on the couch. He plopped down on her lap. Dion looked at her and said that anyway, all he needed now was rest, since he was a sick man. He looked at her and said with a smile that she needed to let him lie in that position for a while. She thought they were right when they said the victims were getting younger and younger. She noticed that he was just like a little child now. She decided to give in to him after all. She decided that she would let him do whatever he wanted, but only today. Sena said with a smile that when her cousins came to visit, they often chatted on this sofa until they fell asleep. Dion looked at her in surprise and asked if she really had cousins. Sena smiled and said that she had 3 of them, and she hadn't seen them for a long time. The last time she saw them was at her grandfather's funeral. They really enjoyed spending time with her. But after the grandfather and his daughters could not divide this house, she never saw them again. Sena muttered quietly, as she was curious to know how they were doing. He looked at her and said with annoyance that this also reminded him of his past. She looked at him in surprise and asked what exactly. Dion looked at her and said that it was when he was that age that his mother died. The Huntress was shocked, as she did not expect to hear something like that. Sena looked away from him, puzzled, and said in a trembling voice that she was very sorry. He looked at her and said that she didn't have to pretend to be shocked. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he still had a mentor. The young man, puzzled, said that he did not know, since in fact he had not seen him for a long time. The Huntress was shocked, as she realized that she shouldn't have mentioned it. Dion said that in any case he was not the best father and husband, and he did not even come to his mother's funeral. She was shocked, as she did not expect this from her boss. He said that his father had his own problems, so he could understand. The Huntress looked at him with longing and sadness. She looked at him and said that there was no need to defend him, because what he had done here was wrong. She looked at him and said that he had done nothing wrong at all. He looked at her and asked if she knew his father well. The Huntress was puzzled and said that she couldn't say that she knew him very well. She had only seen him twice, and both meetings were not pleasant. He was surprised that she had met him twice. The Huntress was a little puzzled, as she had told him that she had found these meetings unpleasant. She did not understand why he was so interested. She knew it was no secret and she could tell him about it. She said that the first time they met was when her parents went missing. Sena said her grandfather's colleague was the first to report that it was due to an incident during a mission. The second was a knight. The third person was the mentor. Just from his face, she could tell how bad things were. The mentor looked at her and said that they were no longer in a position to investigate further. Then she thought that all she could do was wait. He looked at her and called her by name because he saw that she was very upset by the memories. She looked at him and said that their meeting could have been more pleasant. To be honest, she felt like this was the first time they had talked about something like this. Despite the fact that they spent quite a lot of time together, having lunch together and sitting at her house, she knew that at this time her initial motives for getting closer to him were not entirely selfless. She simply thought that she would be able to get some benefit from it. But now he seemed to her not just a friend, but a rather close friend. She looked at him with a smile and said that she did not want to talk about sad things, since she was sure that the boss did everything in his power. Dion looked at the Duke and told him not to pretend to be asleep. The Huntress was surprised, as she thought the Duke had been asleep the whole time. Dion was shocked. He looked at the Duke and said that he could not believe that he seriously hoped to just lie there and not say anything about himself. Dion looked at him in surprise and asked if he really had no shame at all. The Duke turned closer to them and said that he did not want to tell anything about himself. Dion looked at him and with a grin said that it was not surprising that he had no friends. The Duke told them to stop talking because they needed to get some sleep, because they would have to go to the library tomorrow and read something about the demon. He asked his friend if he wasn't worried that they might never get back to their age. Dion looked at him and said with a smirk that he didn't really care. The Duke was shocked by this answer. The Duke said he was a busy man and Dion had no idea how much work he had to do, besides keeping his dukedom, and if he stayed in the body of a child, it would be very bad. The Duke sighed heavily. The Huntress looked at him and said with a soft smile that a few days wouldn't make a difference. She looked at him and said that his subordinates were away and his parents probably weren't worried. The Duke said that they were dead. The Duke said that he too had no more relatives left as they had all died. The Huntress was shocked, as she had not expected to hear something like that. She felt very uneasy. The Duke sighed heavily and said that was why he didn't want to tell them anything. She looked at him and apologized for bringing it up. The Duke waved her off and said it was fine. She looked at the Duke and told him not to worry, as they would go to the library tomorrow and learn more about the demon, so they all needed to get a good rest now. The Duke looked at her and asked how she was. Sena looked at him and said with a smile that she could easily last 3 days without sleep, but she was still puzzled because she didn't think her knees could last that long. The Duke lay on the sofa and could not sleep for a long time. He looked at her sideways and asked if she remembered what had happened. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. The Duke said he was talking about that incident in the house. She looked at him and asked if he was talking about Serena. The Duke said that it was his cousin, or more accurately, she was the man who tried to kill him. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked if it was his uncle. The Duke said that it was, and he was originally supposed to inherit the duchy. But it all worked out that his father ended up being the heir, so he became a duke after his father died. Rashid said that his uncle despised him as much as he could, and it got to the point where he wanted to kill him. And from that moment on, he didn't feel safe even in his own estate. The only people supporting him were his butlers, his headmaid, and a few knights and servants. It is only thanks to them that he is still alive. The Duke looked at her and said that of course his kin had tried to kill the few who had stood by his side, and that made him realize that he had to rely solely on himself. The Duke said that many things had happened since then, but it was not he who had killed his cousin. She looked at him in surprise and bewilderment and asked in a trembling voice who it was then. The Duke said in a trembling voice that it was his uncle. He said that his uncle would rather have his entire family slaughtered than watch them become a bunch of mindless slaves. The Duke said with annoyance in his voice that it was because of him that all this had started, and therefore perhaps it cannot be said that he was absolutely pure. The Huntress froze in mute shock. He looked at her and told her that she shouldn't worry about him taking her house away from her. She looked at him and said that she understood everything. A moment later she looked at him, dumbfounded, and asked him what he had just said. She was in shock, not understanding what her house had to do with it. The Duke said he knew she had heard rumors about him, and that seemed to be why she was so worried. The Huntress had truly considered him a decent man since the contract was signed, but nevertheless, she was very upset that he hid from her the reason for the continued appearance of demons in the capital. The Duke looked at her and said that he could swear that he did not harm people without good reason. She was surprised because she realized that all this time he thought that she was uncomfortable around him. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he had really told her about his uncle's secret to calm her down. He looked at her and said with a smile that he would not call it a secret because all the nobles already knew about it. She looked at him and said with sadness in her voice that she still doubted that it was easy for him to tell such a thing. He looked at her and said that he thought she was afraid of him. He said, puzzled, that she had said earlier that she would never come near him again. The Huntress, surprised, looked at him and asked if she had really said that. The Duke said that she had said such a thing. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked when she had said such a thing, as she did not remember such a thing. He was shocked. The Duke screamed and said that she had said such a thing when they had arrived at his estate. He was angry with her and told her to forget about it. She was shocked. The Huntress looked at him and asked if he was sure she had said that. She said, puzzled, that she really didn't remember that. The Duke grumbled and said that it seemed he had worried about it for nothing. Sena looked at him and asked if he was angry. The Duke said that he was not angry and she did not need to worry about it. Sena looked at him and said that she might have forgotten. The Duke was shocked. He looked at her, asked if she was serious. He rushed over and said that they could forget about it. He said angrily that he was going to bed now, so she didn't have to talk to him. The Huntress looked at him and called out. The Duke looked at her puzzled and asked what she wanted to tell him this time. Sena looked at him and thanked him with a smile for telling her about that situation. The Duke looked away in embarrassment and said that there was nothing special about it. Sena looked at him in surprise and asked why he didn't go to sleep in his room. The Huntress said that he must be uncomfortable here. She smiled and said that he should have a good rest before tomorrow. Sena smiled and said that she would definitely wake him up if she heard even the slightest sound from the door. He looked at her and said that it was not necessary. Sena looked at him and said with a smirk that if he slept so late he would never grow up. The Duke was furious, and he looked at her and asked if she really thought he was a child. The Duke said he would do as she wished. He looked at her and said that he could sleep here. The Huntress looked at him and smiled. She said with a smile that, of course, he could sleep next to her since it was warm and cozy. The Huntress slept soundly. In her dream, she was touching something. She didn't understand what it was because it didn't look like a pillow. She thought it was a doll, but she was confused because she didn't have a doll at home. Dion looked at her and with a soft smile asked if she was awake. The Huntress was shocked by what she saw. She did not expect to see her friend next to her in bed. She looked at him in surprise and shock and asked if he had really become normal. Dion looked at her and said with a smile that this was so, and this morning he had changed his appearance. She looked at him in surprise and asked why he was next to her. He smiled and said that he had brought her to her room because the sofa was uncomfortable and that he was going to leave after he had put her to bed. But she didn't want to let go of his hair. The Huntress was shocked, she was puzzled, but she jumped up from the bed and asked him for forgiveness. The young man grabbed her hand. Dion said that the Duke had also returned to his original state and had gone to find his assistant. She looked at him and said that it was wonderful. He looked at her and pulled her a little towards him. With a smile on his face, he said that it was just the two of them now. He looked at her and asked with a smile why they didn't have breakfast together now. Robin looked at her and asked with a smile if it wasn't hard to believe. He said with a smile on his face that he went out drinking with complete strangers and ended up passing out. She looked at him and said with a smile that sometimes he really was out of his mind. The Huntress sighed heavily as she remembered her friend. She didn't expect him to just leave for some important business without even eating with her. She thought she could eat alone in peace, but she bumped into Robin of all people. The Huntress realized that the demon had made everyone think that they had passed out from drinking in order to smooth out the whole situation that was going on in the city. The Huntress sighed heavily, as it seemed that everyone really did blame alcohol for everything. She knew that was the simplest and most convincing excuse. Robin looked at her and said with a smile that it was hard for everyone because of the lack of work in the guild. He looked at her and said with a smile that that was probably why he had drunk so much. She looked at him and said with a smile that it seemed so. The young man looked at her and said that for this reason, he was thinking of returning to his hometown. He said that the city manager had offered him a job as a freelance hunter, if he ever decided to leave the guild and return. She looked at it and said it was very good and sounded good. Oben looked at her and asked if she really thought so. He said that in any case it was high time for him to settle down. The Huntress looked at him and said that she thought so too. Robin looked at her and said he had thought of something. She looked at him in surprise. Robin looked at her and asked with a smile if she wanted to go with him. The Huntress froze in confusion. Robin looked at her with confusion, as he expected her to answer him. She looked at him in surprise and asked why she needed to go to his hometown. He looked at her and was puzzled, but said that he had said earlier that he knew the manager, so he could find her a job. Robin looked at her and said that, besides, his hometown is a perfect place to live, and the work there is not stressful, and it is calm, and the people are friendly. He said sheepishly that it was not hot there because it was the north. Since she did not like the heat, this place was suitable for her. She looked at him and said that she would not go. He shuddered as he did not expect such an answer. She looked at him, frowning, and said that he knew what situation she was in now, and she was not going to leave. Robin looked at her and said that he had completely forgotten about it, and he also asked her for forgiveness. The Huntress looked at him and said that everything was fine and that he had nothing to worry about. The Huntress looked at him and asked if they could leave now that they had eaten. Robin, puzzled, said that they could go. They walked slowly down the street and Robin told her different stories. The Huntress, in turn, had a lot of fun with him. A moment later, she caught a whiff of a familiar scent. The Huntress noticed a counter with cookies and she wondered if she should get some for her friend and the Duke. Robin looked at her and asked her with a smile if she wanted him to buy her some cookies. Dion came up behind her and said angrily that he would buy them himself. Robin was very much frightened by the unexpected appearance of the guest. Robin looked at him in surprise and asked who he was. The Huntress looked at her friend in surprise and asked if he hadn't said he would be busy today. Dion smiled and said that everything had ended earlier than he expected. Robin was shocked because he didn't understand what was happening. Robin looked at his friend and asked her if they knew each other. The Huntress looked at her friend and apologized for forgetting to introduce them. A moment later, she introduced them to each other. The young people looked at each other angrily. Dion looked at the young man with a grin and asked if this was the same Robin. Dion smiled and said that he was very pleased to meet him, as he had already heard about him. Robin shook his hand and smiled and said that he was also glad to meet him. The Huntress was a little surprised, as she felt some kind of uncomfortable atmosphere. The Huntress looked at Dion and said that his hair was sticking out in all directions. He looked at her in surprise and asked where. She smiled and told him to bend over and she would fix it. Robian was in shock because he didn't understand what was going on at all, as the atmosphere was not very good. Dion looked at the Huntress and said with a smile that she was very beautiful. She had put them to bed this morning. Robin was in shock. He didn't understand what he just heard. Dion smiled and said that they were together that morning. Robin was shocked by what he heard. He didn't understand what was going on. He looked at the Huntress, as he wanted her to explain the whole situation. The Huntress, in turn, only nodded in response. Robin was shocked as he realized that it was true. Dion looked at the young Huntress and asked her why she wanted the cookies. She looked at him and said that she was thinking of treating him and the Duke later. Robin was in shock and didn't understand what was happening. He was in shock and did not understand what was happening and realized that he had hoped in vain that she had the closest relationship with him. He was surprised and wondered if he wasn't supposed to be by her side all the time. He looked at her with sadness. He noticed that she was having a lot of fun with her friend. Robin burst into tears and ran away. The Huntress was shocked by her friend's behavior. She shouted after him where he had run off to. Sena shouted at him, but he did not settle. Robin, in turn, hoped that she would be happy, even if she was not with him. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked what had happened to him. Dion, in turn, watched the man closely and smiled. Anna looked at the Huntress and asked if she knew anything. Anna said that they said Robin got drunk and cried his eyes out. The Huntress looked at her and said with annoyance that it was the first time she heard about it. She looked at her in surprise and asked if she was serious about it, since she thought they were close. The Huntress said that Robin had told her earlier that he was going to quit the guild. Maybe that's why he was sad. She said that the thought of ending his career made him sad. She looked at her in surprise and asked if she really thought so. Robin, in turn, knew that was not the case. There was a commotion and chatter in the guild. Anna looked at the Huntress and said that it looked like someone had arrived. A moment later, they saw Dale Fravel and Isabel Fravel. Everyone was shocked, as they almost never came here. Everyone present did not understand what brought them to the guild. Anna looked at the Huntress and asked why the chief, for once, was entering through the main entrance. Anna said that he hated the persistent looks to such an extent that he even stumbled into the estate with work. The Huntress looked at him sideways and said that it seemed that insanity had crept up on him. She said she had heard that for someone to change their behavior radically was bad news. She looked at the Huntress and asked if they should look for a new job. The Huntress smiled and said that if the association closed, the table by the entrance was hers. Anna said that was unfair, since it was her favorite table. The Huntress looked closely at the man who refused to attend his own wife's funeral. The Huntress looked at him with fury. She realized that he looked very terrifying. She realized that his son did not look like him at all. For some time, the Huntress was very deeply immersed in her thoughts. She looked at her and said that she almost forgot about one thing. The Huntress looked at her friend in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Anna smiled and said that the reason she asked her to come today was because there was a very good job for a Huntress that was not dangerous and met all her requirements, and it paid a very solid amount. The huntress looked at her in surprise and asked with a smile if she really didn't want to entrust her to those in need, since she was so good. The huntress knew that she was doing great for now, thanks to the Duke's lease. Anna looked at her and said that they were asking specifically about her. The huntress looked at her friend in surprise. The huntress looked at her and asked if the customers were by any chance hermits. Anna looked at her and said with a smile that it was not like that at all, and in fact everything was just the opposite. The huntress was surprised and did not understand what was going on at all. Anna said that Owen was asking about Scene. The huntress looked at her in surprise and asked if this was really the one she thought he was. Anna smiled and said that the hunter was thinking correctly. Owen is an S-class hunter. Owen is one of the 5 high-class hunters in the Adventurers Guild. As the youngest member of this rank, he has never failed a single mission and is a legend. Owen is a brilliant scientist recognized by the Academy. His discoveries include the ancient ruins of Elioros, the tombs of the royal family of Karnan, the grimoire of the sage Cyril, and much more. Not only is he loved by hunters and the general public, he was the best in the world. The huntress was surprised and did not understand how someone like him would need to hire her. Sena looked at her and said that the papers said he needed a hunter who spoke Pelesian. Anna looked at the huntress and said that they believed that he had found some inscriptions in this language in the runes he had recently discovered. She handed her the documents and asked her to look at them. The huntress was surprised. She said that she did not know this language well. Anna looked at her and said that, however, the huntress had lived in the police before, and she was an experienced hunter, so he probably thought that she would make a good assistant. The huntress was surprised because she could not believe it. She was shocked and couldn't believe that her idol had chosen her out of all the hunters here. Sena was shocked and hoped that this was just an opportunity given to her from heaven. Anna looked at her and said that it looked like Sena was refusing, because it seemed like she didn't like the offer. The huntress took the documents from her hands with lightning speed. She said with a smile that if he had personally chosen her, she should at least pay him a visit before refusing. The huntress looked at her friend and asked if she thought she was doing the right thing. She was very happy because she would be able to see her idol. The huntress looked at her friend and asked when she could see him. Sometime later, she found herself at her idol's estate. She was in shock because she didn't think she would be brought here right away. The butler came out to greet the huntress. He said with a smile that the master was waiting for her. A moment later, he showed her where to go. The huntress, puzzled, agreed with him. They walked slowly towards the owner. She was surprised because she saw many statues on the estate. She did not understand why they were needed. She was puzzled because their eyes were directed at her. It seemed to her as if they were watching her. She felt very awkward. The butler looked at her and said that he would immediately take her to the master's office. She smiled and agreed. A moment later, she saw a beautiful picture. She was surprised because she didn't know what it was. She stared at the painting. Looking down, she saw demons in the painting. A moment later, she heard a voice. The man looked at her and asked if she was charming. The huntress turned around and saw a truly horrific sight. She cursed loudly. The man laughed. The huntress looked at him, puzzled, and said that her heart nearly jumped into her heels. She was worried and asked when he had arrived, since she had nearly hit him. The man looked at her and said with a smile that she had a great reaction. Taking off his mask, he asked her for forgiveness for frightening her. A moment later, he introduced himself. The huntress looked at him and thanked him for inviting her. She looked at him as if she wanted to tell him her name. A moment later, she was stunned as she recognized the man. He was one of the candidates for the leading male role that she saw on the covers of the novel. He looked at her and said with a smile that he was very pleased to meet her. Sometime later, they were sitting in the office. The huntress was surprised. She did not understand why the candidate for the main role wanted to meet with her and not with the main character. She was shocked because she realized that there were now many candidates for the leading male role. According to her calculations, he was already the third. He looked at her and said with a smile that he always wanted to see her. The huntress was surprised. She looked at him and asked if he knew her. He looked at her and said that of course he knew. He smiled and said that he enjoyed hearing about her exploits during the expedition. He said that he also expressed his respect for some incident with the fight with the demon. He said that he heard that she fought demons all night to protect her wounded colleagues. She looked at him puzzled and said that she was just lucky, and that was all. He smiled and said that her colleagues were the luckiest of all. He said that people who are willing to do such a thing are very rare. She looked at him and said that maybe that's what got her promoted to another class, although she was demoted right after that. He looked at her and said with a smile that he had also heard of her many nicknames. For example, one caught his attention. She was called a heroine. She was also called invincible. She looked at him and said that she didn't really like the nickname. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she didn't like it, since he thought it suited her perfectly. She looked away from him and said that for her it was childish. She said with annoyance in her voice that it just so happened that she recovered a little faster than the others, that's all. He looked at her and said with a smile that this was quite an exceptional quality, and he believed that she would definitely become an amazing hunter and even reach the same class as him. The huntress looked at him, puzzled, and said that he was overestimating her. Since in order to get into his class, one must make historical achievements, she said that she would never be able to do such a thing. He looked at her and asked if she had any interest in the ancient ruins. She looked puzzled and said that she had no interest. She was content to at least keep her home. He looked at her and said with a smile that digging ruins could be quite exciting too, and he had seen many hunters doing this work with great pleasure. She looked at him and asked him to stop, because she knew that someone who had financial stability could take on such work. Someone who could for this would need to travel abroad and form their own team, which would probably cost a lot. He looked at him and asked if she had no one to support her. The huntress looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and said that she knew the Duke. He said with a grin that he, the Duke, would certainly help her with pleasure. The huntress looked at him, dumbfounded. Sena looked at him and said that they were an example of the Duke's help. He looked at her, dumbfounded. Owen looked at her in surprise and asked if they were on bad terms. The huntress looked at him and said that they weren't on bad terms. They were just acquaintances, and she had no reason to ask him for help. Owen looked at her and said with a smile that it was a great relief. Owen looked at her and said that the reason he had called her here today was because he was very interested in her. He said that he was also interested in the Duke. The huntress looked at him in surprise. She did not understand what he was talking about. She knew that something was wrong here. She understood that he had a different goal from the very beginning. Her opportunity, given from heaven, was falling apart. She understood that he was still very high class, and he had no reason to get along with her, because she was just small trash. Sena realized that everything he had said before was just flattery. She looked at him and asked if perhaps he was simply looking for investment from the Duke. Owen looked at her and said that was not the point. The huntress looked at him in surprise and asked, what was the matter then? Owen thought for a moment and said that he had another very important matter that needed to be resolved. Owen looked at her and asked her if she had encountered any demons while she was with the Duke. The huntress looked at him in surprise. She was shocked that he asked. A moment later, she said she had never encountered it. The young man thought for a moment and said that he understood. Sena was shocked and didn't understand how he even knew. She thought the Duke was hiding any news about the demon's appearance. Even she knew that the investigation department was not aware of it. She looked at him puzzled. He looked at her and asked if he could tell her an ancient story. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he really wanted to tell her something right now. He slowly looked through all the books, because he wanted to find the one he needed. A moment later, he found the book and opened it. The huntress was surprised. She didn't understand if he was serious. He wanted to read to her now. He looked at her and asked her to listen to all the information carefully. He said that long ago there was a mouth of fiends. They opened the gates of hell and came to this earth, where they tortured people, getting pleasure from it. They could cause physical pain to people. They seduced them to the point of overthrow. They had a passion for turning people against each other, to eventually kill them. They brought hell into this world. They stored energy, polluted the earth, and altered its flora and fauna. The very beings that were created in this process are what they now call demons. The force of the fiends acting on people, which gave birth to 3 different states of being: people who lost their minds and turned into monsters. Others absorbed the power and became magicians. And the last group learned to purify the energy of the fiends and became priests. The abilities of the fiend race were enough to awaken the dormant, holy power within people. He looked at her and asked if it sounded ironic. While the priests managed to exterminate most of the race, the survivors failed to find a way to kill their main enemies. The priests decided to seal the souls of the 33 supreme fiends and keep them within the sacred empire. Those souls have been securely sealed within the empire until now. But unfortunately, 3 of them disappeared recently. He looked at the Huntress and said that he was currently searching for them after receiving a request from the Empire. There were 5 families who helped the priests exorcise the higher fiends. They are the only ones in the Empire who know of the seal's existence, and also the only ones who have access to it. He looked at her and said that the Duke's house was one of the 5. The Huntress, in turn, dozed off to his story. A moment later he shouted, and the Huntress flinched as she did not expect him to shout like that. He looked puzzled and said that it seemed his story was very boring. Sena apologized to him and said that she had never been interested in legends. He looked at her and said he understood. He said he should have been more considerate of his guest. Yawning, she told him not to worry as everything was fine. He looked at her and said with a smile that this was very good and they should move on to another story. He looked at her and said that the mouth of the fiends attracts demons. She was puzzled because she thought that the legends were finished. He looked at her and said that demons are born from the power of fiends. Therefore, they tend to follow them, like children follow their parents. She sleepily said that she believed the legend to be true. He said that fiends can actually summon demons even in their sealed state. That's why the Holy Empire takes meticulous measures to protect the fiend's sealing stones. He looked at her and said that if the Duke had one of these stones, then demons would definitely start appearing around him. He raised his voice, and the Huntress shuddered. He looked at her and said that, to tell the truth, the fiends weren't the only ones he was looking for. She was surprised, looked at him and asked who else he was looking for. He looked at her and said that he was looking for a priestess. He asked her if the Duke was pursuing a particular woman. Sena looked at him in shock. He looked at her intently with a smirk on his face, and since he realized that she knew something. He looked at her, and with a smirk on his face said that he assumed that this topic was more interesting to her than the legend. She was in shock because she realized she had made a mistake, and he could clearly see the shock on her face. He looked at her with a smile on his face. She understood that he was showing her with his whole appearance that he had caught her. She understood that he was now going to ask her a bunch of unnecessary questions. He came closer to her and showed her some sheets. He said that the first tenant sacrificed herself to seal the 3 higher fiends. He said that the seal held strong to this day. She looked at him and his task, but said that it was excellent and safe. He looked at her and said there was one problem. He said that a priestess exists in every generation, and her blood is the only way to break the seal. He had recently mentioned that the Duke was currently looking for a specific priestess. He thought that the Duke was most likely planning to break the seal. He looked at the Huntress and said that he would have to be killed for the greater good. She was furious. The Huntress stood up abruptly and said that she didn't know about it, nothing. She looked at him and said that, as she had said before, she was not that close to the Duke, and she had no idea who he was looking for, and she also did not know who this woman was supposed to be. He looked at her and said with a smile that then it would be better to ask him directly. He looked at her and said that she could address the matter any time she wanted, as it was a request, not a demand. The Huntress was furious. She didn't know if he was even listening to her. She said angrily that she didn't know what he was talking about. She sighed heavily and said that she had other things to do, so she would leave him now. He looked at her and said with a smile that he would be in touch. A moment later, she saw a piece of paper on the floor. She looked closely at the drawing. She saw tears, and she saw the writing at the top. She looked at the drawing in surprise and wondered if it was a lie. The Huntress looked at the man and said that he did not have to give her all this, and she also asked him to take everything back. The man looked at her with tears in his eyes and said that he was only fulfilling his master's requests. He said that if he took everything back, he would get into trouble. She was shocked. She looked at him and told him to leave everything here. The man thanked her and hurriedly handed over the boxes. The Huntress said goodbye to him. The Huntress sighed heavily. After talking with her new acquaintance, she realized that the Duke had never been in love with the main character. She even wondered for a moment if he had ever mentioned her name to her. She had never noticed it. She remembered Aaron saying that her neighbor was a very important person for the Duke, and by doing this, he was trying to protect her from those around her. Sena realized that by important, Aaron didn't mean love at all. It was only about her personality. She realized that her neighbor was a priestess. She thought her neighbor was suitable for the female lead, especially since the priestess's blood was tied to the line of fiends. She knew that it also made the plot easier to develop. The antagonist of the story sets out to find the priestess in order to break the seal of the fiends. Here, the main male characters stand up for their heroine, and over time she naturally falls in love. Meanwhile, her neighbor and minor supporting character are faced with the stress of all the demons that are emerging from them. But she still thought that the Duke was the main male lead, but given what she had heard before, maybe he was actually the villain. Opening the door, Dion saw the Huntress. He looked at her in surprise and called her. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he had really been home all this time. Dion looked at her confusedly and said that he had been here. He looked at her and asked if she had been shopping. She looked away, puzzled, not knowing what to say. A moment later, she said they were gifts. Dion looked at her in surprise and asked who the gifts were from. She said that what she was really worried about was having to open them herself. She looked at him and asked if he thought he could give her a helping hand. He looked at her in surprise and asked where she went to bring all this. The Huntress was stunned when she opened the box. She screamed and shuddered as she had not expected to see something like that. Dion looked at her and asked what had happened. She looked at the box and its contents in surprise and bewilderment. She couldn't believe what she saw. She was shocked because she saw that there were mana stones in the box. She couldn't believe it. The Huntress was shocked. She looked at the box in surprise and asked how much it all cost. The Huntress looked at the stone in surprise and asked if she was right. Dion looked at her and asked if he should open the remaining boxes. She looked at him and said that he could open them, because she wanted to see what was inside the other boxes. She was very surprised and wondered if she could accept such expensive gifts. The Huntress thought that she should return them anyway, because she knew that it was simply indecently expensive. She smiled a sly smile as she thought that although he would probably not notice that some of the stones were missing. Dion looked at her and said that in the other boxes you have mana collection tools and they also look very expensive. She put the stone back and said it was wrong and she had to give it all back. Sena said that they couldn't leave them outside after all. She looked at her friend and asked if he would help her carry everything inside. Dion looked at her and said he would, no problem. He looked at her and asked where to put the boxes. The Huntress said he could move them to an empty room on the second floor. Sena looked at him in surprise and asked if he was having a hard time. He looked at her and said with a smile that everything was fine. She was surprised because Owen's worker almost kicked the bucket while dragging all this stuff here. He looked at her and said that he would take everything to the second floor first. The Huntress thanked him. He looked at her and asked with a smile who had given her all these gifts. The Huntress froze in place, not knowing what to say to him. She knew that if she began to tell him the whole story, it would take too long. She looked at him and said with a smile that it was one of her friends who had given her all this. He bared his teeth and asked if it was really one of her friends. He gave her a cold and angry look and said that it seemed like she had a lot of acquaintances. The Huntress was shocked as she felt a chill run through her. She was shocked as she didn't want him to smile like that as he looked like a maniac. The next day, she looked very rumpled because she couldn't sleep. She spent the whole night trying to remember something from her past, but unfortunately, the time was wasted. Sitting at the table, she chewed on a spoon and said that she was very tired. The Duke looked at her and asked in surprise if she didn't like the food. She looked at him intently. As she looked at him, she wondered if the Duke could really steal the sealing stone. She looked at him intently, for she thought he had the face of a secret villain. The Duke looked at her and asked if she wanted him to cook something different. She looked at him and said with a smile that everything was very tasty. The Duke looked at her and said that it was good if she said so. The Huntress looked at the Duke and asked if something had happened yesterday. The Duke looked at her and said that nothing had happened. He had just been very busy and he apologized for having to leave. She looked at him and smiled and told him not to apologize because it was just a normal day anyway. He looked at her in surprise and asked if it was really a normal day. The Duke whispered to the Huntress what had happened to Dion then. Dion muttered something under his breath. The Huntress laughed. Looking at him, she understood that he behaved this way because of the gifts that an acquaintance gave her. A moment later, he said that he had already eaten. The Huntress was surprised, looked at him and asked if he had really eaten. The Duke was shocked. He told the young man that he had not even finished eating. Dion plopped down on the sofa. The Duke looked at the Huntress and whispered to her how badly they had quarreled. The Huntress said that they had not quarreled at all. Dion sat on the sofa and did not notice their conversation. Sena looked at the Duke and said that she did not understand why he was so angry. The Duke looked at her and asked if she wanted him to ask him. The Huntress looked at the Duke in surprise and asked why he needed it. The Duke smiled and said that he had been thinking that he felt uneasy in such an oppressive atmosphere. The Duke looked at the Huntress and said that he wanted to tell them the latest news about the demons, but he couldn't discuss anything in such an atmosphere. The Huntress was surprised. She looked at him and asked if he really wanted to tell them something. Dion glanced at them sideways. The Duke looked at her and said with a smile that he had asked his assistant to bring him something. He smiled and asked for permission to explain everything only after the assistant arrived. The Huntress looked at him and said with a smile that this was very excellent. A moment later she looked at Dion, who in turn turned away from her. She quietly whispered to the Duke that she would now go and buy a cake, as her friend really loved sweets. The Duke laughed and said with a smile that he would then wait for her here. The Huntress looked at the Duke because she realized that she was wrong about him. She knew that a guy who smiled like that couldn't possibly be a secret villain. Dion glared at them. Sometime later, the Huntress thanked the seller with a smile on her face. She was very happy because the job was done and she hoped that her friend would like the cake. But unexpectedly for her, someone called her. Sena shuddered from the scream. She turned around to see Owen running towards her. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing there. The young man was out of breath. He looked at her and said that they had a big problem. He looked at her and asked if she still had the mana-gathering tools he had sent her. She looked at him, dumbfounded and confused, and said that she had them. He looked at her and said quickly that they needed to check something immediately. He said that he thought you were a mixture, that a strange element had been added. She looked at him and said that he was just in time and that she was on her way home. She asked if he would like to join in. He shouted in rage that they had to hurry because her house might explode. The Huntress looked at him in bewilderment. A moment later, she threw the cake on the floor and screamed in rage that her house was about to explode. The Huntress ran as fast as she could to her home. Sena didn't know what he meant when he said that she had a very dangerous object in her home that could destroy her home. In fact, she was very angry with him because she did not understand why Owen kept such dangerous things. A moment later, she ran to her house and noticed that it was safe and sound. She circled around her house for a while, surprised that he was okay. Sena knew that even if everything was fine now, no one knew when it might break apart. Owen looked at her and said that he barely caught up with her. The Huntress looked at him and asked what the item was. She wanted to know so she could go get it quickly. Owen looked at her and said that if she handled it incorrectly, it would explode. He said he would go get it himself. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked why he kept such a dangerous thing, and why he sent it to her. Owen bowed deeply and said that it was his fault, and he also asked her forgiveness for his mistake. She looked away from him and said that all the things he gave her were on the second floor. Sena asked to take the item quickly. Owen looked at her and thanked her. Owen said it wouldn't take long. The Huntress said she understood and asked him to quickly retrieve the item. A moment later, Sena realized that the Duke was now in her house. She realized that at this rate, they might meet. She remembered how they sat together and talked about the Duke. Owen said the Duke must be killed for the greater good. Sena knew she couldn't let him meet the Duke. She looked at him and told him to wait a little. She looked at him and said that her house was a complete mess right now and asked him to wait a little and come back later. Opening the door, Owen saw the cleanliness that was in the house. Looking into the house, he said with surprise that it seemed to him that the house was very clean. Sena looked at him in surprise and said that she thought it was so dirty there. Sena was very surprised and wondered if the Duke and Dion had gone somewhere, but she still felt relieved. He looked at her and asked if he could come into the house. The Huntress said that he could come in. She looked at him and said with a smile that everything he had sent was now on the second floor. Walking down the corridor, he froze for a moment. He looked at her and told her not to panic, as he was sure there were burglars in her house right now. A moment later, Owen pulled out his gun. The Huntress looked at him in surprise as he pulled out a gun. Sena, puzzled, told him to wait a bit and calm down. He looked at her and told her to look at the floor and pointed in which direction to look. He pointed to the tracks and said they were much bigger than hers, and the direction showed that he had entered the house from the outside. Owen said that it must be robbers. The huntress was shocked because she understood who they were talking about. She did not know what to tell him. She couldn't tell him that in fact she had the boss's son visiting her often. She knew she couldn't tell him that. He looked at her and said that frankly the explosion was not their priority right now. Sena looked at him in surprise. He looked at her and asked if he could look around her house right now. She flinched because she didn't like his tone. She was furious with his behavior. He looked at her and said with a smile that she could trust him completely and he would immediately get rid of any demon or person who lingered here. Sena thought that most likely he came here on purpose to catch the Duke. She looked at him and smiled and told him to wait a little, as there was no burglar in her house. He heard some noise in the room and said that the robber was right there. She was in shock and didn't understand what was going on. She wondered in surprise if they were still in the house. He walked in the other direction, and Owen said he would deal with them quickly. She was shocked and didn't know what to do because she knew she couldn't hold him back, because he was a high-class hunter and she was very weak in front of him. She knew it was highly unlikely she could detain him. He heard a rustling sound outside the door. Opening the door, he stormed into the room with rage and pointed the gun at the robber. Owen said with rage that he could not hide. A moment later, the Duke knocked the gun out of his hands and twisted his arms. The Duke was furious. He looked at Owen and asked who he was. Owen screamed because he was furious. Dion looked at it and said with surprise that it was a pretty sophisticated gun. Dion walked closer to him and pointed the gun at his head. Dion looked at the young man with a smirk and asked if they should check if he was as effective as he seemed at first glance. The huntress came closer to them and angrily told them to stop. The young man looked at her and asked for help in a trembling voice. Sena looked at them and said angrily that if they were going to kill him, they should do it outside. The Duke and Dion both said that this is what they had planned to do. The boy was in shock. Owen did not expect this. Owen screamed with rage throughout the house because he wanted them to calm down and let him go. Owen was flushed with rage. They looked at him intently and warily. The young man looked at the Duke and said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. The Duke looked at him in surprise and asked if they had met before. Owen looked at him and said they had met 3 times. The Duke thought for a minute and said he didn't remember him. Owen looked at him and said he'd bet the Duke didn't remember him. Owen was furious. The huntress looked at the Duke. She was now convinced that he was truly a great Duke because the guy was literally sending him murderous looks and he didn't even blink. Owen looked at Dion and said that he had never met him before. Owen also asked who he was. Owen noticed that Dion had only played with a gun. Dion looked at the huntress and said that the gun was loaded. He asked her if he could test it on him. The huntress was surprised and puzzled, looked at him and said that under no circumstances, since she had previously said to do it outside. Owen looked at the huntress and asked her to get Dion away from him. Dion glared at him and told him not to talk like he was some kind of object. They argued for a while longer. The huntress looked at them, puzzled. She knew he was only acting in his own favor. She remembered when he said she had quite exceptional qualities, and he told her he believed she would be an amazing hunter. He told her she would reach a high class, like him. She knew there was a limit to how much she would let him make a fool of her. She came closer to him and told him to tell everything honestly. She looked at him and asked if he had come here to kill the Duke. He was shocked and looked at her in surprise and asked how she could say such a thing. She was furious. Sena said he was the one who lied to her first, about the whole story about his gifts. Dion came closer to him and said with a smirk that it looked like he was the one who sent her the gifts. Dion looked at him and asked if it wasn't because of some personal feelings for Sena. Owen looked at him and said, "Of course not." He looked at them and said that he just came to take the sealing stone that the previous Carlman stole. The huntress looked at him and said with a smirk that she thought he would say something like that. He looked at them and said that, besides, he had to come here to find the priestess. He looked at her and with fury told her to stop hiding the truth. He looked at her with a stern expression, saying that he knew that the priestess was none other than her. The huntress was shocked by such a statement. Dion and the Duke looked at the huntress in shock. They were surprised by such a statement. A moment later, all the young people burst into laughter. They roared with laughter. They laughed because they couldn't believe what he said. The huntress smiled and said that she hadn't heard anything like that in the last year. They thought this suggestion was very funny. He looked at her and asked in surprise if that wasn't true. that he had heard that she was famous for her healing abilities. She looked at him and asked what amazing abilities he was talking about. She looked at him and said that she bleeds when she cuts herself. And she also gets bruises. He looked at her in surprise and said that she still heals faster than other people. Sena said it was because she simply had a good immune system. He looked at her and asked, "What about the rumors that she was immortal?" The Huntress smiled and said it was just an exaggeration, and everyone gets a kick out of giving such stupid nicknames to low-class hunters. She looked at him and said that she hated temples. She said that if she were a priestess, she would feel the healing power of the holy force, but she felt sick just looking at people in white. And she doesn't even know any of the priests. She said they are all too strict and stubborn, and she's actually on bad terms with them. She looked at him and said that she had never healed anyone using holy power. She looked at him and asked if he thought she was too far from being a priestess. Sena proudly said that it was just a coincidence that she was an exceptionally healthy person, that's all. Owen looked at her in shock and said that this simply couldn't be happening. Owen looked at the Duke and asked what about him. The Duke looked at him in surprise and asked what he meant. Owen said that the previous Duke had stolen the sealing stone. The Duke sighed heavily and said that he could swear on his family's name that such a thing had never happened. Rashid looked at the young man and said that he was really curious about where he had heard that. The Duke said that he was beginning to seriously doubt his identity. The young man was puzzled and angry. A moment later, he sighed heavily. Owen looked at the Duke and asked him to check the inside pocket of his jacket. The Duke took a ring out of his pocket. Dion looked at the ring and said it looked real. The Duke said he thought so too. The Huntress pushed them apart in surprise and asked what it was. Rashid told her that it was the ring of the Holy Emperor. She was surprised, looked at him and asked if it was true. Dion took the ring from the Duke and said that they should check its authenticity. The Huntress was surprised, as she did not understand how he wanted to check the authenticity of the ring. Dion threw the ring on the ground. The Huntress was surprised. She looked at her friend and asked what he was doing, because they could have lost it. Dion looked at the Huntress and told her not to panic in vain. They saw that the ring was gone. He said that if it was real, it should immediately return to the owner's finger. Dion looked at the young man and said that the owner of the Holy Emperor's ring could only be changed with His Majesty's permission. That is why it could never be taken away from its owner. The Huntress looked at the young man in surprise and said that the ring was genuine. Owen looked at them and asked in confusion if he hadn't told them that he had received a request from the Holy Empire. The Huntress, puzzled, said she thought she looked and remembered him saying something like that. She said she wasn't sure at all, as she had been dozing. Owen looked at the Duke and said it didn't matter since he had already shown his. He told the Duke that his family was supposed to get such a gift too. The Duke looked at him in surprise. The Duke said with annoyance that he did not have it. He looked at the Duke in surprise and asked if he really did not have it. The Duke said that it was true, since it had disappeared about 30 years ago. Owen looked at the Huntress in surprise and asked if she really believed him. The Huntress was puzzled, as she did not know what to answer. She did not know whether the Duke was supposed to have the Holy Emperor's ring. Since it could not be removed from its owner and all, she did not know whether the Duke could lie. Although she knew he wasn't the type to tell such blatant lies, the room fell into an oppressive silence. She was in shock and didn't understand what was going on. She wanted them to stop trying to figure it out themselves and let her in on this. In fact, there are several Holy Emperor rings in the world. There are 5 more, and they are exact copies of the original. But even if they are copies, they also return to their owner, being far from him. The very first priestess gave these 5 rings to 5 different families. It was a symbol of the promise to watch over the sealed fiends and keep their existence a secret. He said that 30 years ago, a man with his ring from the Duke's house escaped with the sealing stone of the fiend family. Recently, they have observed a strange outbreak of mutated demons. Because of this, the mages and the association's investigation department all left on a long-term business trip after finishing their meal. Sena was puzzled and wondered what if the Duke was deliberately preventing outsiders from contacting the investigation department. Sena wondered if he wanted to cover this up. He said that while this was happening, the Duke left his duchy and went to the capital. And the first thing he did when he arrived was to start looking for the girl. He looked at them and asked if it wasn't suspicious that the head of the house who stole the sealing stone was looking for the girl. The Huntress looked at him. She knew his claims were nonsense, but she knew that didn't mean they were completely baseless. She wondered if the Duke had other goals. Aaron burst into the house and apologized to the Duke for being late. He said he had to spend a lot of time to make sure he was okay, but he got him there safely, so there was no need to worry. A moment later, he saw the depressing and dreary situation in the house. He looked at them, stunned and nervous. He looked at them and apologized for distracting them too. He said he hadn't seen anything at all. The Huntress shouted for him to wait, because she realized the young man wanted to leave. The young man looked at the Huntress and asked if it was true that this situation had nothing to do with torture or murder. She looked at him and said that of course it did, and she would never allow it in her house. He looked at her in surprise and asked if that meant she wouldn't allow it in her house, but she could on the street. The Duke looked at the young man and told him to stop and just give him everything. The young man looked at the Duke and asked if he could do it here. Rashid said he could do it here. The young man handed the book to the Duke. Saina looked at the book and said that it had a bad smell, and she felt like the book would curse her if she opened it. The Duke looked at her and said that it wouldn't happen, since they had already checked. However, she was still wary. Dion looked at her and said he had an idea. He looked at her and asked if she could pass him the book. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was up to. Dion walked slowly towards Owen. Owen shouted at him to stay away from him and asked him what he was going to do. Dion pulled his ropes tight. A moment later, he threw a book into his hands. He looked at the young man and told him to open the book. Owen looked at him in surprise and bewilderment and asked if he really wanted him to commit suicide. Dion looked at him and said that the Duke said that everything would be fine, so he did not need to worry and he could open the book. The young man was worried. He looked at Dion and asked how he could trust them if he was forcing him to do this. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and said with a smile that he liked demons after all, so he would succeed. He looked at her in surprise and said in shock that he hadn't collected them because he liked them. He was shocked and didn't understand who she took him for. The Duke looked at them and told them to stop and he would open the book himself. Owen looked at the Duke and said there was no need for that as he did not trust him at all. He said he thought there was no other choice and he would do it. He stood up impulsively, but in reality he was horrified by everything that was happening. A moment later he opened the book. They read entry 25. It said that the day was cloudy. The young man thought that the Marquess had performed another experiment on him while he was sleeping. He felt dizzy, but still it wasn't that bad. According to the Marquee, this time he drew even more blood, but still the young man could not remember anything. He wondered why he was locked in such a place. He wanted to know what his name was before. In subsequent entries, he wrote that he could now hold a little dark smoke with his fingertips. The Marquis looked at the young man and said that this was a good success, since he could now produce mana. The Marquis said they were almost there. The young man wrote that after that everything was a blur. He thought he had lost consciousness after the Marquis took that smoke from him. Sometime later, the Marquis brought a fair-haired girl to him. She cried and said that she was very scared and wanted to go home. The Marquis was furious and shouted at her and told her not to irritate him and just follow him. The man came closer to her and told her not to cry. At that moment, he instinctively realized something. He looked at her and asked her name. The young girl looked at him and said that her name was Ellen. The man wrote that the young girl gave him her blood. Ellen slept peacefully in her shop. The Huntress was shocked. She could not believe that the man had gone through such an experiment. The Duke said that 2 years ago, while traveling in the north, he encountered the author of this diary, and it was pure coincidence. Saina looked at it in surprise and said that if what was written in it was true, then yes, the Marquess tried to use Ellen's blood to resurrect the mouth of the fiends. The Duke looked at Dion and said that it was most likely so, but they could not say that he had succeeded. He said that this man's magic was quite weak and unstable. Also, judging from the fact that he couldn't travel very far from the Marquis's estate, he still needed Ellen's blood. Owen handed the diary to the Duke and asked where the unstable monster was now. The Duke looked puzzled and said that he had lost it. Owen was surprised and asked if the Duke was serious now. The Duke said that Owen could say whatever he wanted, as he was not going to make excuses. However, he did eventually find his location. The Duke said he must have left in a hurry because he had forgotten the diary. The Duke said he had shown it to the Emperor, and His Majesty had advised them to ensure Ellen's safety first. The Duke said that this was the reason he had asked her to come with him to the estate when he found her. The huntress was surprised, as she had not expected such a thing. The Duke said that she then refused such an offer. The Duke said it was the perfect way to protect her from the fiend and the Marquee, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. The huntress was shocked because she realized that she was to blame for this. The Duke looked puzzled and said that it was probably because she didn't like him. The huntress was shocked. She realized that she had screwed up big time. She was shocked, as she had no idea that his goal was solely to protect her neighbor. The non-hunter asked herself furiously why she had gotten involved in this matter, even without knowing the full story. The huntress looked at the Duke and asked why demons kept appearing here. The Duke said that most likely the fiend was sending them, and if he could attack her neighbor and get at least a drop of her blood, it would help him regain his strength. The huntress asked him in surprise what about the barrier, since she was sure that it was supposed to hold back demons. The Duke said that unfortunately you have been having trouble with this lately, since all the Imperial magicians have been sent to investigate the problem and they have not yet found the cause. The Duke looked at her and asked her to keep it all a secret, as it would be problematic if the public found out. The huntress was very nervous as she realized what had been going on lately. The huntress was furious as she realized that the Duke was not a stalker at all. Sena realized that he just wanted to protect her neighbor. She dropped to the ground. She was furious because she realized that she had messed everything up. She knew that if she had just figured out the situation, at least she would have never let the demons into her home. Sena knew she had simply dug her own grave. Dion looked at her and asked if she was okay. The Duke looked puzzled and said that it was his fault, since he should have persuaded Ellen. The huntress looked at him and told him not to say that, as she knew it was entirely her fault. Sena smiled and said that he had done his best, so he didn't need to worry. She smiled and said that it was a good job. The Duke was surprised, embarrassed, looked away and thanked her for such words. She looked at him and smiled and told him not to dwell on it because it was true. The huntress knew that in the end it was all her fault. The Duke looked at her and asked what she was going to do next. The huntress thought for a moment, not knowing what to answer him. A moment later, she said that she intended to defend her home as she could not allow it to be discredited. She knew the same was true for her neighbor's safety. The huntress looked at the Duke and asked, "How about sharing this information with her neighbor?" Owen looked at them and called out to Sena. Sena looked at him and said that she had forgotten about him. The Duke looked at him and asked if he had heard anything. Owen looked at them and said, "I certainly had." Owen grinned and said that they should know that he had ears too, and he couldn't close them either because his hands were tied. The Duke came closer to him and said that he couldn't just let him go now since he had heard everything. Owen looked at him and said that he was still skeptical about the Duke. The huntress was very puzzled, as she understood that they were back to their old ways. The huntress looked at Dion, as she knew that he must be shocked too, having learned about Ellen's past and everything else. The huntress called him. He looked at her in surprise. Sena pointed to the room and told him to follow her. Dion looked at her in surprise. She looked at him and asked him about this whole situation and the Duke if he was worried about it. Dion said that of course he was worried. Sena looked at him and said with a smile that she thought so, since the thing is that she had already managed to find out about his feelings. He looked at her in surprise and asked how long ago she had noticed this. Sena said it hadn't been that long, but that was understandable, considering his frequent visits. He said he had no idea it was so obvious and now he was a little embarrassed. The huntress smiled and said that he had no need to be embarrassed since she had long known that he liked her, and it would be strange if he had already rejected her. Dion looked at her in surprise. A moment later he looked at her and asked who she was talking about. Sena smiled and said, "Of course, Ellen." She said he loved her so much that he even fell to his knees and cried right in front of her house. He looked at her and said with a smile that he understood what she was talking about. The huntress said that she knew all along. She also knew that he had not given up on her, despite what he had said. However, dangerous situations will arise as long as her neighbor is a true priestess. The huntress said that this means they may have to deal with demons much stronger than those that have come to them so far. He looked at her and said that she was probably right. The huntress said that was why she wanted to tell him something. She looked at him and said that maybe he should stop coming to her house. He looked at her in bewilderment and asked what she was talking about. The Huntress thought that maybe she had chosen a crude way to keep him safe, but it was necessary for his own good. Sina looked at him and told him not to worry about her neighbor, as the Duke would take care of her, and she would be safe as long as the Huntress looked after her. The Huntress looked at him and told him that he need not worry about the young lady being in danger. He looked at her and told her to wait a moment. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she thought he would be in danger. He looked at her puzzled and asked why she thought so. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked if he himself told me that the demon last time was the first one he had ever fought. She said that the area was now a dangerous zone where demons could appear at any moment, and that meant that he was more likely to get hurt due to his lack of combat experience. He looked at her and asked if she remembered that he could use magic. She said that he did, but she also remembered that he almost lost control of himself because of it. She looked at him sadly and said that he could have died then. She was very worried about him that day. She said that was when she realized he could get hurt. She understood that, as a minor character, he did not have the plot armor that the main characters of this story had. She said she understood that he was very concerned about her neighbor, but he could also get seriously hurt if he got caught up in a fight with a demon. She said she had co-workers who had had their legs or arms cut off when they were involved in a fight. He looked at her and said that he could help them too. He asked her never to tell him to come here again. Sina was shocked because she knew it was mean of him to say that with that expression on his face. She saw the puppy's sad eyes. She didn't understand how she could refuse him, but still the Huntress decided to pull herself together because that cute face could turn into a bloody mess if he continued to come to her house. He looked at her with tears in his eyes and asked if it was true that he could not come here anymore. The Huntress looked away from him. She said that he simply had no idea how terrible demons could be. She said that they were disgusting creatures that mercilessly killed people. She told him not to even begin to talk about the race and the fiends, as they were even more cruel. Feeding on humans was their given nature, and as he had heard earlier, they even drank their blood. She said that the thought of it gave her goosebumps. She looked at him and asked if he thought he should stay away from places like that. She didn't know if she was being too harsh with that, but she just wanted to scare him a little. He looked at her and asked if she really wanted to turn him into a bad guy who ignored those in danger. She looked at him and said of course not, because that was not what she had in mind. He said he couldn't believe it. Dion said he found it hard to believe that she was now telling him to run away from this. He looked at her and said that he understood how she was worried about his safety, but he was also worried about her neighbor, and he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. The Huntress was surprised. He said he didn't want to become the kind of person who took his problems out on other people and ran away because he was weak. Dion looked at her and asked her to let him stay in her house. She looked at him puzzled. The Huntress understood that all her conversations had failed. Looking away from him, she said that he could come here, but only on one condition. He looked at her and said with a smile that he would do whatever she wanted. The Huntress was surprised. She did not understand how his expression could change so quickly. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he would do everything she wanted. He smiled and said that of course he would do everything, because her wish was his command. The Duke entered the room and asked the young man what he was doing. Dion looked angrily at the Duke and asked if it wasn't obvious. The Duke looked intently at the young man. Sina looked at the Duke and said with a smile that he had come just in time. Turning around, he saw a whole stack of books that Sina was carrying. He looked at her in surprise and asked what it was. The Huntress smiled and asked what he thought it was. A moment later, the Huntress placed a whole stack of books on the table. Dion was shocked because there were so many of them. She smiled and said that since they now knew that demons would appear here again, they needed to prepare for it. The Duke looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. The Huntress smiled and said that they should learn as much as possible about demons. She looked at her friend and said that if they learned the names and weaknesses of each of them, they would become stronger. Dion looked at her and asked if he could take a break for a while. The Huntress told him not to even think about it. The Huntress smiled and said that Dion was actually an old friend of Ellen's, before she lost her memories. The Duke was surprised. He looked at the young man and asked if the two of them had ever been friends. The Huntress smiled and said that it was true, and that was why he wanted to solve the demon problem with them. The Duke looked at him and said with a smile that this now explained why he was like this. Sena looked at the Duke and asked if he hadn't encountered so many demons before either. She said with a smile that they should learn everything together. The Duke said he had encountered several of them, perhaps 4. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he had ever been hunting. The Duke said he had been hunting 15 years ago, but after that the knights from the temple or the imperial palace started doing it, or hiring hunters. Sena said that it made sense, since there are plenty of talented hunters in their day. She looked at him and said with a smile that in any case, she had looked at the matter from many different angles and had come to the conclusion that the best course of action began with them telling her neighbor the whole story. The Duke looked at her and asked if she thought her neighbors were worth knowing. The Huntress said that it would be easier for them to deal with the situation. The Duke said he doubted that would be possible. She looked at him in surprise and asked why not. A moment later, the Huntress heard her neighbor's voice. The Huntress walked slowly towards the door. The Duke looked at the Huntress and said that her neighbor had arrived just in time. He asked the Huntress if she wanted to talk to her now. The Huntress looked at the Duke in surprise and said that he had said himself earlier that it was impossible. The Duke said that it was still worth a try. The Duke looked at his friend and said that, first, they should keep away from the door. The Huntress looked at him and said that then she would go right now and tell her everything. The Duke left her and wished her luck in this. The Huntress looked at him intently. A moment later, she heard her neighbor's voice again. Sena turned around and said that she was coming now. Opening the door, Sena saw her neighbor, who was smiling radiantly. Ellen looked at her neighbor and asked if it was not the right time. The Huntress smiled and said that it was not. The Huntress looked at her neighbor in surprise and asked what brought her to her. The young lady smiled and said that she had some cookies left, of which she had bought too many, so she decided to share them with her. The young lady smiled and said that she had something for her. The Huntress looked at her neighbor in surprise and asked if it was really for her. Sena made some tea and offered it to her neighbor. The young lady smiled and thanked her. Ellen looked at her neighbor in surprise and asked what kind of mana-gathering tool it was, or was it just a decoration? She said that its majestic appearance reminded her of a dragon relic. The Huntress looked at her in surprise and asked which one. Ellen looked at the shelf and pointed out the item to her. The young lady smiled and said that she thought even the furnishings in the hunting lodge were impressive. The Huntress smiled and said that it was just an ordinary lamp and they were sold at the night market, and she bought one because it looked very beautiful. Although in reality, Sena knew that she only bought it because her friend liked it so much. The young lady smiled and said, Huntress, that she had very fantastic taste, and she would never have guessed that it was an ordinary lamp. Sena smiled and asked if it was true. The Huntress felt awkward because her neighbor was giving her crazy compliments. The Huntress smiled and said that she was more interested in the cookies anyway. She looked at her neighbor and asked if she could have some. A moment later, the Huntress saw something strange in the basket. She looked at the basket in surprise and asked what it was. The young lady looked away in embarrassment and said that this ointment she prepared because she was very worried about the early hunter on her palm last time. The Huntress was surprised and remembered about earlier. My lady, puzzled, came closer to her neighbor and said that she was very sorry that she had not been able to bring it for so long. She said that she had a recipe that she had made up a long time ago, but it had taken a very long time to get all the necessary ingredients. The Huntress was surprised because she had not told her neighbor about her injury, but she still noticed it herself and even made an ointment for it. Sena was surprised because she knew their main character was being too kind to her. The young lady smiled and said that of course she was not an experienced pharmacist, but she could guarantee that the ointment would help her. She asked her neighbor to accept the ointment from her. The Huntress came up to her neighbor with lightning speed and said that of course she would accept the ointment since she had made it herself. The Huntress said that she would not even return it if she asked for it later. The young lady smiled and said that she hoped the Huntress would enjoy using the ointment. Sena smiled sweetly and hugged the ointment. She wondered what would happen if in the end she becomes the love of the main character. Since the main character was very kind to her, the Huntress realized that she had to stop, as now was not the time for such thoughts. She had to talk to her neighbor about the Marquee. Sena looked at her neighbor and asked where she lived before she opened her flower shop. The young lady looked at her neighbor with a puzzled expression. Ellen said that frankly she was not sure, because all her memories of the past were rather vague. The Huntress looked at her in surprise, asked if she remembered all her memories or if she remembered something. The young lady said that people from the temple found her unconscious in the forest. They allowed her to work at the temple and she used all her savings to open a flower shop. That's where she learned about plants and medicinal herbs. Her whole past is a blur, but for some reason her name is the only thing she remembers. She said that's all she knows, and her past. The Huntress looked at her and asked her again what about her parents. The young lady said that she didn't even have the desire to look for them. She said that she had a feeling that her life in the past was not the happiest. Ellen smiled and said that one of the priests told her that this scar was very old, and she had many other scars scattered all over her body. She said that for this reason she does not want to know about her past and is not going to ever try to find out about it. The Huntress was shocked. She froze, not knowing what to say. She cursed the Marquee and asked what he really did to the main character. Sena, gritting her teeth, said that he would pay for it. The young lady was perplexed. She stared at her neighbor. The young lady held her neighbor's hands tightly and told her not to worry. She said with a smile that since she moved to this place, every day has been very warm and cheerful, and she really likes working in the flower shop. The young lady looked at her neighbor and said with a smile that, first of all, she had her. The Huntress was amazed by such words. Helen said that the Huntress saved her from those perverts and warned her about the Duke. She said with a smile that her neighbor always helps her. That's why she likes living here. Ellen looked at her neighbor and thanked her for being her friend and neighbor. The Huntress smiled and sheepishly said that she hadn't done anything. The Huntress knew that she couldn't tell her about her past now because she was living very happily now, but she still knew that she had to warn her neighbor about the Marquee, because it was for her safety and the safety of everyone else. The young lady called her neighbor, who in turn apologized and said that she was thinking for a bit. The Huntress knew it didn't matter, and she had to know she was in danger. Sena looked at her neighbor and asked if she knew Marquee Euclid. Ellen froze. The Huntress looked at her and asked if she knew who the Marquee was. Ellen looked at her neighbor in surprise and asked for forgiveness. She asked again what she had said. The Huntress was perplexed. The Huntress shouted furiously, asking if she knew who the Marquis was. The Huntress was burning with rage. Ellen looked at the Huntress and said that she couldn't hear what she was saying at all. The Huntress, in turn, sat on the sofa, puzzled and dumbfounded. The Duke looked at her and said he thought he could imagine what had happened. The Huntress said it looked like her neighbors had erased their memories. The Duke said it seemed so. The Huntress said that whoever erased her memories was simply a sadist, since he made it so that she could not even hear the name of the Marquise. Dion looked at the Huntress and said that this damn sadist Paul couldn't be Ellen herself. The Huntress looked at him in surprise. Dion said that Mac probably did everything exactly as she asked, and it could have been her choice alone. The Huntress was surprised because she knew he was speaking too coldly from the days. She didn't think that someone could speak like that when they loved a person. Dion looked at her and said that he had in fact mentioned the name Euclid to Ellen before. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked if that was true. Dion said she believed she didn't want to hear the name at all because it brought up so many painful memories. The Huntress was very upset. She knew he had caused her a lot of pain, but she didn't know how much she had suffered, that she didn't want to hear his name. Sena was puzzled and didn't know what he could do to her. Owen thought about it and realized that it seemed like she couldn't hear his name. A few hours ago, he was walking around the city. He understood that the Duke was very suspicious. Owen knew the Duke could easily have faked the diary, and he was also very careful to avoid discussing his ring. Owen knew the first thing he needed to do was convince the Huntress to take a closer look at the Duke. A moment later, he saw Ellen knocking on her neighbor's door. Owen was surprised and didn't understand what she was doing at the Huntress's house. His sixth sense was telling him to hide. He thought that he should still get a little closer to Sena's house. He heard the Huntress screaming the Marquis's name. He was very surprised and taken aback, as he did not expect to hear her scream. Owen moved closer to the window and heard Ellen tell the Huntress that she couldn't hear what she was saying. Owen was surprised as he realized that Ellen had not heard the Marquis's name at all. Rashid looked at the Huntress and asked what she was going to do with her neighbor now. Sena said that she had said earlier that she was going to protect her home, and so she would help her neighbor while she did so. Sena said she didn't mean she would fight the Marquis or the demons. She said that the beasts were her limit. The Duke looked at her and said with a smile that he understood everything, and also thanked her for her help. Owen was in shock. He didn't understand what was going on. Owen knew the Duke was a cold-blooded monster, killing his uncle, cousin, and the rest of his family who stood in his way. He didn't understand how the Duke could sit there and just smile. He didn't understand how the Duke could thank a commoner. He was in shock. I didn't understand what kind of outrageous situation this was. A moment later, he saw the Huntress's stern gaze. He was shocked and wondered if she had noticed him. A moment later, he came closer to the window because he wanted to understand whether he was noticed or not. The Huntress looked at the young men and said that she did not understand everything they said, but that they both still had to get back to their business sometimes. He thought he had already been caught by her. He looked intently at the young people. Dion looked at the Duke and asked if he would cook dinner that evening. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked with a smile what he was going to cook for dinner today. The Duke smiled and said sheepishly that there was one dish he was working on. Owen was shocked as he saw their casual conversation. He was in shock. He didn't understand when they managed to finish talking about the creatures. He was surprised. He didn't wonder if they were really going to leave it like that. Owen knew that he still had to remain vigilant around the Duke, but he knew that meeting him face to face was too risky. Owen remembered the Duke's radiant smile. He realized something and decided to return to work immediately tomorrow. When the Huntress opened the door, she was very surprised. Owen greeted the Huntress with a smile and said that he had come to accept his punishment. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He smiled and said that he had brought her a lot of trouble, and so he had come to receive his deserved punishment. He looked at her and said with a smile that she could beat him as much as she wanted. The Huntress was shocked and didn't understand what was going on. She looked at him with fury and said that he was a pervert. She didn't understand who in their right mind would come and ask for such a punishment. She asked him to leave her house if he had nothing more to say. He looked at her and said that he couldn't do that, because he was serious about his desire to make it up to her. Owen said that he then very abruptly appeared before her with a gun and accused the Duke without any evidence, and lied to her and also forced a gift on her. Owen bowed and said that he wanted to apologize for everything that happened. Owen looked at her and asked permission to apologize to her, as he thought the Duke had threatened her. He said he couldn't really think rationally and was too reckless in trying to save her. He's not usually like that. He said his feet just got ahead of his head this time, and he apologizes to her sincerely. He knew that this was just the perfect apology, and now the Huntress would understand and forgive him. She looked at him and asked if he was finished. With lightning speed, the Huntress closed the door and said goodbye to him. The young man was stunned by the Huntress's behavior. He did not expect anything like this. He screamed at her to listen to him. The Huntress was shocked. She didn't understand why she had to listen to this nonsense so early in the morning. Dion looked at her and asked who it was. She said it was an extremely persistent delivery man, and he had nothing to worry about. Owen knocked on the Huntress's door. Dion looked at the door with a smirk as he recognized who it was. Dion and Sana sat and enjoyed desserts. Owen poured tea for Dion. Dion tried the tea. Dion was shocked. He put the cup down with a bang and said that the tea was simply disgusting. He looked at Dion and apologized. He said he would immediately brew a new one. Dion grinned and said it was okay, and he had previously thought that a hunter of such a high class was good at everything, but he had hurt himself. Owen was furious. Dion went to the young man and asked if he wanted the Huntress to ask him. Dion said he would help him if Owen did as he said. Owen was shocked because he didn't know that he would make him his slave. Dion looked at him and asked why he was just standing there. He told him to go and clean the house. Owen said he would do it right away. Owen went and started cleaning. The Huntress looked at her friend and asked if he thought this was too much. Dion looked at her and said she was too kind. The Huntress said she actually felt sorry for him. Dion told her to think about it like he had come into her house earlier with a gun, and if he had fired, there would be a hole in her house right now, and if he had fired several times, the walls of her house would have been hit. Sana looked at him and said that when he spoke like that, she didn't feel so sorry for him anymore. Sana looked at him and said that he was absolutely right, and it was wrong of him to come into her house with such a destructive weapon. The Huntress looked at him and shouted furiously at him to start cleaning diligently, for she wanted her house to sparkle. The young man was surprised as he had not expected this. The Huntress shouted that she could still see dust in the corners. It told him with dampness to get to work faster. For several minutes she gave him orders. Dion looked at her intently with a smile on his face. Sena looked at the young man and told him to stop lounging and go away quickly. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. Sign A said that she returns all the gifts he sent her, and that is why she does not want him to come back to her house anymore. Because she has no intention of forgiving him. She also said that she has something to tell him before he leaves. She told him to stop telling people that they were exceptional or amazing when he didn't really think so. She came closer to him and asked if he understood. He looked at her in surprise and said it wasn't a lie. He said he was serious when he said she was amazing and that she would be an amazing hunter. And he genuinely wanted to give her all of this. The Huntress told him to just call his ears and have them take it all. She said she hoped they would never meet again. He looked at her and told her to hit him. He said it would make her feel better. The Huntress was shocked. She looked at him and said she wouldn't do that. Dion looked at her and said that he seemed to be in complete despair. He said that she could just hit him. The Huntress was shocked. She looked at her friend and asked what if she got arrested for this. He looked at her and said with a smile that she could flick him on the forehead. He said with a smile that people do that as a punishment for losing a game. The Huntress was shocked and didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. She didn't understand why he wanted her to hit him so badly. She noticed that he had a suspiciously confident voice, an arrogant smile, and he just irritated her. The young man looked at her and said with a smile that he was ready and she could do everything. She was shocked and wondered if he really thought it wouldn't hurt if she hit him. The Huntress looked at him and said that she would do it if that was what he wanted. He smiled and said that she could do it as much as she wanted if she felt better. He said that everything was fine and she could do it. She looked at him and said that he might regret this. The young man was puzzled, as he was alarmed by the change in her face. With lightning speed and a roar, she struck him. Dion was shocked because it was unexpected. The young man fell to the ground with a crash. He writhed on the ground as if he was in great pain. She came closer to him and said that if he lied to her again, she would really kill him. The Huntress looked at her friend in surprise. He was shocked by everything that was happening. A moment later he said, puzzled, that he had seen nothing. The Huntress looked at her friend in surprise as she did not understand what was happening to him. A few days later, the Huntress came to the guild. She was very happy because she noticed that there weren't that many people in the guild. She was shocked because she couldn't believe she had forgotten about the extension day. She had had a lot of questions lately. Hunters registered with the Adventurers Association must renew their registration once a year to ensure they are still active and to confirm that they are still accepting new bookings. She wanted to finish everything as soon as possible and return home. A moment later she heard someone calling her. The young man smiled and said he couldn't believe he had bumped into her again. He smiled and said he was very glad to see her. The Huntress was furious. She couldn't believe he was happy to see her. She didn't understand when they had become such close friends. A moment later, all the hunters began to whisper as they noticed Owen. The hunters didn't understand why she was with him. The hunters didn't understand how they knew each other. The Huntress looked intently at her friend and did not understand what was going on. She was furious because she didn't understand why he was standing there smiling radiantly at her. She didn't like to attract too much attention to herself. She decided to move away from him. He came closer to her and asked if she saw what happened after she hit him for the last time. The Huntress was puzzled and asked him to forgive her for this. He smiled and said that she did not need to apologize, since he himself asked her to do so. The Huntress felt uncomfortable and decided to leave him. But he didn't give up and continued calling her. He looked at her in surprise. A moment later, he asked if she was going to run away because of him. He looked at her and apologized for causing her inconvenience. He said he just wanted to say hello, but he was really happy to see her. The Huntress looked at him in surprise. He smiled and said that it seemed she had some business left in the association. He said with a smile that she could go and resolve all the issues and not pay attention to him. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked him to wait a little. He said he had some things to do, so he would be leaving. Sena was surprised and wondered if she had been too harsh with him. The Huntress sat quietly at the table. The Huntress saw the young people. They greeted each other, as they had not seen each other for a long time. She noticed that they were communicating in a relaxed and cheerful manner. She felt awkward when they communicated. She didn't know any of them, as they were new. The Huntress ran away to avoid them. She knew that the extension was only mandatory for low-ranking hunters. Those who started working around the same time as her were probably already promoted to higher ranks. That's why she didn't like going to the association. The environment made her feel lonely. She thought that she had probably had a lot of fun with her friends lately. She didn't know that there would be a day when she would feel so bad. She understood that, on the other hand, if she had come here with Dion, he would certainly have attracted everyone's attention. A moment later, she saw her friend. He looked at her and asked why she didn't just hire someone to renew her registration for her. He said that way she wouldn't have to wait in line herself. The Huntress thought that he would never want to see her again, but it seems she was wrong. She looked at him and said that she thought that wasn't right. He smiled and said that of course it wasn't right. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he was just making fun of her. He smiled and said that he had already done this once because his mentor asked him to. She looked at him in surprise and asked how it went. He smiled and told her to just look in the direction. The Huntress saw a man yelling at a young man that he could not renew the hunter's registration for someone else. The boy said he later found out he had sent him there on purpose to make him look stupid, and he didn't even have to register, so his rank was high enough not to have to. She smiled and said it seemed he didn't want to go through that annoying process. She smiled and said that if she hadn't been demoted, she wouldn't have bothered with such things either. She remembered an unpleasant story. She didn't understand why memories of this came back to her mind again. The young man looked at her in surprise. Owen asked if she was okay. He whispered in her ear that he had found a member of the investigation department who had not gone on a business trip. The Huntress was in shock. Sena looked at him and asked if he had really been telling him about the creatures. The young man smiled and said that of course he had, but unfortunately he had gotten little out of him. He looked at her and said that he didn't even know that they had appeared in the capital, too. She looked at him in surprise and asked him if he thought the imperial court could have ordered them to keep quiet about it, since the Duke had previously asked them to keep quiet about it. He looked at her and said that this is exactly what he needs to do now. He smiled and said that he received a request from the Holy Empire to protect the saint and hunt down demons, so he is willing to do anything to achieve his goal. He smiled and said that in that case they had a common goal to establish demons, so they could be allies. He smiled and said that they could combine their powers to defeat the common enemy. She looked at him in surprise, because she knew he was right. She knew that if they worked together, the risk of fighting the demons wouldn't be as great. Still, he was still suspicious of the Duke, and she could not so rashly accept his help. He told her to take her time and think about his offer. He said that she could always contact him. She looked at him and asked him to wait. She asked him if he thought there might be any information in the investigation department office. He said he thought so, but he wasn't sure they could get there. She looked at him and with a smile took out the key and showed it to him. She smiled and told him to just promise her that he would not lie anymore. Some time later, they entered the room. The young man was surprised. He looked at her and asked where she got the key to the office of the investigation department. She looked at it and said that someone had given it to her. The young man did not continue to question her. He looked closely at all the documents. He looked through the documents and said he didn't think these were the last documents. And judging by the date on the cover, this is their final version. They slowly began to look through the documents. The Huntress looked at him and asked if he saw anything that stood out. He said that there was nothing at all, and the record said that nothing had happened in the capital. She looked at him in surprise and asked if that meant that the mages didn't know what was happening. She said that sounded very strange. She looked at him and asked what if they kept confidential information in a separate secret room. The young man was shocked. He froze. She looked at him and said that she wasn't sure about it, because such things only happen in books. She apologized for saying such a stupid thing. A moment later, she saw her friend walking somewhere. Owen looked at the cabinet and said that this giant bookcase had confused him from the beginning. He said that maybe there was something else hidden in it. A moment later, he said he had found something. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked what he had found. He smiled and said that he had found a secret room. The Huntress was surprised and asked if she really existed. He smiled and said that it was great that he had found her, and now it was time for them to find out what the magicians were hiding. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked how he did it. Owen smiled and said that such things were his specialty, and he often encountered them while exploring ruins. Owen smiled and said that first they needed to check if there were any spells or traps here. He threw the stone. because he wanted to check the whole room. Looking at the stone, he said that he thought there was nothing there. He smiled and said they could come in. He got a new mana stone. Owen said that according to his friend, the investigation department has a mana collection tool that can capture the creatures. Entering the room, they saw an incomprehensible device. The Huntress looked at them in surprise and said that this room looked like a research laboratory. She looked at her friend and asked if this was the same instrument. The young man said that it was, and it was very similar to the one he had seen earlier. Sena was surprised, as she understood that this was not the first time he had seen something like this. Sena understood that, of course, a hunter like him would have more experience in handling such things than she did. The young man looked at Sena and said that this was very bad. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. Owen said he was talking about the situation now. Owen said that the situation was clearly not going well for them now. She looked at him, surprised and dumbfounded. A moment later, she asked what he was talking about. The Huntress looked at him nervously. Owen looked at her and said with a smile that the tool was out of mana. That's why it wouldn't turn on. He smiled and said that he should have brought more mana stones with him. She was furious. The Huntress looked at him and said that there was nothing supernatural about it. She asked why he was frightening her. He looked at her and said with a smile that she just seemed very worried, that he wanted to cheer her up a little. Sena looked at him and said furiously that they needed to start what they had come here for now. She wanted to finish it quickly and leave. He smiled and said that they could start. He looked at the records and said that records of creatures being spotted in the capital would certainly be classified as top-secret information. The Huntress said they should check anything that looked even the slightest bit suspicious. A moment later, she saw the book about the mutated creatures. She knew that it really did look like a secret document, and the association had been following this case for some time. Owen said that if they couldn't find any records of the creature appearing in the capital, then it would be a good idea to find some weakness of the chief. Sena looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He said they needed to find something not too serious but noteworthy, something he would pay them a few coins to keep quiet about. She smiled and said she doubted they would find anything. The Huntress found some documents. She looked at them closely and attentively. He looked at her in surprise, asked if she had found anything. He saw that she had put down a book and asked her what kind of book it was. Owen looked at the book in surprise as he already knew what it was. A moment later, the Huntress said that he was right, and it seemed that these were the records concerning the tragedy that happened to her parents. Owen looked at her in surprise and asked if she was okay. The Huntress said she was fine. She said she'd been told about it 1,000,000 times anyway. Request for research into the ecosystem of beasts in the Zurban forest. Investigation into a missing persons case in the forest. Concerns the disappearance of 12 hunters. Alia Assel's body was found on the edge of the forest. Judging by the injuries she sustained, the young lady was probably dead when trying to escape from the creatures. All other bodies found afterward had the same wounds. As such, the research team came to the conclusion that mutated creatures had appeared in the forest. However, no matter how thoroughly the group searched the forest for clues, they were unable to find any such mutated creatures. The bodies of Richard and Olivia Rohill were never found. Owen looked at her and said with concern that 18 years had passed since those events. She said that during that time she had heard all sorts of nonsense, because in the end there will always be people ready to rub salt into the wound. They shouted at her that her parents had run away and abandoned her. She was told that her parents abandoned their comrades and fled because of the mutated creatures, and because they realized that they could not return due to such shame, they fled. The Huntress said she couldn't do anything when others spoke badly of her parents, since she, their daughter, knew absolutely nothing. She said that now she would very much like these rumors to be true. She said that even if they really did run away and hide somewhere, then at least there was a chance that she could meet them again. Owen looked at her and showed her the documents. He said that they should take them. She looked at him in surprise and asked if that was really possible. He said that, in any case, it was an old case, so no one would even miss it, and they wouldn't understand if 1 or 2 documents were missing anyway. Owen handed her the documents and told her to take them. Sena was surprised and asked why she needed to take them at all. Owen looked at her and said that he had been in the forest on Raven's territory. It used to belong to the family of Baron Lord Destin. Sena looked at him in surprise and asked if it was so important for them to know that the forest had once been part of the Lord's domain. Owen looked at her and said that it was important for them to know because the Marquis's mother was the daughter of a baron. The Huntress was surprised and asked if the Marquee had anything to do with this. Owen looked at her and said that's exactly how it happened. He looked at her and said that he had given her away. The neighbor might be involved in this. Looking at the documents, he said that he had told her something about how the 5 families helped seal the demons before. He looked at her and asked if she remembered that. Huntress said that of course she remembered. Actually, she didn't remember it because she dozed off right in the middle of the conversation. Owen said that then she should remember that the Euclid house was one of those 5 families. She said that she remembered that. He looked at her and said that in that case he would now tell her about the Marquise's mother. It was a very complicated story. His mother's name was Carmen Destin. At an early age, she was adopted by a count. The count never married and therefore had no children, but that was not the only reason for her adoption. Carmen's biological father, Mr. Denton, was brutally executed for treason. Changing her name and family was the only way for her to survive. After that, everyone called her Ileana Ermel. Despite this, Ileana must still have held the memories of her old family deep in her heart. She constantly told her son about the land that used to belong to her father. That is why the Marquis was especially interested in the forest. Thanks to his connections, the Marquis Mock was able to visit those places freely. From the outside, he should have no connections to that place at all, so no matter what happened there, not a single soul would ever suspect him of being involved. Owen said he now believed the Marquis was using the forest as a giant laboratory to conduct experiments that could bring demons to life. But some demons most likely escaped, and that led to the incident with her parents and the other hunters. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked him to wait. She said that it seemed to be just his guess. She asked if it was really just his guess. He looked at her and said with a smile that these were just his guesses, but he planned to continue investigating it. She looked at him in surprise and asked if he was really going to investigate this. He looked at her and asked if she thought it was time to let it go and move on. She looked at him in surprise and asked why he wanted to do that. He said that of course he wanted to find more evidence. Sena looked at him puzzled and asked if he thought she would appreciate it if he solved the case for her. She looked at him and asked if, on the other hand, winning her favor would help him figure out the Duke's weaknesses. He looked at her in surprise and said, dumbfounded, that this was not so. She was furious. The Huntress looked at him and apologized for dumping this on him. She slammed the table down hard and the boy was startled. Sena said that she should investigate her parents' case herself, since she is their daughter. She was furious. She said that he must think that she would certainly forgive him if he helped her, but she said furiously that he was terribly mistaken. The young man was shocked by the Huntress's behavior. He shouted at her to calm down. He came closer to her and shouted her name very loudly. Owen gently told her to calm down, as that was all he wanted. Owen looked at her and said with a smile that she knew that too. Owen said he shouldn't have said any of that. He apologized to her for bringing up her painful past. She looked at him and said that it was not like that at all and that she should apologize to him. She said that she became extremely emotional whenever her parents' case was mentioned, and it affected her too much. Sena heard someone scream and became very scared. The man came to visit his friend and shouted loudly. He said that Richard and all the hunters who went into the forest had disappeared. The young lady looked at her grandmother in surprise and asked what it meant. She was scared because she heard that her father was missing. The woman looked at her granddaughter and said that she would definitely tell her everything later, but now she shouldn't think about it. The woman looked at her granddaughter and said with a smile that everything would be fine. Sena greeted her grandparents. They looked at her and greeted her with a smile and asked if she had slept well. She looked at them in surprise, told her that everything was fine. She asked where they were going. She also asked when Mom and Dad would be back. Her grandfather smiled and said that he was actually on his way to take them home. She smiled and said that he was very good. She was glad that he was coming after them. She looked at him and asked him to bring them home quickly. The man smiled and said that he would do it immediately. His wife was furious. She didn't understand why he said this, since their granddaughter would soon find out. He looked at her and told her not to worry, since it would be better this way now. After that day, her grandparents became very careful when it came to saying that everything would be okay. That day, her grandmother's health began to deteriorate, and in the end, things only got worse. She died before she even went to school. But even after her grandmother died, her grandfather did not lose his passion. Grandfather hugged her and said that he would never leave her. He promised her this, but nevertheless, he spent the next few months in a relentless search for all the information that concerned his son. The young lady smiled and said that it seemed that someone had come. Her grandfather looked at her and said that he would open it. She knew that there were many people who wanted to help him because of his kind nature. The man came closer to the door and asked who was there. Her grandfather saw an old friend. The young lady wanted to see who had come. She saw that it was the current leader. The man looked at them and said with a smile that they could call him whatever they wanted. Among the people who helped him was the notorious young and arrogant head of the association. The man looked at the young lady. He looked at her sadly and said that it must be Sena. That was the first time she met the head of the association. The head looked at them and bowed. He said that they would do everything possible to find his son and his wife, for him and for this child. The man looked at the head of the association and thanked him for his help. He said with a smile that he should not worry so much, because he was sure that everything would end well. Time passed, and the young lady grew up, and it was time for her to go to school. Her grandfather made a lot of efforts to send her to a private school, but it wasn't easy for her at that school. She was often bullied. There were many lower-class nobles and wealthy commoners. The young man looked at her and said with a smile that she seemed to be soaking wet. He said that she would not run away so easily. Unlike her parents, who abandoned their comrades, she looked at the boy with fury. The boy said that her father killed his teacher, because the teacher died because of her father, who abandoned everyone in that forest. Sena was shocked. She said that everything was not like that at all, and her parents never ran away or abandoned anyone. He looked at her and with a smirk said that her parents were swindlers, and she was a liar. The young lady was furious. She shouted at him to calm down and never slander her parents again. She struck him with fury. She knew that Marcel, who insulted her parents, deserved it. When she heard that it took him 2 weeks to recover, she didn't feel an ounce of guilt. However, Marcel's bullying only got worse. More and more people started saying nasty things to her. But what hurt her more was that people said that her parents were traitors who abandoned their comrades. When enough time passed, people gradually began to forget about everything. Her grandfather's health began to gradually deteriorate from the fire. Her grandfather mumbled something incoherently. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked what he wanted to tell her. He looked at her and said that he was sure that her father and mother were still alive. The Huntress looked at him and said that this was true, since they were the strongest people in the world. He looked at her and asked her to take care of their home, where they spent so much time together. The Huntress looked at him with a soft smile, said that she would protect their home, even if all the other buildings around changed. Sena said that her father and mother would be able to find their home again and return back. He looked at her and thanked her with a smile. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and called out. She was furious because she realized that he had abandoned her. The young man looked at her and called out. He looked at her and said that everything was fine, and he understood how she felt right now. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she had squeezed her hand so hard that it had drawn blood. Sena looked at him in surprise and wondered if he really understood what she was feeling right now. She didn't understand how this could be. He looked at her and bandaged her wound. He smiled and told her to relax. He said that she didn't have to decide whether to trust him or not right now. After all, she had more important things to do today. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he was talking about. He smiled and told her to go back home. He smiled and said that when she got there, she should ask the Duke to cook her something tasty and hot, and then she will finally feel relaxed. He smiled and said that if she didn't mind, then let them console her anyway. He smiled and said that for that reason she didn't need to talk about anything now either. She smiled and asked if he was serious now. He said that when she calmed down, they could talk again. She looked at his hand in surprise as she noticed that he was slightly pressing on her wound. He smiled and told her not to worry about him trying to trick her. He said with a smile that his goal at the moment was that he wanted her to like him. He looked at her and asked with a smile if she felt better, could he take her home. She smiled and said that everything was fine, and as he already knows, she has people who are waiting for her now. Sometime later she entered the house. She saw no one, and it was very strange for her as they usually greeted her when she returned home. The Huntress called her friends. A moment later, she entered the room and saw them. She looked at them in surprise and asked why they didn't meet her. The Duke looked at her and said that something had happened. The Huntress asked angrily if they had broken the umbrella. The young men looked at her warily. The Duke said that he was already so fragile that sooner or later he would have broken anyway. The Duke looked at her and asked why she didn't sit down first so they could discuss it all. Dion looked at her and said with a smile that he would explain everything to her. She was furious and sat down on the sofa. Dion looked at her and asked when she had managed to return, since they were actually going to pick her up. But they ran into some problems. Dion looked at the Huntress in surprise. He was shocked because he saw that she was crying. He called her in surprise and shock. Dion approached the Duke. The Duke looked at his friend and asked how the Huntress was. Dion said that she had just fallen asleep. The new one looked very tired. The Duke said that the umbrella must have meant a lot to her, considering how she cried until she finally fell asleep. Dion said he didn't think she was crying about the umbrella. He said he noticed she had hurt her left hand. Maybe that had something to do with it. The Duke said he noticed it too. Dion said that she went to the association in the morning. Maybe something happened there. A moment later, they heard a knock on the door. It was Owen. Owen was asking if the Huntress was home. The young men looked at the door. Owen said he had come to give her some papers they had recently looked at. He said he thought she should have kept them. He looked at the door and asked if she could open the door and he would just come in for a second. A moment later, the young men opened the door for him. He was scared because he saw their faces. The young men looked at him and said with fury that they knew the whole problem was in him. The young man was frightened and confused. Sometime later, he was stunned, sitting, tied up in the house. This time, he was also bound by magic. He looked at them closely, for he recognized them all. He looked at Dion and said that he must be the mysterious son of the association leader that he had heard so much about. The young man was puzzled because he had heard before that he was quite weak and sickly, but now, for some reason, he looked quite healthy. The Duke came closer to him and said in a rage that he should not even think about rolling his eyes because he was not in that position now. The Duke was furious. He looked at the young man and said that he should immediately and in detail tell everything that had happened today. The young man was very scared and confused because it just dawned on him what was happening. He was in shock because he realized that this was not the worst-case scenario. He did everything for her, as he sent her home because she looked very depressed. He didn't understand how it all turned out like this. He looked at them and said he could swear it wasn't because of him. He looked at them and asked them to untie him first, and then they could talk normally. Dion looked at him and said that first he wanted to ask him about something, namely about the documents he brought to the Huntress. Dion looked at it and asked if he could see its contents. The Huntress was in shock. She didn't understand why she started crying at that particular moment. The Duke looked at her and asked if she was awake and also asked if she was okay. The Huntress looked at him in surprise as she did not expect to see him. She said with a smile that she felt much better after sleeping. Sena said, puzzled, that she was sorry that they had seen her suddenly burst into tears. He looked at her and said that he owed her an apology for breaking her umbrella. She looked at him and smiled and told him not to worry about it, as her father had broken the probe long ago, so it would break again sooner or later. The Duke smiled and said that it was a relief to him. The boy screamed for her to help him. The Huntress was shocked because she realized who was screaming. The Huntress looked at her friend in surprise and asked what he was doing in her house. The Duke said that the young man came, saying that he had some documents for her, and he also told them about everything that happened today in the association, although they had to beat the information out of him by force. The Huntress looked at the Duke in shock, as she realized that they must have seen the documents about her parents. The Duke looked at her and said he was sorry if she didn't want them to know. She looked at him and said it was okay, because she was going to tell them anyway. She said it was something else entirely. She said she became a hunter because she wanted to find out all the news she could about her parents, and she was ready to dedicate her entire life to uncovering the truth. And thanks to their help, she managed to collect a lot of evidence. She has a premonition that the Marquee may know where her parents are. She said they felt bad for the branch, knowing about her past without asking her first. She said she wanted to make it up to them and confront the Marquee. She asked them if they thought she deserved to see through the work she had worked her whole life to. The Duke looked at her and said that she could help. She looked at him in surprise and thanked him. The Duke said that he was the only one who should be grateful. He smiled and said that after all, he had such a capable hunter on his side. She smiled and said she never thought she would hear such a compliment from him. She said she thought it was no longer possible to put off solving the problem with her neighbor any longer. The Duke looked at her and said that he wanted to ask her something. She looked at him in surprise and asked what he wanted to ask her. The Duke asked if she could show him her left hand first. The Duke was a little puzzled. The Huntress said she did it by accident, as the sting was strong on her fist. He looked at her and said that it could be a problem. The Huntress smiled and said that it wasn't that bad, and with the ointment it would heal in no time. The Duke said it was definitely a problem for Dion. The young man looked at Dion and said with a smile that he had told him earlier, and now he must keep his promise. Dion was furious. The Huntress looked at them and asked what promise they were talking about. The young man looked at them and asked if they had brought him a bottle of cheap wine on purpose. Dion said angrily that next time he would bring better wine. The Huntress looked at them puzzled and asked about this problem, they said. The Duke looked at them and said that it was so, and as she now observed, this was the promise he made to him. The Duke said that the young man said that it was not his fault that she cried and hurt her hand, but Dion, of course, did not believe him. The Duke said that was why he had made the offer, that if it should ever come to light that he was lying, he would never bother her again. The Duke said that it seemed that he needed no further explanation. The Huntress smiled and said that they seemed to have had a lot of fun while she slept. The Duke smiled and said that they certainly hadn't been bored. She knew it was quite funny, but she really felt sorry for her friend. A moment later, she saw the documents. She knew that tomorrow she would really be able to get to the bottom of this matter. She wanted to find out everything. She also wanted to find out what the Marquee was doing in that forest. The Huntress looked at her friend in surprise and said that he had come early today. The young man looked at her and said with a smile that it was so. He looked at the Huntress and asked if the Duke had already gone somewhere. She said that the Duke had returned to his estate to investigate the crime of the Marquis and his mother. The young man said that he understood everything and believed that he, as Duke, could find out more. She looked at him and said that there was something much more important and that she was very interested in it. She looked at him and asked why the Marquis needed to wait for the demons for so long. She said she meant that even if he succeeded, it didn't mean he would automatically subjugate them. He looked at her and said that it was because his ultimate goal wasn't just to resurrect them. He said that all he was really after was a pact with the demons. He said that demons were able to open the gates of hell, but they could not remain in this world. Just as a person needs another person to establish his existence, so the demons needed a similar form of connection. That was until one man made a pact with a demon and gave them a name to prove their existence. So the demons were finally able to roam freely throughout their world. She looked at him and asked if they had continued to wreak havoc after that. He looked at her and said yes. Since the existence of demons began with contractual relationships, all demons were now able to make similar contracts with humans. Therefore, the house was only a matter of time. Owen said the Marquis was probably seeking a blood pact with the demon he was reviving. He was probably going to ask for something as trivial as world domination or immortality. She looked at him in surprise and asked him if he thought the demons that were visiting their city were trying to avoid making a contract. The young man said that he was convinced of this, since once a contract was made, the person was obliged to fulfill the demands of the person. He looked at her and said he had a question for her. He asked if she would continue to watch her neighbor's house. She looked at him and said no. He was shocked. He looked at her and asked how she was going to stand back and just watch everything, without any plan. She said that she meant that whether it was a demon or a Marquee, their target was the young lady. Sana asked him why they didn't come here in person. Greta came to her friend and greeted her with a smile. The young lady smiled and greeted her friend in return. Ellen looked at her friend and asked her to wait for a minute as she was putting everything back on the shelves. Ellen looked at her friend in shock as she noticed something. She was surprised and shocked because she saw the flower pot falling on her friend. Ellen shouted to her friend to watch out. The Huntress and her friends heard a scream. Greta looked at her friend and asked for forgiveness. She said that she would definitely pay for the broken pot. The lady smiled and said that everything was fine and she shouldn't worry. Greta looked at the Huntress and said that she was so sorry for worrying everyone. She said that she shouldn't have yelled so much about breaking a pot. The Huntress looked at her and smiled and said that everything was fine, and she was just glad that no one was hurt. Ellen looked at her and asked what was wrong with her ankle and wrist. She said that it seemed that Greta's problems were not caused by the broken pot. She looked at her hand and said that this damage was not caused by the pot. The rest of her injuries were from falling down the stairs the other day. Ellen looked at her and asked why she got hurt again. Ellen said about her friend that she really looks tired lately. She has hurt a lot. Greta said with a smile that her friend should not worry because it will all pass. She smiled and said that who we are, already recently something amazing happened. Greta smiled and said that things were going well with her boyfriend and she thought they would start dating soon. Ellen looked at her and said with a smile that she congratulated her because she was very happy for her. Greta smiled and said that since she kept getting hurt, he seemed to be constantly thinking about her and worrying. She smiled and said that for this reason she no longer felt pain and she just had butterflies in her stomach, knowing that he would be thinking about her again. The Huntress was shocked. She didn't understand what she had just heard. She wasn't sure if this was the right approach. Greta smiled and hugged her friend tightly. She said with a smile that it was all thanks to her, that she could meet that person again because she went with her. Ellen smiled and said that wasn't true. She said she was sure the gods had finally realized how serious she was about him. The Huntress looked at them in surprise and asked who they were talking about. Helen said that Greta was talking about a famous fortune teller in the market area. They had gone to see her a few days ago to find out about Greta's relationship prospects. Greta smiled and said that she was amazing. She does not accept any payment for her services, but is still kind enough to answer every question. Greta said that she would bet that no other fortune teller could compare to her. The Huntress looked at the young men and asked if that didn't sound suspicious. Dion looked at her and asked if she was talking about the beasts or the fortune teller. She looked at him and said both. Owen looked at her and asked if she thought the fortune teller was working for the Marquee. Owen said that if that were the case, she would have just personally come behind her neighbor. The Huntress said that she agreed with him, but it was still off-putting. She looked at him and asked if he knew what her neighbor had said about the fortune teller. The young lady said she hadn't told Greta that, but it had been a bit tiresome because the fortune teller had talked too much. She said she didn't like the way she looked at her, as if she was trying to read her thoughts. Saina said that this fortune teller must be a very strange person if even an angel like her neighbor said such things. He looked at her and said that most fortune tellers were usually rather strange people, and many were also scammers. Dion looked at them and said he was a little hungry. He looked at them and asked if maybe they should decide something about lunch. Owen looked at them and said he wanted meat. Dion said he hadn't asked him. The Huntress was shocked. She didn't understand how he could think about food now. She knew he should have been worried about her neighbor. A moment later, they heard a sound. The Huntress was shocked as she realized that she was experiencing déjà vu. They looked and saw a broken pot on the ground. The woman was on guard, but asked from the window if everything was okay on the ground. The man was in shock. He was screaming and asking if it was possible to be more careful. He looked at her in surprise and asked if she realized that she had endangered others. She said that she hadn't even touched the pot, and it had fallen by itself. Greta was embarrassedly hugging her savior. The man was screaming that he wouldn't believe it. The woman looked at them in surprise and said that it was true. The Huntress looked at them in surprise as she noticed something. The man looked at Greta and asked if she was okay. Greta thanked him. Saina was shocked because she saw something penetrated the quilted jacket. The young men whispered to each other because they saw it too. The Huntress looked at the young people in surprise and wondered if this was connected with some fortune teller. The Huntress knew that she would have to pay a visit to this fortune teller. After some time, Greta, Ellen, and Saina came to the fortune teller. Greta greeted Madame. Saina looked at the fortune teller warily. The fortune teller looked at them in surprise, and with a smile she greeted Greta, because she recognized her. A moment later, she also greeted the young ladies. She looked at her and said with a smile that she saw that Greta had brought her friends with her today. Ellen looked at the fortune teller and greeted her. Saina noticed that she was wearing a lot of expensive jewelry, but Saina had heard earlier that the fortune teller did not charge people for her services. Saina wondered if the fortune teller was already rich. Saina knew she was too suspicious. Greta said with a happy smile that thanks to the fortune teller, her relationship with her man was going very well. She smiled and said that her friends said that they also wanted to have their fortunes told with cards, so she brought them here. The fortune teller looked at Ellen and asked her name with a smile. The young lady timidly said that her name was Ellen. The fortune teller smiled and said that it was a pleasure to meet her. A moment later, the fortune teller said that her name was Lacey. She looked at them and said that they would start now. The fortune teller said with a smile that they could first look at Ellen's personal life. The fortune teller looked at Ellen and said that someone was standing in the way of her luck and love. Moreover, this person was very close to her. The fortune teller looked sideways at Sena and said that it seemed that someone was preventing Ellen from meeting her love. The huntress looked at the fortune teller with puzzlement. Greta was eagerly awaiting information about Ellen's love. The fortune teller said with a smile that there were at least 3 candidates for her heart, someone who was preventing Ellen from meeting 3 potential lovers. Sena wondered if the fortune teller was talking about her. Sena wondered, nervously gnawing on her fingers, if she had made it so that Ellen's love interests could not get close to her. The fortune teller said that she had met one of them recently. Greta smiled and said that it could be the man who had recently visited her. Ellen smiled and said that he could be. Sena thought she must mean the Duke. Greta smiled and said that she had met a real gentleman. He was handsome and very famous. Greta said that he was also a very respectable man, with a kind heart. Sena was puzzled because all she wanted was for her neighbor to be safe, but she felt like she was only doing harm to her. The fortune teller looked at the young lady and said that she could help her get closer to her. The young lady smiled and thanked her, but still refused. Ellen smiled and said that she was still satisfied with what she had told her. Ellen looked at her and asked if she could look into the future of her friend's relationship. The fortune teller looked at them angrily. She looked at them and with a grin said that she would now look at her cards. The fortune teller looked at her and told her that she already had feelings for someone, and it was the one her parents introduced her to. The huntress looked at her in surprise. She said, puzzled, that she had no feelings for anyone. She had never been introduced to anyone. The huntress looked at her in surprise and asked what had just touched her leg. The fortune teller looked at the huntress with fury and asked what she was doing. The fortune teller was furious. She asked the huntress how she dared to move when she was trying to tell her fate. She screamed that this was complete disrespect for the fortune teller. The huntress looked at her in surprise and asked for forgiveness. She was surprised and did not understand what was wrong with the fortune teller, since she just wanted to see if there was something at her leg. The fortune teller was furious. She looked at the huntress and said with fury that they should sit in their places, because they were distracting her now. The huntress was surprised. She did not understand what was happening. She had a feeling that they were both frauds. The fortune teller looked at her and said that she could not entrust her with anything more from the cards. She could not read her in principle, because such visitors most often do not trust her predictions, and they come with hidden motives. The fortune teller looked at the huntress and asked what group she belonged to. Did she doubt her abilities, or did she come to test her? The huntress looked at her in surprise. Greta, with her lightning speed, stood up and asked her forgiveness. Greta said that she should not have brought them with her. With lightning speed, Greta pushed the young people out. Ellen was surprised. She looked at her friend and asked what happened to her. Greta told them to just go. She pushed them out the door like lightning. Greta said she was terribly sorry about what had happened. Sena and Ellen were in shock. Greta looked at the fortune teller and said that she brought them because they really wanted to come, but she never thought they would be so rude. Ellen looked at her neighbor, mimed what was going on. The huntress looked at her and told her to be quiet, and then they could just listen for a while. Greta looked at the gurney and asked if she could now see its fate. Greta smiled and said that she would like to attend the play with him. The fortune teller said that her bracelet was cracked. Greta said that she was constantly falling lately, and it must have broken after another accident. The fortune teller smiled and said that everything was fine. It just meant that she wore it very often. The huntress felt a gust of wind. She was surprised because all the windows in the room were closed and the curtains did not even move. She was shocked by what she saw. She saw that the bracelet had absorbed it. Ellen looked at her neighbor in surprise and asked what it was. Greta looked at Lacey and asked if she could be with the young man forever. Lacey looked at her and said with a smirk that of course she could be with him forever. The fortune teller said with a grin that this was the condition of their agreement. The Duke provided information about the fortune teller. Sena was surprised. Sena looked at all the information in shock and asked in surprise how he managed to gather so much information so quickly. Rashid said that the fortune teller was the current owner of that building, and this fact made his investigation much easier. Sena knew that it was great to have wealth and influence. The Huntress read the information about Lady Surbon. She married her husband when she was 18 years old, but was widowed 10 years ago. The Huntress was surprised as she noticed some strange information before she could leave. She read that the Baroness and the Baron were magicians. She looked at the Duke in surprise and asked if they were really magicians from the Magic Tower. The Duke looked at her and said that it was true, but they were kicked out 10 years ago. Apparently it was because they were doing inhumane experiments. Sina was surprised. She looked at the Duke and asked how horrible the experiments were, if they were even kicked out of the tower. The Duke looked at her and asked if she had found out any information about what she had seen in the house. She looked at him and said that she had found out, and much quicker than expected. She said it was a creature, a hell angler. It usually lives in swamps and lures its prey with a sweet smell. This smell acted as a sedative, making a person feel intoxicated calm. It also caused addiction and dependence. The Huntress looked at them and said that this was probably why Greta relied so much on the Baroness. Owen said that she could see it because she was a Huntress, and that it didn't affect Ellen because she was a saint. The Huntress looked at them and said that it was true, but still something was bothering her. She looked at them and said that the Baroness had definitely mentioned some kind of agreement. The Huntress looked at the Duke and asked what if the fortune teller was actually a demon. The Duke said he doubted it. Rashid said that demons look like monsters, and they cannot hide their appearance with a simple wig and a little makeup. Dion smiled and said he didn't think they should worry about it too much. He said the Baroness might seem suspicious, but she hadn't done any harm to Ellen. He looked at them and said with a smile that it was time for them to finish their conversation. He also said that he had another meeting, so it was time for him to leave. A moment later, the Huntress felt something. The Huntress looked at her friend in surprise and asked if he had just done something. Dion looked at her in surprise and said that he hadn't done anything. He looked at her with a smile and asked her to look after her neighbor. She was surprised and stunned, as she could have sworn that something had just slid down her neck. Owen looked at her and called out. He didn't have time to finish his sentence. Ellen heard some noise outside. When she went outside, she saw a man holding Greta in his arms. The man was shocked. He looked at Ellen and said that something terrible had happened. The man looked at Greta and said that she had fallen to the ground from the 3rd floor. The young people were engaged in small talk. The Huntress knew that even if the injuries were not fatal, Greta would still have suffered serious injuries from falling from such a height. The Huntress knew that at this rate the next injury could be fatal. Owen looked at her and called out. He smiled and asked if they didn't look like a couple of spies now. The Huntress was shocked. She thought that she shouldn't have taken him with her, but she also knew that she simply had no choice because her friend didn't come today. Owen looked at her and said with a smile that since she now seemed to trust him, he would not disappoint her. The Huntress simply did not want to leave him home alone. She looked at him and told him to calm down and take a closer look. She looked at one of the ladies and said that everyone they had seen and who had entered the house so far was wearing the same bracelet as her friend. She said that her friend had a similar bracelet and asked her friend if it wasn't suspicious. He became thoughtful and looked closely at the young women. He looked at them with a smirk and smiled. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked if he could really hear them. He smiled and said that of course he could hear them since he was a high-ranking hunter. He looked at her and said with a smirk that he had the perfect plan now, but she would have to take part in it. The young man looked at her and asked if she would help him. The Huntress showed off in different dresses. Owen looked at her and with sparkling eyes said that she was simply magnificent. The Huntress looked at him puzzled and asked if he really thought so. The saleswoman came up to her and said that she would check all the seams now. The young man enjoyed the beauty of the Huntress. Sena was shocked by his plan, because he suggested that they pretend to be a shy couple. The woman came closer to her and said with a smile that they were a very beautiful couple. The Huntress thanked her, puzzled. The Huntress looked at the woman and asked if this bracelet was from Lady Surbon. The woman looked at the Huntress and said that she was right, and also asked her if she knew her. Owen smiled and said that of course they knew her, since she was the one who brought them together. Owen smiled and said that his sweetheart avoided him at first, and even their families did not approve of their relationship. It was as if fate itself was trying to separate them. Owen said that, however, thanks to the lady, they were finally able to declare their love. The woman was shocked by such a stunning story. He smiled and said that it was also wonderful that she had hardly gotten into trouble these days. The woman looked at him in surprise and asked if it was true that she was no longer different. The young men looked closely at the woman as they realized that she had taken the bait. Owen looked at the woman and said that it was exactly like that lately. She was doing much better. The woman was puzzled. She said that she understood everything, and frankly, she had often gotten into trouble since she started wearing the bracelet. She said she thought she was just unlucky. He came closer to her and asked if he could take a closer look at her bracelet. The young lady was surprised, but said that of course he could take a closer look. He looked closely at the bracelet. He looked at her and said he thought he should take it to a fortune teller and ask. The young lady looked at him in surprise and asked if he really wanted to take her bracelet. He smiled and said they were going to a dinner party at the ladies' that evening, so he could ask her about it while he was there. The woman was surprised. She said that she had heard that only important people would be at the dinner party. She smiled and took off the bracelet. She said that she would be very grateful to him. He smiled and said that after dinner he would return it immediately. The Huntress was shocked because she realized that this was his advantage as a hot guy. He looked at us woman and said with a smile that, besides, he wants to buy everything that his dear tried on today because he likes everything. The woman thanked him and said that we will certainly wrap everything for them. The Huntress was shocked because she did not expect this. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked why he was buying all this, and she also asked how much money he was going to spend. He looked at her and told her to be quiet. He looked at her and said that she would need all these dresses because they were going to a dinner party. He smiled and said that it was time for them to go. At the same time, he hugged her tightly and called her darling. He looked at her and said he had a great plan, but she would have to be a part of it. He asked if she would help him. The Huntress looked at him and said that she would listen to him first. The young man smiled and said that was already excellent. He said that from what the people they had seen earlier had said, there would be a reception at the estate tonight. He said that only nobles of very high status would be able to attend, which meant that they would be doing something that could not be shown to the general public. She looked at him and asked if it was impossible for them to penetrate together. He looked at her and said with a smile that they should just pay attention to that woman. The Huntress looked in surprise at the women who were standing and chatting pleasantly. Owen noticed that her pupils were wavering. He also noticed that she spoke hesitantly. Owen said that it seemed like she was one of those who did not yet fully trust the fortune teller. He smiled and said that talking to her might give them a clue as to how they could get into the reception. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she was looking at him like that. She smiled and said that she simply doubted that he was really a high-ranking hunter. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about, since he had appeared to them since their first meeting. She remembered their meeting. He looked at the Huntress and said that she worked at a boutique anyway, so they needed to buy their disguises there while they were trying to gain her trust. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked if they really needed disguises. He said they needed to look like high society nobles. The Huntress looked at him and said with a smile that she would trust him. A few hours later, the Huntress finally regretted her words. Sometime later, they were sitting in the manor. The Huntress was surprised, as she could not imagine that the manor would have such a room. Owen looked at her and smiled and said that he was glad that they got in without too much trouble. Owen said that he didn't think they would be let in right away since they had the bracelet. The Huntress thought about it and said that he was right. He smiled and said that now that they had achieved their goal, they could not be allowed to blow their cover. He looked at her and asked if she agreed with him. He looked at her and asked her with a smile to answer right now, as they had to appear to be a loving couple. The Huntress said that she would do everything, but asked him to leave her alone. He smiled and kissed her hand. The Huntress was shocked. She didn't understand what he was doing. He looked at her and quietly told her to be careful. A moment later, he said that someone was watching them. The man watched them closely for a while, but later left them. Sena looked at her companion, puzzled, and asked if he really thought they had been found out. Owen looked at her and said that if that were the case, they would have been kicked out of the estate by now, but they should still be careful. He looked at her and said it was already starting. The fortune teller slowly walked onto the stage. She looked at everyone present and thanked them for taking the time out of their busy schedules to honor her event today with their presence. She smiled and said that it must mean they were very curious to know about her new blessing. Sena was surprised and puzzled. She saw the book and the ring. She did not understand what the fortune teller was going to do with them. The fortune teller raised the dagger up. A moment later, she inflicted injuries on the young lady who stood next to her. A moment later, the fortune teller put on the ring. She came closer to the young lady and said with a grin that this was her new gift. The ring glowed and an incomprehensible smoke enveloped them. A moment later, the wound that was on the young lady's shoulder healed, and there was no trace of fatigue. The fortune teller said with a grin that this gift was capable of healing. The huntress was shocked by everything that was happening. She looked at her friend and asked if he saw what just happened. The huntress was shocked. She saw that her friend did not answer her and did not even react in any way. She asked him several times what had happened to him. She screamed for him to wake up, but he did not respond. The huntress heard someone calling her. The man looked at the fortune teller and asked me if she could look at the man. The huntress looked at them with fury and asked what they did to him. She was shocked by everything. The young man walked slowly towards the fortune teller. The fortune teller looked at the young man in surprise and said that she did not know him. The fortune teller was shocked. She looked to the side and asked how the stranger got here. The fortune teller looked at the young man and said that now she understood everything, as their meeting was inevitable. She looked at him and said that he had come here to fulfill a great wish. She looked at him and asked if she was telling the truth. The fortune teller said that it was quite easy to fulfill this wish, and he only had to answer yes to what she said. He looked at her and agreed. The fortune teller asked him if he would follow her if she made his wish come true. He wanted to answer her. But a moment later, the huntress ran up to them and pulled him away from the fortune teller. She said they didn't need her. The huntress said furiously that they didn't need any contract, and that they had a great relationship as it was. She looked at her and asked what else he could want when he was already happy with his beloved. The fortune teller looked at the young lady with a sharp, angry gaze. The fortune teller took the hunter by the hand and said that she thought there had been a misunderstanding. She asked her to calm down and listen to what she was about to tell her. The huntress screamed furiously for the fortune teller to let her go. The fortune teller was in shock. She did not understand what was happening. The huntress took her young man and said with fury that she could not stay here any longer. The fortune teller stared after the huntress for a moment. She didn't understand how this could have happened, and she didn't understand what was wrong with her reaction. The huntress was in shock as she saw everything with her own eyes. She realized that it was not just a creature, but a snake. The huntress was furious. She looked at her friend and asked why he let her do this to him. She was furious because he almost made a contract with her because he fell under the spell of the vile creature. He asked her to wait a little bit because he knows he did the wrong thing and fell for such a trick, and he really appreciates that she saved him. He looked at her and asked how it was that it had no effect on her. She looked at him and said it was simple because she was special. He said he had even been attacked by such creatures before. She looked at him and said she wasn't saying she was an exception. She just wasn't enchanted. He looked at her, puzzled. He said he was definitely fine when this woman first came on stage, and he even remembers that she was wearing a strange ring. But when he came out of his trance, he was already standing on stage, and she was right there. He looked at the huntress and said that it was true, and he came to his senses the moment she grabbed him. She looked at him and said that any form of shock or impact wakes people up from their hallucinations. He came closer to her and grabbed her hand. He said that it was not so. The huntress looked at him in surprise and asked what he was doing. He said that it was an unusual light, and it was also cool. He looked at her and said that it felt like someone had just poured cold water on his head. The huntress was very angry. She did not understand what he was getting at. She looked at him and told him to calm down and stop. He told her to be patient a little longer. A moment later, a light illuminated them. The huntress was surprised and did not understand what was happening. She didn't understand what he was doing. She looked at him and asked what just happened. She asked if it was magic. The young man looked at her as if he wanted to ask something, but then he heard someone's voice. Dion came closer to them and asked what he had just done. Dion was furious. He looked at the young man and asked what he had just done to the huntress and why he was holding her hands. The huntress looked at the young man and said that it was no big deal, and all Owen did was walk her to the reception. Dion looked at the huntress surprised and asked if they had really gone to the reception. The huntress said that they had, and she presented her new blessing or something like that. She said that she had a ring on her hand, and when she touched someone with that hand, the wounds of those people would completely disappear in that second. Dion looked at her in surprise and said that it was probably an illusion or something. She said that she didn't think so because she smelled the strong smell of the creature, and that was enough to put Owen into a trance. Dion looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he had already fallen into a trance from the smell of the creature. Owen was very agitated and told the young man not to look at him, so the Huntress looked at them and said that something bad was happening. She said that everyone who wore the bracelets was injured and that Greta was constantly tired and lost. Sana said she felt like the bracelet was absorbing the owner's life energy. Owen looked at them and asked if it wasn't a curse then. The Huntress looked at him and said that considering the fortune teller was a poppy, it made perfect sense. Owen said she could also be a demon's servant. The Huntress said that would explain why the Hell Angler obeyed her. He could command the thing, follow her instructions, and it would calmly watch from the sidelines. Owen said that was exactly what he was talking about and it sounded very plausible. Dion said that if his theory was correct, they should come up with a plan before meeting Lady Sebon. Sana said that they should act now. She looked at them and said that while the reception was not yet over, it was the best time for them to enter the estate. Owen looked at the Huntress and said he agreed. He said that finding exits was his specialty, so they should just follow him. The Huntress looked at him and said with a smile that it sounded great. Dion looked at them puzzled. Owen looked at them and said with a smile that he would climb up first and have a look around. A moment later he climbed through the window. The young men froze in place as he quickly jumped. A moment later he said it was clear. The Huntress smiled and said that then she would go further. She came closer to the window and was dumbfounded. Dion sighed heavily. She looked at him and apologized and asked if he could help her, as she was having a little trouble jumping in the board. He came closer to her and said with a smile that he would help. The Huntress smiled and thanked him. A moment later, the young man took her in his arms. He looked at her and asked if this was okay. She looked at him shyly and thanked him. She said with a smile that she thought it would be hard for him. He smiled and said that it was not at all because she was very light. The Huntress smiled and said that she seemed to have lost a few pounds. This excited Seinu very much, and she felt as if her heart was going to jump out of her chest. The Huntress was confused and excited. She couldn't believe she was so excited after he picked her up like a princess. He looked at her and asked if she had bought that dress with that guy today. She looked at him and said that they had gone out and bought it together today. He looked at her and asked why she went with him. The Huntress was surprised, looked at him and asked what he was talking about. He came closer to her and asked why she didn't go with him. He said that frankly he was a little jealous. Since she had only met him recently, the Huntress was shocked since she heard that he was jealous. Sana was surprised and did not understand why he had such feelings specifically towards Owen. She was shocked because she thought of something. She decided that this simply couldn't be happening. Sana wondered if he was afraid that Owen might take her away from him. Sana laughed. Dion looked at her and asked why she was laughing. She looked at him and smiled and told him not to worry, as Owen would never come between them. She looked at him and with a smile told him to just think that they were the best friends in the whole world. The young man was stunned but looked at her. She looked at him and said with a smile that she understood perfectly well that he was afraid of losing his only friend, but still he shouldn't worry, because she would always be his friend. He looked at her and told her to wait, because that wasn't what he wanted to say. She smiled and said that he shouldn't be embarrassed because jealousy is a natural reaction. He was shocked by what he heard. Owen looked at them and asked why she was just sitting there. He said that they needed to get going already. She smiled and said that they were on an infiltration mission. The Huntress smiled and looked at her friend. She said that it was time for her to go. She smiled and told him to make sure he closed the window behind him. Dion was shocked by what happened. He sighed heavily as she said she was just a friend. He wondered if she hadn't left or if that status had always been hard to shake. They slowly walked out into the estate and looked at him. The Huntress didn't know if this place had always been like this, but suddenly she felt a chill blow through. Dion noticed a staircase that led to a basement. He said it looked very suspicious. The Huntress looked at them and said they needed to go there. A moment later they were slowly descending the stairs. The Huntress said she thought they were there, but she couldn't see anything. Owen told her to wait because he had something in his pocket. A moment later he found the stone, and a light illuminated them. The huntress said that she could see now. She looked in surprise as she saw an animal that was locked in a cage. They were shocked because they saw the creatures, and inside the cage they noticed magic circles. It was a binding spell that caused blindness and paralysis. Owen looked at the huntress and asked if she knew what kind of creature this bird was. Sena looked at the bird in surprise and thought. A moment later, she said it was Rospixia. This is a creature with the ability to accelerate regeneration. The huntress said that the Baroness apparently used the mana of this bird, and she most likely placed some mana in the top ring. She said bird mana was banned from use because it could be highly addictive. They stood for a while and discussed what they had seen. The huntress later noticed documents lying on the ground, a high-ranking parasitic creature that lives off the bodies of women. Such a creature is called Ramya. The huntress was surprised because she realized that she had now received the answer to her question. Dion said that someone was coming. A moment later, they saw a woman. The huntress realized that it was the lady who had been watching them. The huntress was puzzled because she couldn't stop coughing. Her mind was clouded and she didn't understand what was happening. She couldn't breathe. Sena woke up because someone was calling her. The young lady approached her and asked how she could sleep at her workplace. The girl looked at the manager and asked why she didn't leave early if she was so tired. Saina said she was right. The girl looked at the manager and said that she couldn't do anything without the director's approval, and now she could rest a little. She said that the design team wouldn't leave her alone as soon as the project moved to the web design stage. The huntress was surprised as she did not understand what she was hearing now. She was confused and didn't understand what was happening. She wondered if she had just been sleeping all this time. She remembered her life as a hunter. She remembered her friends. She was in shock and wondered if all that time she spent as a hunter was just a dream. She screamed furiously that this simply couldn't be happening, and she refused to believe that it was just a dream. Owen came closer to her and said that it wasn't a dream. The huntress looked at him in surprise as she had not expected to see him. Well, okay, he said it was him. She looked at her in surprise and asked how he got there. He smiled and said it was because it was her dream. She looked at him in surprise and wondered if this was a dream about her past life. He looked at her and said that in any case he had never seen such buildings in his life, and all the objects were unfamiliar to him. She smiled and asked if dreams weren't always like that. He said that was not the answer he wanted to hear. He looked at her and said that she was the assistant manager. He smiled and told her to be honest with him. He asked what kind of place it was. He looked at her and said with a smile that he understood everything, and this was her past life. He said that she had been reborn, and now everything was in place, and that explained the strange building. He said that he was wondering why he found her being here so interesting. The huntress looked at him and asked if the real them were passed out in that basement. She said it looked like the woman had used some kind of spell. He said it looked like a dream trap spell. The huntress looked at him, surprised, and asked if the woman had made a mistake for him to be here. Owen smiled and said that it was probably all because of his abilities, since he couldn't dream. She looked at him puzzled. She realized that this dream was an exact copy of her real life. She realized something. The young man looked at her and asked what she was doing. Sena entered the information that interested her into the search engine. But unfortunately, she was out of luck. The huntress was surprised. She said puzzled that this simply couldn't be. She was furious and didn't understand why she couldn't find anything. She screamed that it just couldn't be. Owen looked at her and asked her to look at something in the corner. Sena pushed him away in anger, saying that she was busy at the moment. A moment later, she saw the demon, who was sitting in the corner. Dion woke up, breathing heavily. He approached the huntress and asked if she could hear him. He knew it had taken even him a long time to break out of the spell. He knew it would take her much longer. The huntress stood up. He was surprised and pleased. A moment later, she hugged him tightly. He looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing now. She threw him to the ground and he fell with a thud. He was in shock and didn't understand if he was still sleeping. He thought he woke up after he killed the man. He didn't understand what was happening as he noticed that the huntress seemed to have been replaced by someone. He looked at her and asked for forgiveness and also told her not to be angry with him later. He grabbed her hair and pulled. The huntress asked him angrily what he was doing. She said that it was wrong to treat a lady like that. He looked at her and said angrily that she was indeed Ramya. She looked at him and said with a smirk that he was very perceptive. She smiled and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. At the same time, she called him lewd. She said with a smirk that Dion would be right there. Dion looked at her and told her to stop chatting and get down to business. He asked her if she had helped the Baroness. She said with a grin that it was so. The Baroness put a bracelet on her and declared that from now on she was its owner. Although there was no effect, she still played along with the Baroness, because everything sounded very interesting. He looked at her and asked if those creatures were her doing too or what. She grinned and said that she helped a little because it was so much fun. She also created a ring. She said with a smile that she tried very hard. He couldn't believe that she was behind all of this. He wondered how he hadn't figured it out before. He looked at her and asked what she had done with Ellen. She looked at him in surprise and asked who it was. She said with a grin that the Baroness had told her about a girl who looked so much like her. She looked at him and asked with a smirk if she was that thing. Dune was shocked as he couldn't believe he had blurted out Ellen's name to her. She came closer to them and said with a grin that the barrier would soon disappear. And now even Lud wouldn't be able to do anything. She looked at him and asked if he was sure he didn't want to take some of her blood. She said it would be funny to see her become his. She said he must have had her almost completely, but she was locked up again. She looked at him in surprise and asked why he wasn't angry with her. He should have been throwing lightning bolts here by now. She looked at him and asked if it was because he was in love with her. She said with a smirk that she had been trying to seduce him for a long time, but it hadn't worked. She said she thought he wouldn't be able to use the standard method to get rid of her. She looked at him and asked if he remembered that he always killed her mercilessly. She looked at him and said that this time she was doing it differently and would leave this body if he could satisfy her. She looked at him and said with a smirk that there would be no problem with that. Dion knew it was just Ramia. And she just looks like a huntress. He looked at her angrily and told her to go away. He angrily told her to get out of his sight right now. He hugged her furiously. A moment later, she was gone. He hugged the Huntress for a while. The demon looked at her and asked if she really wanted to know his name. The demon said that names are only important for good friends. She looked at him and asked what he was talking about, since she already knew his name. The demon looked at her with disdain and asked why she was going so far. He said she was stupid. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked why he was saying that and what it even meant. The demon looked at her and said that of all the children he had ever met, she was the stupidest. The Huntress was surprised. She didn't understand what was going on and why he wasn't listening to her. He looked at her intently and called her name. He looked at her and asked her if she thought they would meet again. He asked her when this would happen. The Huntress stared at the demon. The Huntress realized that this creature was not talking to her, but to someone else. He looked at her and said with a smile that they could meet in order for this not to happen. The Huntress was surprised and shouted at him to stop, as she wanted to hear his explanation. She didn't understand why they were meeting and why he wanted to meet her. She saw that he had left. A moment later, she found it difficult to breathe. The young man was in shock and called her. Coming closer, he asked if she was okay. The Huntress said that she suddenly felt dizzy and thought she was going to throw up. He was in shock and shouted at her not to give in. The Huntress woke up and was breathing heavily. She didn't know where she was. She wondered if she was back in reality. She hoped it was just a dream. A moment later, she looked at her friend. She was very worried, but she saw that he was okay. She looked at him and asked if he was awake. He looked at her and said he was. He asked if she was still dizzy. She smiled and said she was fine. Dion looked at them and asked if they had both come to their senses. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked if he hadn't been asleep. He said that he didn't usually dream, so he had come to his senses relatively quickly, and while he was waiting for them, he had collected some evidence. He said that now they just had to hand them over to the Duke. The young people heard some noise. The Baroness came into them. She was shocked and she looked at them in horror. She asked how they got there. Owen prepared to attack. A moment later, he was already behind the Baroness and twisted her arms. Dion looked at the Baroness and asked if she had brought the creatures to the capital to conduct illegal experiments. She looked at him with a gray expression and shouted that it wasn't her. Owen looked at her and said that there was no point in denying anything, since the whole room was one solid proof. He said that she created magical items from the mana of the beasts and gave them to people. She looked at them and said that they had captured the wrong person, and she had been forced to do it. A moment later, she passed out. The Huntress looked at the young man and asked what had happened to her. Dion said that he had knocked her out because she was twitching too much. The Huntress was shocked because she had too many questions, but she realized that she needed to ask them later. She was surprised and did not understand why it was so cold here. She thought she must have caught a cold. A moment later, a snake crept up on her. The young man pushed her away and was bitten by a snake. The Huntress was shocked, as she did not expect him to do something like that. He said in a trembling voice that this pain was much stronger than he expected. He collapsed to the ground. The Duke looked at them and said that it was simply awful. He couldn't even imagine that such a place existed. Owen looked at the Duke and said that they first needed to classify all the magical items. He said that this should not be difficult, since she had been so thorough in her search for clients. The Duke said that was good, and he should delegate the job to someone else. Owen said that all these people were enchanted by the smell, so if necessary, they would have to be removed by force. Aun said that the fact that the creatures had entered the capital was quite a serious problem, and so he would try to cooperate. Today looked at the Duke and asked how much time had passed since the barrier had weakened. The Duke said, puzzled, that it had been more than 2 years at this point. He said it all started with a small creature. It was found sleeping in a cargo wagon of Imperial Knights returning from a hunt. She thought that it seemed to have a very low intelligence, and the creature was of a low class. The Duke said that then 1 or 2 of the creatures at a time would sometimes break through the barrier. Owen said they found 35 on the estate alone. Rashid said that at least in this case they have enough evidence, so it is only a matter of time before she is convicted. The Duke looked at his friend and asked if he would be all right. The Huntress said they detoxed him, and he was still unconscious. All they could do was wait. The Huntress said it was all her fault. Owen looked at her and said that if she didn't mind, he could wake him up. She looked at him in surprise and asked how he would do it. The young man said he could show him the way out. It should work, since the snake that bit him was a beast. He looked at her and said that dispersing the creature's mana was his specialty. However, he would need her help. The Huntress looked at him in surprise. Owen said that she had to enter his dream through him. The Huntress looked surprised and asked if that was possible. Owen looked at her and asked if she remembered him telling her he never dreamed. He said it was because he was half white. He said it was part of his family's secret. He said his last name. The Huntress thought about it because it sounded familiar. A moment later, she remembered who they were talking about. Sana said that she remembered. Elliot Raffman. The Huntress scolded him with unflattering words. The young man was puzzled and said that it was his great-grandfather. The Huntress was surprised. She realized that she had made a mistake and slandered the man. She said with a smile that he was the greatest scientist who studied the creatures. The young man looked at her and said with a smile that his ancestor was a rather peculiar person, so he understood her first reaction. What happened in his family accelerated the research of his ancestor. Long ago, Raffman was a word that was used to describe a mountain tribe, and their homeland began to be populated by giants. It was then that the demons appeared and offered them a deal. This would give them the power to defeat the giants in exchange for absolute submission. It was then that his family received the power to absorb dreams. He said that, however, it has a side effect. This power damages the owner's mind. Owen looked at the Huntress and said that they would enter Dion's dream. He said, Huntress, that she would be the one to enter his dream, and he, in turn, would act as a guide. After all, only those he trusted would not be attacked. The Huntress was surprised, as she did not expect to hear such a thing. He said that when she came into his dream, he would create a barrier to protect her mind. He told her to understand that this barrier simply anchors her soul to reality, but it cannot protect her from attacks within the dream. He said that such a weak barrier could be broken by a single blow. If she lost touch with reality, she would end up trapped in a dream. He looked at them and said that if they went there with the Duke, they would definitely be attacked, so it had to be her. She looked at him and asked what would happen if she was attacked. The Huntress looked at the young man with fear and asked if this meant that she would never wake up again. He looked at her and said with a smile that he knew it sounded very terrible, but still, she had nothing to worry about, since he had never failed when using his ability. She looked at him and asked what she should do when she was in a dream and how she could wake him up. The young man looked at her and said that it was all simple. He said she needed to walk up to him and just give him a good hit. The Huntress was puzzled, said it really was that simple. The Duke looked at her and said that she did not have to take such a risk, as he could call a doctor to check the young man again. She looked at him and said that it would be too late. She said that if he were in her place now, he would do everything for her. She said that he saved her life and she couldn't just sit and wait. She said that she had no other choice and she had to do everything she could. The young people looked at her in surprise. Owen smiled and said he really appreciated her enthusiasm. The young man looked at the Duke and told him to prepare extra beds for them. The Duke was shocked, as he understood that this couple was too fearless. A moment later they began to prepare. The young man looked at the Huntress and said that everything would be fine. She smiled and said that she understood everything and that she would be back before he could even blink. He looked at them and said that they were now ready. She was surprised and didn't know if she was doing the right thing by just lying there with her eyes closed. She thought he would read her something, but it was surprisingly quiet around her. Suddenly, I felt not very well. The Huntress felt as if she was getting carsick on a crowded, air-conditioned bus in the middle of summer. She said in a trembling voice that she was going to be sick. The Duke called her, puzzled. He came closer to her and asked if she was okay. He put his hand on hers. Suddenly, the Duke felt dizzy. A moment later, Owen looked at them in shock. He looked at them and said that now he would have to spend much more effort than he thought. The Huntress woke up. She didn't understand where she was now. She noticed that she was in some nobleman's garden. She heard some noise. Turning around, she saw the Duke and was stunned. She looked at him in surprise and called out angrily. The Duke woke up surprised and asked where he was. The Huntress said that they were in the garden. She looked at him in surprise and asked how he got there. The Duke said that he had just touched her hand for a second because it hurt. She looked at him in surprise and asked if it really was possible that he had transferred everything into the dream with her. The Duke, puzzled, said he thought so. He said the spell must have worked on anyone who came into contact with the person entering the mustache. He said it was his mistake. She looked at the Duke and said that everything was fine, although their friend would have to put in a little effort. A moment later, they heard some noise. The woman shouted at the servants very furiously and commanded them. Sena looked at everything that was happening in surprise and asked, puzzled, what they were doing now. The Duke said that it seemed like they were preparing a birthday party. He said it looked like it would be a celebration for the birthday of the Marquise's daughter. She looked at the Duke and asked if he knew her. The Duke said he knew her, but she looked younger than he remembered. The Huntress said it seemed like they were in a dream in which they saw the past. She smiled and said that she was worried that she would end up in some strange dream, but she was very glad that it turned out to be quite ordinary. The woman came closer to them and asked who they were. The woman said angrily that, judging by the way they were hanging around the garden, they were not guests at the event, and she did not think they knew the host. The Huntress looked sideways at the Duke and said that they needed to run away about 3. The Duke looked at her puzzled and asked what she was talking about. She grabbed his hand and they ran. She knew they could be stuck here forever. The woman screamed in rage for someone to run after the offenders. The Duke said he didn't think anyone was after them anymore. The Huntress asked him if he really thought that. She said she thought they were finished. The Duke looked at her and told her to look away. The young men saw the carriage. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and asked what was wrong with it. A moment later, they saw smoke. The Huntress looked at the Duke and asked if he had seen what had just happened. The Duke said he believed that this was what was happening to the areas that the young man could not remember. People who went abroad also disappeared. The Huntress said that they should stay in the center of his memories then. The Duke said that they should return to the estate. The Duke said they needed to disguise themselves as guests. The Duke said that there was even a boutique nearby. The Huntress looked at him in surprise and said that they didn't even have money. The Duke told her not to worry since he always carried money with him. The Huntress realized that she was experiencing déjà vu. She looked at him and said that it wouldn't be easy anyway, since they didn't even have an invitation. He looked at her and asked if she had forgotten who he was. She looked at him in surprise and said that he was a duke. He smiled and said that he was a duke. Sometime later, they arrived at the estate and were greeted by a servant. The Duke looked at him with a smile. A moment later, they were introduced. The Huntress smiled and thanked them for their hospitality. She was in shock and realized that she had to play the role again. They passed by and everyone greeted them. A man was running towards them. The man looked at them in surprise and asked what brought them here. The Duke looked at the man in surprise and asked if he wasn't allowed to be here. The man, with a trembling voice, said that of course he could, he just didn't expect to see them here. The Duke said he was just there for a holiday and it was not far away. The man bowed with a smile and said that in any case, he was very grateful that the Duke had honored them with his visit. Sena looked at the Duke and asked if it would be all right if they just walked around. The Duke said that there was nothing more natural than a noble couple coming to a party. The Huntress said he was definitely right. They passed people and everyone was talking about them. The young people were a little surprised, as they noticed that the Duchess and the Duke looked too young. As they had heard, the Duchesses were now almost 40 years old.